It's the right one
Yeah,
that
go
we
ahead.
agreed upon.
I trust you, bro.
Okay, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. Where is Poca or Raphael? 1 second.
Because, can we do? Can we do? Wait, Hamid, you're Salafi, right?
Bro, it doesn't matter. Just call me Sunni.
But people are asking me to label it as Salafi so people know. Do you mind?
No, bro, like, it doesn't matter who believes in distortion
That's
of the
fine.
Quran. It's
Then
clearly a
he wants
Shia
to
Sunni
defend the
discussion,
Sunni
bro.
position. That's fine. Ahmed, you can
Mhm.
defend the Sunni position. That's it.
That's
So,
fine. There's no need for
I
Shias,
mean,
like, for
it's up
Sunni
to you, bro.
Salafi.
I don't care. You can change it or not change it. I got a request. If you
That's
don't care
fine.
about it,
The
you don't have to,
request
bro.
is it's denied. We veto the request.
No issue. No issue.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's see.
for now, I'm just going to leave the chats open.
That's fine.
The
I don't
moment
mind. I don't care.
when the discussion starts.
Yeah, 1 second.
So, Ahmed, you and your Red Bull and coffee.
I actually only got coffee today.
You're lucky. I've not even had my coffee.
I want a freaking Red Bull so bad, man.
Ahmed, you haven't got a spare can of Red Bull.
Yeah, send it my way, Hamid.
No,
I like
bro.
that new.
I downed mine already. I already
There's
downed it.
what's it called? There's that new one, the light blue one. What is it called? Berry something?
I
Yeah,
only like
yeah.
the sugar.
Yeah,
I'm just sugar free.
sugar free, bro. The sugar free one tastes like gasoline, man.
No, it's better, bro.
It's actually not good for
No,
you. It's actually not good for you.
bro.
The sugar
Listen, if
free.
you're going, yeah, well, it doesn't have aspartame in it, at least, but it's. I just don't like the taste of it. If you're gonna work out and burn the glucose anyway, might as well just get the regular one.
Yeah.
By the way, is Nadeem here? The audience.
Nadine is in the audience, yeah.
Okay, what
My
about
boy,
your person you're waiting for?
No, I'm waiting for the moderators too. Both of
maybe.
them said, yeah, we can do it, we can do it. Like, I don't understand why people volunteer for stuff if they're not, like, serious about it.
They betrayed you,
Like,
فينا
bro.
محمد
Get
قاسم
used to
محمد
it.
قاسم
yeah, bro, I don't know what the hell's going on.
I don't know if Nadeem can keep an. Well, I don't know what you want to agree now. Because what if your mods don't show up? Huh?
If it's
Please
just,
don't. I'm not going to have nothing to do with the timing. I can assure you. I
yeah,
just.
it's fine. It's Kakashi, we have 10 5-minute rebuttal rounds. So, and then in between, yeah, around like round 5, you want to do the cross, right?
No, the cross is at the end.
You want cross at the very end? Okay, that's fine. We'll go
Yeah,
10
cross at
rebuttal
the end
rounds.
and then conclusions. Because I mean, that's what you did. Wait, no, you got you and Muhammad Rafi did something completely different. But yeah, cross at the end. Because
You want to
that
do
way we
cross?
both know each other's opinions
Okay,
on a bunch of stuff.
that's fine.
Yes.
That is fine then.
Hamid, how long do you want to give them?
Bro, I'm gonna message them now. I don't know where they are.
Um, and just to clarify, Hamid, we're not getting outside help during the debate, right?
No, bro, obviously not.
Of course. There you go. We already swore on
Alhamdulillah.
that. Yes, of course.
I don't need outside help, brother.
I don't know, man. You could have used it against Ahmad Rafid, bro. Would have
I
helped a
don't think
little.
so.
Hamid, try calling them.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Sorry.
Okay, then. No problem.
Mm.
Should we do what Hamid did? Open another room and be like, oh, his mod's not showed up. They're on every day. they're on every day. Look at them. They're hiding. Even the mods are hiding.
Even
Huh?
the mods are
The,
hiding.
the interlocutor shows up, but the mod is hiding. They're afraid. They don't want to be part of.
Bro, don't worry. Inshallah, they'll come in. I think they're buying their Red Bull.
Habibi, I think they're going to need a crate of Red Bull.
Yeah, they're gonna need a lot of Red Bull. Inshallah.
Dr. Polka is here. Do you want to bring up Dr. Polka?
Okay,
Yeah,
Dr.
of
one
Polka?
second.
course.
Doctor
Yeah,
who?
just
Dr.
bro, Dr.
Polka.
Polka, raise your hand, Dr. Polka, please.
Okay,
Yeah,
I've got him. I brought him up.
Dr. Polka. Mhm.
Hi, Doctor.
Yeah. Salam
Assalamu
alaikum,
alaikum.
Doctor.
How are you
Assalamu
guys?
alaikum.
Wa
Alaikum
alaikum
assalam wa
salam.
rahmatullah.
Okay,
So, Doctor,
is that okay?
that's fine. Yeah, make him moderator, bro.
Done.
Mhm.
And
Wait,
Nadeem.
hold on. Wait, hold on. Nadeem, can you just go to the audience real quick, please? You have Abu Abdullah blocked still, bro. I don't know why.
Okay, I moved him down.
Inshallah, he comes back up.
Hmm.
So, Dr. Polka, tell us a little about yourself. Where'd he go?
Doctor's here.
The doctor's here. Mhm.
Say Nadeem, I can't bring you up until Hamid gives me the go ahead.
Oh, 1 second. Hold on, brother.
Someone is serving qiyam and in the chat, bro. I don't know. Yom qiyam is. You don't know. Hamza, you're a funny guy, bro. I'll be honest. This is getting out of pocket.
Hamid, your doctor's left you.
Yeah. Hold on. Where'd the doctor go?
Bro, if the doctor's left, that's it. What's left?
Even the doctor left.
Even the doctor knows there's no.
Oh, what the hell? Oh, hold on. 1 second.
Sayyid Ahmed's trying to come up,
Wait,
but
yeah, I think it's better to close the chat, Sayyid, if you don't mind. I feel
okay.
bad, but it has
No,
to
but
go.
then I can't bring people up. Well, I can actually. Hold on.
At the request of the Sunnis, yes. I mean, I don't care whether the chat stays on, but Sunni
No.
brothers and Shia people are
Hey, bro, I
requesting the
turned it.
chat. That's all. No issue.
Oh, doctor just said he is on a phone call. He'll be right back. So,
Okay.
inshallah, he can wrap that up real quick.
A patient call, yeah.
Yes, an important patient calls him. Yes.
An important patient. I hope that
I'm
patient
sorry,
better have
sorry,
some
guys.
kind
We
of
should be
problem.
like, bro. We've been keeping serious, a serious topic, bro. Like,
Bro, I
can't
can't
do
keep it
it.
serious. I'm like off three cups of coffee. I have like
Why? Why did
500
you?
milligrams of
Why did you
caffeine
tell
in
me
me.
to moderate?
Huh?
Why did you tell me to moderate?
I don't know, because you're a funny guy.
Okay, Dr. Poker says his patient needs a little bit more time.
More dosage.
Freddy, let's see if is Freddy here. Do we trust Freddy?
No, we do not trust Freddy.
You don't trust Freddy. Okay, let me just do a quick survey. Um,
Who do you have, Hamid? Who do you have? You want the Shia
yeah,
to mod this, bro? We're good mods.
Bro, I'm not gonna mod. I'm telling you now. So think of someone else.
yeah,
Saeed,
no,
you're great, man.
No,
Even
no, I'm
Hamid
not gonna
respects you,
mod.
and I respect you.
No,
I
no,
I'm
respect
please,
you,
no,
sorry.
Saeed.
no. Keep me out of it. You can
Give me
find a
a
mod. No,
subhanallah.
Okay, let's see. Ya Allah. Do you want Jake to be the mod?
Sure, I don't care if Jake's
yeah,
a mod.
Jake's okay. God,
Okay.
Jake's a fair mod. He keep an eye on this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay,
Jake's a fair mod.
We'll have Jake. We'll have Jake keep track, inshallah. Five, but Jake, it's
hmm
5. I'll send you the time and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, send him the rules and stuff. Nadim is here, but we're waiting for, to bring up whoever you want. It's up to you.
Yeah. We might just have to begin.
Yeah.
who should I bring up? Should I bring up Jake? Yeah.
Yeah, the Muslim metaphysician.
Okay. 1 second. Hold on. Where is he?
Oh, there he is. Sorry, we're running late, audience. I did not expect my moderators to just ditch, and I appreciate Jake for stepping up. Salam alaikum, Jake. How are you?
Wa alaikum assalam.
Okay, let
Yeah,
me send you.
just send me the information.
Okay, so you,
Sure.
Muslim metaphysician and Nadeem, both of you guys are mods now. So I'm just gonna move myself down, right? So you guys.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Um. So Jake, I sent you the debate title and the actual, what's it called? Like the format. So Jake, do you want to read those real quick? It's in your back channel.
Um, if Nadeem can read it,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
keep track
So,
of the
hello.
time and the other stuff.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, from what I've been told, it's a
Wait,
20
let
minute.
me. Yeah, here. Read the exact title and the format, please. I just sent it to you, Nadim. Sorry.
Uh, yeah, that's exactly what I have. So 20-minute introduction, 5-minute 10-round rebuttals, then 20 minutes cross examination, and then we're ending with a 15 minutes conclusion. That's how it's gonna go.
Yeah, and the title.
All right. And uh, so you sent me a title. All right. Let's see here. Uh.
It's in your back channel, bro.
Okay, so the title is Have Shia or Sunni scholars slash Sahaba explicitly declared the textual distortion of the Quran? Who actually believes in the Hujjiyah of the Quran? Right? Did I read that out properly?
Correct. Yeah, I'm sending you my links right now. And then inshallah ta'ala, I'll tell you when to share each one. Inshallah.
Okay, 1 second, 1 second. Jake, bro, you got a lot of people blocked and they want to come in and they can't.
Oh my
Who's
God.
that?
So I'm gonna actually bring you down, Jake, so those people can come in and then I'll bring you back up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. In the meantime, I'm just sending you all my links now.
can somebody message the brothers that they can come in? Uh,
Nadim, I'm sending these links to you. Yeah, you didn't respond. I don't know if I'm sending it to the right number, to the wrong number.
you're sending me links, so I
On
have to post
WhatsApp.
these links.
Yeah, that's your only job, brother. Your job is just to pin links.
My job is to pin links. Oh, okay. So where are you sending me these links on WhatsApp?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Uh, all right. So you want me to already pin the first link up?
No, not yet. No, I'll tell you one.
Okay. So, okay, so you sent me many, so you're gonna have to be very specific which one are you
No,
referring?
they're in the right order. They're in the right order, Nadim.
They're in the right order? Okay, because I don't want to be putting up the
No,
wrong one. All right, so
no, don't worry. They're in the right order. I made sure of that.
okay, okay, all right. So Jake, where are you? There you are. Invite to speak. I guess everyone's inside.
Okay.
Yes, I'm
You
sure.
may-
Okay. And Kakashi, I don't. Do I have to post your links as well, or what's going on?
Yeah, I'll send you them as I'm speaking so that you can post them
Oh,
from WhatsApp.
wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're gonna have to do some work, buddy.
Hamid, how about you send yours to Muslim and Kakashi can send his to mine?
Yeah, do him a favor, bro. Send him to Muslim
But
Metaphysician.
that's gonna be way too much for me, bro.
Bro, because I know only one of us are speaking at a time, Nadim. What do you mean it's too much?
Uh, you could, I mean, Muslim could do yours. I can do Kakashi's. I think so. That works pretty well.
I
No?
think
Do you have a
Jake.
lot of links, Hamid?
No, I
Yeah.
have like no, bro. It's only like five. One, two,
Yeah,
three,
that's
Oh,
four,
fine.
oh,
That's
five.
fine.
is that all it is for the whole debate?
For the opening statement, yeah, and for the rest of the debate, yeah, we'll see if I need more links to pin up.
Yeah,
They might be
that's fine.
repeats.
You can just can you
Uh,
send them to me in advance, bro?
Yeah, I'll send them to you right now. I'll put them
yeah,
to you
just
in the right order.
yeah. So Kakashi, you'll be sending yours to me on WhatsApp,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I have WhatsApp in front of me. I'll send you them, inshallah. When I
Okay.
get to them, I'll tell you just post this when I get to it.
Yeah.
No issue. I'll do it one at once so it's easy, you know.
Okay. So those in the audience, so there's going to be a debate's going to be happening on Tahreef, um, between Hamid, who's representing Ahl Sunnah, and Kakashi from the Twelver side, Ithna Sharia. Okay, and I hope this debate goes very professionally, and I hope we all learn something and take something good out of this. And I hope we all end this debate in with peace and with love, inshallah. Uh,
Inshallah.
so how? Okay, so who's going first? Do we flip a coin?
Hamid.
Hamid is going first.
Yeah,
Oh,
Hamid.
okay.
We agreed that Hamid would go first.
Okay, so Hamid.
Yeah.
Okay, Hamid is going.
Correct.
Okay.
And it's for
Uh,
20 minutes, right?
so,
Yes.
Yep.
so Hamid, do you want me before? So, are you just gonna tell me to post the first link?
Yeah, I mean, who's gonna post it? You or Jake?
Me. Well, I don't know. You want me to do it?
Yeah, he
I
can
think we,
post it.
you want me to post it? All right.
Yeah,
So
I'll tell you one, inshallah ta'ala. That's fine.
it's just that I don't want you accusing me that I posted the wrong link.
No,
That's what.
I'm gonna. They're all in the right order. I'll
All
say
right.
first link,
All
please,
right.
then second link, yeah, etc., etc., etc. That's fine.
Okay. So I will copy this link right now.
And
Copy.
Nadim, did you block Abu Abdullah yet or no?
Oh, but I had not. I when the very first time when you told me to unblock him, I unblocked him at that time. After that, I never.
Okay. Jazakallah khair. That's fine. That's fine.
Okay,
Sure.
so I'm gonna post your first link.
Not yet. When I
Not now.
begin,
Okay. Okay.
yeah,
Okay. Okay.
I'll
Okay.
tell
Okay.
you, inshallah.
So
Um,
let me get the timer ready. 20 minutes.
yeah.
Do. Okay, and so Hamid, your 20 minutes, it's going to start right now.
Okay, أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان اللعين الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي الحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على محمد وعلى Muhammad. I want to quickly thank Brother Kakashi and the moderators and the audience for coming, even though we're running a little bit late. Inshallah ta'ala, though, as Brother Nadeem mentioned, the debate topic is quite clear for tonight, or today, inshallah. Have Shia or Sunni scholars slash Sahaba explicitly declared the textual distortion of the Quran? Who actually believes in the Hujjiyah of the Quran? Now, let's define some key terms, inshallah ta'ala. The use of the word explicit in the title of this debate was deliberate by me. Okay, we're going to be using it to show clear cut, i.e., qat'i statements in which there is no room or any doubts that the individual being quoted actually believes in the textual distortion or tahrif of the Holy Quran. If Mr. Kakashi decides to show some shadh recitations of the Quran that some Sahaba may have been reciting back in the day, well, I'm sorry, this does not count as clear evidence of them believing in Tahreef. Now, let's also define what Tahreef is. And again, for the sake of this discussion, we're going to use that nuqsan essentially, or change in meaning, or stuff taken out of the Quran. Of course, no one actually believes stuff is put into the Quran. So now let's get straight to the crux of the issue here. What is the difference between tahrif and naqs al-tilawa, right? So naqs al-tilawa is when Allah Azza wa Jal is the one that is removing the ayah, a specific ayah, from the recitation of the Quran. Now this is done deliberately by God. Tahrif is when it's done by man. So the same thing, but in two different applications. One, Allah Azza wa Jal is the doer of the fi'l, of the action, and the other, it's mankind that's doing this. Now, from the Shia side, Sheikh At-Tusi, Sheikh At-Ta'ifa, according to them, also believed in Naqs al-Talawa. This does not indicate or prove tahrif of the Quran. Unless Mr. Kakashi wants to concede and says now Sheikh Qatusi also believes in Tahrif. As for the Hujjiyah of the Quran, Mr. Nadeem, please pin the first link. As for the Hujjiyah of the Quran, my claim is quite clear. Shia scholars do not actually believe in the Hujjiyah or authoritativeness of the Quran. My evidence, this is a big claim, focus audience please. Sayyid al-Khuwi, he makes this very, very clear in his book Al-Bayan fi Tafsir al-Quran. Now, what does Sayyid al-Khuwi say? Sayyid al-Khuwi says that first, it is not evident, Brother Nadeem, please pin the first link, inshallah. He says that it is not evident that the readings, i.e., the qira'at, have been established through transmission in order for them, in order for them to be admitted as one of these forms of evidence in deriving legal decision. They were very possibly established through the personal judgments of the readers themselves. Now, how does this mean he doesn't believe in the Hujjah of the Quran? Well, let's listen to the syllogism, inshallah. Premise 1, the Quran has been revealed through the 10 qira'at. Premise 2, from what we just read of Sayyid al-Khuwi, the qira'at have no hujjiyah. Now, conclusion, obviously, would follow from premise 1 and premise 2. The Quran, according to Sayyid al-Khuwi, is not, in fact, a hujjah. Nadeem, next link, please. Next link, we have the book of Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi entitled The Quran. When was it compiled? In the bottom, if you can see in the bottom paragraph, he has a mini chapter entitled The Different Readings. And he simply says, quote, the different readings are a modern phenomenon that arose from the opinions of a particular group. Muslims at the time of the great reciters and after them did not pay those opinions heed and were not concerned with them, so to change the Quran. For this reason, we would consider the prayers of anyone who practices these quote-unquote readings to be invalid. So again, if according to Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi, if someone was to read in the qira'ah that's not the qira'ah of Hafs, then this prayer would be considered batil and invalid. Now, other Shi'i scholars, Nadim, next link, please, or sorry, Jake, next link, please, the third one, inshallah. I apologize, I thought it was Nadim. Jake, the third link, inshallah ta'ala. Now, the first evidence of this, I'm going to be looking at the founder of the Shaykhi school within Twelverism, namely Sheikh Ahmed bin Zayn ad-Din al-Ahsa'i, or Sheikh al-Awhad, right, who according to them is the Bab of the Imam, and he's on par with Salman al-Farsi. When he's commenting on Sheikh Saduq's issue, where Sheikh Saduq is famously have said that Bayna Daf'atain is not muharraf, that whatever's between the two boards is preserved, Sheikh al-Awhad comments on this, and he says that the truthful one, i.e. Saduq, has indeed told a lie. Okay? You can remove that link. That's just for people who want to see it. Jazakallah khair. Now, again, we see the next example. We're going to go to Ni'matullah al-Jazairi. Unfortunately, I don't have the scans for all of these. But inshallah ta'ala, give me a day and I can produce you all the scans. Ni'matullah Jazairi and Anwar al-Nu'maniyah. He says, thirdly, to accept that i.e. the Quran has been authentically transmitted in the way of tawatur from divine revelation, and that all what is within it has been revealed by Ruh al-Amin, i.e. Jibreel alayhi salam, would lead to discarding the multitude of reports, um, rather those reports which arrive to us through tawatur. So Ni'matullah Jazairi is claiming that there's tawatur on the distortion of the Quran, and which clearly indicate that the occurrence of Tahreef in the Quran in words, material, and grammar, our companions, may Allah be pleased with them, have firmly believed in the authenticity of these reports and have indeed believed in it. Next one, the famous Mirza Nuri at-Tabrasi in his book Fasl al-Khitab. Now, this book, the title of the book, okay, let's discuss the title of the book and the intention of writing it. Okay, the subtle book, he writes himself on page 2. I'm quoting from Fasl al-Khitab itself. He says, "This is a subtle book, a noble compilation that I have written to prove the distortion of the Quran and the disgraces of the people of tyranny and oppression. I have called it the decisive speech in proving the distortion of the book of the Lord of the worlds, namely Allah Azza wa Jal." Again, Fasl al-Khitab, number 2. Now, I'm assuming that my opponent is going to be responding to this by quoting what Jake, next link, please. What what what's his name? What Agha Bazraq Tehrani, who is the student of Mirza Nuri Tabrasi, says. Now, if you look at this link, inshallah, starting on page 439 or page 4 of the PDF, we see this, inshallah. A second reply to Nuri, equally centered by his dealing with traditions, was composed by Mahmud bin Abil Qasim al-Mu'arrab al-Tehrani, who also lived and taught at the Atabat in Iraq. His book obviously had considerable influence on the debate, for Nuri immediately felt obliged to write a refutation. To the best of my knowledge, never appeared in print, however. He particularly tried to counteract the conclusion that his critics drew from the reading of the book. In a private talk with his most famous student, Agha Bazraq Tehrani, he is reported to have said that he had given it a wrong title. It would have been more appropriate to call it Fasl al-Khitab fi Adam al-Tahrif al-Kitab, because in his real aim, as he put it, it was to prove that the existing Quran had not undergone any change, be it addition or omission from any form. Yet, this is the crucial part here, yet at the same time, he emphasized by tahrif, he didn't mean change or alteration in general, but only the special case of dropping some revealed passages that were preserved by the people. So he's saying essentially, well, let's break it down. He's basically saying that from the time of Uthman until now, there has not been tahrif. However, the tahrif occurred before or during Uthman's compilation. That can be proven by the title he's putting forward. فصل الخطاب في عدم تحريف الكتاب. Again, his real aim was to prove that the existing Quran did not undergo any change from Uthman till now. There's no change in that, be it addition or omission in any form. Yet at the same time, he explicitly says over here that it's only the special case of dropping some revealed passages that were preserved by his people. Okay, continuing on. Now, Jake, next link, inshallah. A
Yeah,
common,
yeah. Hold on just 1 second. I want to let you know I never pinned that link because it didn't work. I don't know if you can send it
Stop
to
his time,
Nadeem
please. Stop his.
and if it'll work, but it's not working, bro. It's saying invalid when I try to post it.
okay, it's the link to download the full like article.
It's
Maybe that's
it's
why.
the second to last one, right?
Yeah,
That you sent me. Yeah, it's not working. I don't know if you want to send it to Nadeem, but it's not working on my end.
Nadeem, I sent it
It's
to you already. It's just a link
Yeah.
to the
Okay.
whole PDF.
So yeah, yeah. 1 second. So which one is it? The
okay. Now it's
what?
working. I think it's working
There
now.
we go.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, so
So
so there you go. You guys have the link for that one, inshallah.
okay. So Hamid, I did stop your time. You have 10 minutes and 6 seconds left, my friend.
That's fine. Um, okay, I'll let this link stay. If you click this link, it should take you to the Google Drive where you can access the link. Next link, it will take you to another link by the book of Sayyid ibn Tawus. Nadim or Jake, one of you guys, inshallah, if you can pin the
All
the
right. So
link
are
that
you
begins.
ready? Are you ready to start the timer again? Ready to go?
Yeah,
Yes, yes. The timer is going, bro.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That's
No,
fine. That's
no,
Cool.
fine.
no.
That's
Don't.
fine.
One sec. If he used his, don't let him use his time. Give him his full time. If he was taking his time with getting ready, go ahead and finish exactly your amount of time. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. I'll continue. I don't
Okay.
mind.
So Hamid,
Um,
I'm starting your time now. Okay. I paused it again.
oh, okay. I thought you were starting. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so everyone has access to this book. Sorry, Jay. Can you pin the next link then, inshallah ta'ala? The
Yeah.
one
Go
that
ahead.
starts with down. Yeah, perfect. Now, this link, inshallah, it'll take you to the download of the Arabic PDF, right? Here, Ibn Tawus argues that the qira'ah of Hafs is different than the qira'ah of Amir al-Mu'mineen, Imam Ali, right? Now, this is important. Why? Because according to 12 Shias today, they say that the only acceptable reading of the Quran that you can use for prayers is Hafs, and they want to link Hafs and Asim back to Imam Ali, right? However, over here, Ibn Tawus is clearly stating
All right.
that
Hold on, bro. It's saying the same thing. It's saying we don't support that link.
okay. It's
So
just a link
just
to
pause
download
the
the full
timer.
PDF.
What?
It's a link to download the full PDF. I
Yeah.
don't
I
know.
mean, I don't know if Nadeem wants to try it, but it says that we do not support this
All
link.
right, I
That's what it
paused the
says.
time again. So Jake, when you intervene, just let me know. Hey, bro, just pause the time. Pause the time. Cause yeah, okay. So what's going on here? The link's not working.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
It's the fifth
the
one, right? The last
it's
one you sent me.
All right. So
yeah, it's
hold
the
on a
last
second.
one.
One, two,
Yeah.
three,
It says,
4, 5.
sorry,
All right.
we
So
don't support that link. That's
okay. All right. Here, I'm. Let me try it. All right. 1 second. Ya Allah. Okay. Yeah, it's not supported.
Okay, it's probably because it's the link to the whole book. I apologize for that. If
All
people
right.
want the link to Ibn Tawus, just message me. I can send you the link to the whole book, or you can message, I guess, one of the moderators. It's literally the whole book where I'm
Okay,
getting
that's
this from.
fine. So Hamid, I'm gonna start your time now. Okay. Again.
That's fine.
So
Um,
okay, there we go. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you. So in this book, so unfortunately I apologize, the link is not downloading for it. Sayyid ibn Tawus argues that the qira'ah of Hafs is different than the qira'ah of Imam Ali. And again, we read the wording of Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi earlier, where he says that the different readings are a modern phenomenon that arose from the opinions of a particular group. Muslims at that time, of the great reciters and after them, did not pay any attention of those opinions. And were not concerned with them so as to change the Quran. For this reason, we would consider the prayer of those who practice these quote unquote readings to be invalid. Now, why do Shias have this? And inshallah ta'ala, in the discussion, we will examine exactly how the Shias understand the ahruf and the qira'at. Um, Now, again, we're talking about textual, the textual changing of meaning. This is exactly what the topic is. Now, again. we have in there's a book written in English, written by yours truly several years ago. There's a book I wrote along with one of my friends arguing that there has been tahrif in the Quran. And what is the topic? The topic is that the argument would be this: Imam Ali's name is actually present in the current Mus'haf 4 times. Now, why 4 times? Again, we quoted from the entire 12-year corpus, from Tafsir al-Qummi to Tafsir al-Mizan. Obviously, if you guys want the link to the book, obviously, since I have access to it, you can ask for my work. Um, 4 was very important, for numerological reasons. Now, as the 12 Shias know, 4 members from Ahlul Bayt were named Muhammad, and 4 members of Ahlul Bayt were named Ali. Now, this similitude that we had to have 4 and 4 was premised on the idea that in the ayah Mubahala, right, the Prophet says that Ali is his nafs. And similarly, in the Quran, when it comes to Mubahala, Allah gives the comparison of Jesus to Adam. 15 times in the Holy Quran, Adam is mentioned by name, and likewise 15 times in the Quran, Jesus is mentioned by name. So this was the motivation behind us writing this book. And we went through the whole 12-year corpus, and inshallah, I'm just going to be skimming through the whole book. I don't have time to go through all of it. Again, there's 4 from Ahlul Bayt who are named Ali, would be obviously Ali al-Murtada, Ali al-Sajjad, Ali al-Rada, Ali al-Hadi. The 4 from Ahlul Bayt named Muhammad, obviously Rasulullah, Muhammad al-Baqir, Muhammad Jawad, and obviously Muhammad al-Mehdi. So again, this was now the ayat that we're discussing. Chapter 43, Surah Al-Zukhruf, verse 4. Right? Currently, in the current Mus'haf, it says, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, wa innahu fi al-kitab ladayna li'aliyyun hakim. Okay, so what was our argument when we wrote this book? So we were quoting from Ali ibn Ibrahim, Tafsir al-Qummi. Ali ibn Ibrahim said, my father narrated to me, Abu Abdullah alayhi salam, regarding the words of the Most High in Surah Al-Fatiha, verse 6. اهدنا صراط المستقيم. So the straight path. He said it is Amir al-Mu'mineen, and his recognition and the evidence is that Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam are the words of the Most High himself in 43:4. He's quoting this verse. And surely it is in the mother of the book with us, and indeed Ali is a wise man. Again, al-Kitab is a reference to Surah Al-Fatiha. So the argument was like this, okay? If al-Kitab is Surah Al-Fatiha, and in Fatiha it says Ihdana Sirat al-Mustaqim, Sirat al-Mustaqim, according to this tafsir, is Amir al-Mu'mineen. Secondly, in the dua of Imam Sadiq, narrates that Shias read on the day of Ghadir. There's a line in this dua where he says, I bear witness, my Lord, verily the guiding Imam Ali, Amir al-Mu'mineen, alayhi salam, the one whom you remembered us in your book. You said, verily, verily the Quran is the mother of the book with us, and indeed Ali is a wise man. Quoting this verse, this is found in Shaykh al-Tusi's Tahreef al-Ahkam, volume 3, hadith 317. Also, there is a line in Dua Nutba, which Shias read every
You got
single
5
Friday.
minutes left, bro. By the way.
That's fine. يَبْتَ مَنْ هُوَ فِي أُمِّ الْكِتَابِ لَدَيْنَا لَعَلِيٌّ حَكِيمٌ. Second ayah will be Surah Al-Shu'ara, verse 51. Imam Sadiq alayhi salam says that Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said that my Lord, he revealed. So again, the ayah, you guys can read along, inshallah. The ayah today reveals that it reads, it is not possible for a human being to have Allah communicate with them except through inspiration, or from behind a veil, or sending a messenger angel to reveal whatever he wills by his permission. He is surely most high, or most high, all wise. Again, ma sha'a innahu aliyyun hakim. So again, what was the argument here? We have a hadith from Imam Sadiq alayhi salam where he says the tafsir of this verse is that, O Muhammad, I am Allah, and there is no God but the King, the Holy, the Savior, the Grantor, the Guardian, the Mighty, the Compeller, the Supreme. Glory be to God, there is no associate with me. I am Allah, there is no God, but I am the heavens and the earth glorify him. I am the mighty one, the wise. Muhammad, I am Allah, there is no God but I. First, and there is nothing before me. I am the last, there is nothing after me. I am the manifest, there is nothing higher than me. I am the hidden, I am the known. And then he continues to say, Ali is the first one of the Imams who took my covenant, O Muhammad. Ali is the last one whose soul will be captured, and he is the walker, Dabbat, who speaks, O Muhammad. Ali, he says, okay, it is for you to conceal not from him anything. O Muhammad, Ali is hidden. I confide him the secrets. I confide in you. You can see this in Basa'ir al-Darajat, chapter 18, hadith 36. Next surah, next ayah, Surah Maryam, verse 50, so chapter 19, verse 50. That one, the ayah just read. وَوَهَبْ لَنَا لَهُم مِّن رَحْمَتِنَا وَجَعَلْنَا لَهُم لِسَانًا صَدْقًا عَلِيًّا. We showered them with our mercy and blessed them with honorable mention. What was the argument here? Argument here was we have in Ta'wil al-Ayat by Sharaf ad-Din al-Husayni, volume 1, page 304, hadith 10. We have a hadith which says from Yunus bin Abdul Rahman that we asked Imam Rada alayhi salam, is Amir al-Mu'mineen mentioned in the Quran? Imam Rada, the 8th Imam, mentioned that this is one of the verses for Imam Ali in the Quran. Also, Tafsir al-Qummi, we have a hadith about this. It says that the truthful tongue is that of Imam Ali. Now, next ayah, we have Surah Al-Hijr, chapter 15, verse 41. This one was the main motivation for this. The ayah today reads, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. قال هذا صراط علي مستقيم صراط علي مستقيم, as in the Mus'haf today. Now we have a hadith in Tafsir al-Burhan fi Tafsir al-Quran by Sayyid Hashim al-Bahrani. Umar ibn Khattab stood up to the Prophet and he said, "O Prophet, you do not stop speaking about Ali ibn Abi Talib. You keep saying about him that you are to me he is to me like how Aaron was to Musa. But however, Allah has mentioned Harun in the Quran and Allah has mentioned Musa in the Quran. How come He didn't mention Ali in the Quran?" The Prophet responded to this by calling him, he insulted Umar in this hadith, of course. "O Bedouin, O Arab, have you not heard Allah saying?" We recited this verse from the Prophet, 1541. The path of Ali is straight. So again, the question would be here: which qira'ah allows one to say Salatu Aliyun Mustaqim? This is not ta'wil. This is pure tahreef of the Holy Quran. Today, you can find many lectures, be it in English or Arabic or Farsi, that mention these four very verses, and they try to interpolate Imam Ali's name is actually supposed to be in the Quran. However, people, meaning the companions, did tahrif to it. And the tahrif took place not
1 minute
Uthman
left.
before.
1 minute.
So again, before Uthman. Now you can have Sayyid Ahmad Shirazi had did a lecture on this. Sheikh Yasser Habib has a lecture on this. Those are Arabic. Sheikh Ashar Nasser in the English language has a lecture on it. And then Brother Adnan Abbas Rashid also has lectures on this. If you just message me, I can send you the various YouTube lectures where these scholars are arguing for the same four verses that I just mentioned. And these are again the same four verses in which I have the PDF of the book that I wrote several years ago alongside a colleague of mine. So, Sadaqallah al-Ali al-Azim. I await to hear what Mr. Kakashi has to offer us for his opening statement, inshallah.
Okay, that was right on the dot. Very well done, Hamid. Thank you for that. And so, Kakashi, I will be setting the timer for you for 20 minutes. And
Nice.
you'll be giving me your links through
As I'm
WhatsApp.
going along, I'll tell you to
As
post the link as I'm
okay,
going
just
along.
let me know in order which one, and then I will be
No, no,
posting.
I'll send you them and then just post them. Whatever
Okay,
comes
okay,
to you
okay.
first, post it.
Okay,
Okay?
okay. And so, Kakashi, your 20 minutes, I'm going to start it right now.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. In the name of Allah, who is great beyond description. All praise belongs to Him who guided us to Islam, taught us the Quran, and has bestowed upon us Muhammad. May Allah grant compensation to Muhammad and his family, worthy of their services to His cause. Today, Muslims and Muslimat in the audience, we are here to discuss the issue of distortion in the Quran, according to the Sunni and the Shia narrative. In recent times, we have seen how a certain group, namely the Sunnis, have tried to criticize Shia literature by throwing doubts on the authenticity of the Quran for the sake of winning an argument or being polemical. As Muslims, if we do not have anything else that brings us together, then it should be the Quran. But alas, we find that one group instead utilizes the Quran's preservation as a mere polemic to throw doubts on its authenticity. And of course, why wouldn't this be their tactic, when the Quran does not support their arguments and is living proof of their failing sect? Nevertheless, it has become our job as the Shia of Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam to defend the Quran to the best of our ability, and to prove that the Quran is not a book with origins that can be used as a low-blow polemic. As the once great Kafir philosopher Diogenes once said, to a son of haram throwing rocks into a crowd, take care that you don't hit your father. And today, Ahl Sunnah have hit their father. In order for us to understand the authenticity of the Quran, we have to understand the Sunni narrative first, and what it entitles, as well as the most common Shia opinions and what they mean. The Sunnis start their narrative after the death of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and during the wars of Ridda. According to them, the amount of destruction that the companions had caused led to the many once great memorizers of the Quran being killed. And since their Prophet had failed to preserve the Quran with any of his companions, this became a problem. According to the Sunnis, it was at this time that the real Prophet of Islam, Abu Bakr ibn Abi Quhafa, decided that the preserving of the Quran was essential, so it may not be lost after the death of these Huffaz. So Abu Bakr ordered Zayd ibn Thabit to gather the Quran into one mushaf. That was passed on to Umar in his caliphate, and then to Umar's daughter Hafsa after his death. Then around 30 after Hijrah, during the caliphate of Uthman, Hudayfa ibn Yaman radwanullahi ta'ala alayh noticed that people had begun to read the Quran in different ways, and that they would call out each other's recitations as being false, and theirs as being correct. So Hudayfa wrote to Uthman about this issue, and recommended they standardize the Quran. This can all be found in Sahih al-Bukhari 4987, and An-Nashr fi al-Qira'at al-Ashr by Ibn al-Jazri, volume 1, page 7. One sec, I'm gonna send the link to you, brother Nadeem, inshallah. Just post this imager link. Oh, one sec. Here you go. Yes, can you post that, Nadeem? Inshallah. Anyways, according to the Sunnis, this is where things get a little messy. Bukhari states that Uthman took the Mus'haf of Hafsa and ordered 4 companions, Zayd ibn Thabit, Abdullah ibn Zubayr, Sa'id ibn al-As, and Abdul Rahman ibn al-Harith ibn Hisham to copy this Mus'haf, since prophets like Abu Bakr can make mistakes. So we know that prophets can make mistakes. Abu Bakr made a mistake. In original compilations, of course, in his original compilation. Another interesting thing Uthman said was that you should take the opinion of the 3 Meccans over that of Zayd ibn Thabit. If they were to reach a
I
disagreement.
paused your time. 1 second. It said link is not supported. 1 second.
No, it should give me a second.
Okay. 1 second here. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. So, all right, there we go. I'm gonna start the time now.
No issue. This is just this is just a summary of Bukhari 4987 and other narrations in Bukhari written by Ibn Jazri. I found it more beneficial to find it all on one page, right? Now going back. So basically, as I said, Uthman orders 4 people to copy down the Quran of Hafsa, right, that was preserved from the time of Abu Bakr, and to add the changes that of which they wish, basically making it, to what they remember. Another interesting thing Uthman said was that you should take the opinion of the 3 Meccans over Zayd ibn Thabit if they were to reach a disagreement in recitation. This can be found in Sahih Bukhari 4987 and the link I shared in Nashr fi al-Qira'at al-Ashr. Yes? If they were to reach a disagreement in recitation. And here we are as Shia, believing that the companions don't make mistakes when narrating from the Prophet, and that all the qira'at are authentic. Yes? What happened to the qira'at of Zayd ibn Thabit? What is even more astounding is that Uthman did not take the opinion of the Prophet when he says to take your Quran from 4. Ibn Abd, who's Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, Mu'adh ibn Jabal, and Ubay ibn Ka'ab, and then Salim Mawla Abu Hudayfa. Right? So this can be found in Sahih Muslim 264a. Right? I'm going to send it to Brother Nadeem. There you go, Brother Nadeem Hamid. Post this link so people see that the Prophet ordered Uthman to take the Quran other from the 4 people that he said that he took it from. Notice Uthman did not go to any of these 4. And to add insult to injury, there is no narration in Sunni books telling us to take the Quran from Uthman. After they finish this compilation of the Quran, Uthman proceeds to send a certain amount of copies of the Mus'haf out to a number of different cities and burns the rest of all the copies. So any other qira'ah that was in Medina, Mecca, Egypt, any of these places, Uthman burnt it. He burned all of them, right? Which is what Agha Abu Zarq al-Tahrani was talking about. The copy to destroy it. I did research into which cities and the amount of Masahif Uthman sent, but due to the contradictions in the narrations on how many were sent into where, I declined to give my personal opinion with lack of concrete evidence. Rather, I will stick with what Al-Qurtubi says in Al-Itqan fi Ulum al-Quran on page 134. Here you go, Brother Nadim, if you can post that. So in Al-Itqan, Al-Qurtubi says that there's a disagreement among the scholars. The majority of the scholars say, I believe it was 6, or the majority say 4 or 5, something like that. فالمشهور أنها 5. The majority say 5. وأخرج ابن أبي داود, so Sunan Abi Dawud, Sahib Sunan Abi Dawud, the father of Sahib Sunan Abi Dawud, that there were 4. And other people have said that there were 5. Right? Even, I believe, he himself, this is the book of As-Suyuti, As-Suyuti is the one who wrote this, Al-Itqan fi Ulum al-Quran. Sahib al-Itqan, he says that there was actually 5. So there's disagreements on how many Musahaf there were to begin with. We don't know. After the Quran was sent to each of these cities, the qira'at were later added by the people who would bear witness that a verse was revealed in a certain way from the Prophet to them. And this can be found in the Sunni books. So people would come up, say, oh, I saw the Prophet reveal this, and then they would add it. Right? Now, this is the Sunni narrative on how the Quran was compiled / preserved. And regardless of whether it's true or not, it still raises multiple questions for those who believe it. And this is what we will be examining today. So let us begin with the plot holes of this narrative. Just like some of your recent scholars have said. The first question a Muslim should ask himself is, if we argue for the preservation of the Quran through mass transmission, how can we argue that Uthman's Quran is actually mass transmitted? Seeing that at one point, it is transmitted through a specific group who could actually fabricate it. And as we know, right, the definition of mass transmission is that of which cannot be agreed upon the fabrication of it. Yes, there cannot be a minute where people can agree on fabricating it. So the Sunni argument for the preservation of the Quran destroys its mass transmission. There is no mass transmission of the not just of the qira'at, forget the qira'at, of the actual mushaf itself. Right? The second question that pops into mind is, how can we be sure that if the Meccans disagreed with Zayd ibn Thabit, that they would be right? Because Uthman told them, if you disagree with Zayd ibn Thabit, right, then take the opinion of the Meccans. Zayd ibn Thabit, according to Sahih al-Bukhari, was one of the people that compiled the Quran during the time of the Prophet, while the rest of these people did not. So why would I take the Quran from other than Zayd ibn Thabit? It makes no sense. How do I know that these people didn't make mistakes? And of course, they're just humans. And just because it is 3 versus 1, it does not mean that they could be 100% correct, which does not leave the Quran without reasonable doubt, but instead places it under extreme scrutiny from the Sunni side. In order to claim that during the time of the companions there was no attempt at distorting the Quran at all, we would have to argue that the burning of the rest of the Masahif was futile, proving that some of the companions or the tabi'een that were around that time had actually tried to fabricate in the Quran. So the opinion of Agha Abu Zarq al-Tahrani is again correct, what he was saying in his book, Fasl al-Khitab. Now, going back to the issue, this would place the Sunni Quran under scrutiny, seeing that they only have a singular chain of narration back to the Quranic manuscript. Yes, so the rest of those masahif that we have, we don't know where they are. It's bah, Uthman burnt them all. In Bukhari 7425, Zayd ibn Thabit talks about the first mission to gather the Quran, and how he found the last verse of Surah Al-Bara'ah with a single companion, namely Abu Khuzaym al-Ansari. Right, and I'm going to send this link to Brother Nadim, inshallah, if he can post it. Yes, and I'm in a hurry just because I want to make time. Zayd ibn Thabit talks about his first mission and how they gathered the Quran, and he only found a single qira'ah from Zayd ibn Thabit on Bukhari 7425. And you can find that in here he says, I only found it after searching for it. He only found it with Abu Khuzaymah. Yes? So this leaves the Quran with an ahad chain. Why? Because this man was the only person who had this ayah. We don't know if he made a mistake in it or not. We just know we're basing it off his hearing from the Prophet ﷺ. This is, again, the Sunni narrative of the Quran that's airtight. Before we go on to this abysmal narrative that these people tell about the Quran to make their companions look good, we should stop to understand two main things. What is a qira'ah and what is a harf? Since my interlocutor didn't bother to explain them, and he was just throwing them at Shia scholars without explaining anything actually. And what is the core Sunni opinion on them? Because this will help us understand why the Sunni claim of what Uthman did becomes very problematic. Sunni and Shia, who are learning the truth, should understand two things first in this debate. The Sunnis believe that the Quran came down on 7 ahruf, letters / dialects. They don't know which one it means. The exact definition of which the Sunnis... Thank you, Hamid. The exact definition of which the Sunnis do not really know, and all they do know is that according to Muslim 821a, the Prophet asked Allah to bring it down as 7, after he brought it down the first time, as 1. In an example of this conundrum, I'll present Hamid's favorite scholar of al-Qira'at, Ibn al-Jazri, explaining this and agreeing that more than one definition of ahruf is plausible. He says, as for the meaning of the letters, the scholars of language said, the letter is the edge, face, border, limit, side, and piece of something. The letter is Also, one of the letters of pronunciation, as if it were a piece of the word. Al-Hafiz Abu Umar al-Dani says, the meaning of the letters that the Prophet ﷺ was referring to here can be a dialect or can have two aspects. One of them is that it means that the Quran was revealed in 7 different languages because the letter is the plural of a letter, right? In a small amount, like poverty, fallas, or destitution, aflas. And the letter can also mean the face, as evidenced by the saying of Allah, He worships Allah on a letter of the verse. So what is meant by the letter here is the face, meaning the blessing, goodness, answering, and well-being. When these conditions are fulfilled, he becomes contempt and he worships Allah when someone is good. When then these conditions change and he is tested with hardship and harm, he leaves the worship of Allah. Meaning this guy only worships Allah on one face and at one time. He's two-faced. Yes? He has one face that he worships Allah with. This is why the Prophet, peace be upon him, called these different recitations and language letters, meaning that everything has a face. Right? And this is the meaning of harf. There's a contradiction, nobody really knows. The second aspect of it is the meaning of that the recitations are called letters in a manner similar to how the Arabs name something after what it's related to and resembles. And it also is cause for it having a connection. This is like their naming of a sentence after one of its parts. That is why the Prophet, peace be upon him, called the recitation a letter, even though it is a lot of speech. Because some of it has changed its composition, been broken, or turned into something else, or has been influenced. This is the Quran, yes? Or has been added to or subtracted from. What was mentioned regarding the differences in recitation, then it has been called a recitation. Because that letter in it became a letter according to the customary practices of the Arabs, right? And based on its usage. Ibn al-Jazari then states, I say, both meanings are plausible. You can take either meaning of this, right? So we don't really know what a harf means because, Sunnis always tell us to believe in things that don't have an actual literal meaning. We don't know. I'm going to send this scan, of course, to Brother Nadeem, inshallah, so he can paste it from Imager. And you can see what Sahib al-Nashr fi al-Qira'at says. Fi al-Qira'at al-Ashr. And according to Ibn al-Jazari on his book on page 8, he used the last harf brought down to the... And as I have shown, Uthman had summarized the Quran down to one harf. And according to Ibn al-Jazari in his book, the same book, An-Nashr fi al-Qira'at al-Ashr, on page 8, which I'm going to send next. He can post it whenever the brother can. Here we go. So page 8 of al-Qira'at. The other one was page 23 to 24. This is page 8. Right? He says on page 8, he used the last harf brought down to the Prophet, Uthman. Right? So the other 6 ahruf, we don't know where they are. Uthman used the last one. He used the last harf brought down to the Prophet. So today we only have one harf that Uthman used. And the additions of the other parts of the other ahruf. And this is what we call a qira'ah. This is the opinion of Ibn Jazari. There was other additions from the other ahruf and we have a qira'ah. This is what we call a qira'ah. The majority of Sunni scholars do not believe we have all the ahruf. People like Al-Qurtubi and others have said that with a minority like Ibn Mujahid saying that the qira'at were the ahruf, meaning the qira'at, the 7 or 10 are the ahruf. But then there's 10 qira'at, that wouldn't make any sense. And majority of the people have rejected Ibn Mujahid's statement. This leads me to the last and most important issue with the compilation of the Quran according to the Sunnis. And that is, if Uthman only gathered it on one harf, where did the rest of these go? And if you claim that they are also Quran, then we should be missing the majority of the Quran, seeing that we only have one harf. And the 6 are mixed within the qira'at, but we don't know where the rest are. Enough now with this Sunni version. Let's be realistic. Right? This one's unrealistic. Let's talk about the Shia opinion. As-Sayyid al-Khu'i actually says in al-Bayan. Thank you, Hamid, for bringing him up and not quoting him correctly. As-Sayyid al-Khu'i breaks down the types of distortations, or basically how the Quran has been changed in the belief of the Shia. And he puts it into 6 types, 5 of which are fine, and 1 of which, like Hamid said, additions to the Quran, it's not plausible, it's not acceptable. So, he mentions changing the meaning of the verse in order for it to talk about someone other than the intended person. For example, Ibn Kathir does this in 555. Thank you. Ibn Kathir does this in verse 555, where he says that the verse is talking about someone other than Imam Ali, even though they have tawatur that it's about Imam Ali. This is an example of this type of change. And Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq alayhi salam talks about this in his letter to Sa'd al-Khair in al-Kafi. Yes. So, in al-Kafi. Additions/changes in the letters and movements. This is version number 2 of the changes in the Quran. This is additions and changes in the letters and the movements on those letters, right? And since no qira'ah is like the other, and many are ahad, this is the argument that Sayyid al-Khu'i actually presents, which is not the argument that Hamid presents. Sayyid al-Khu'i just says there's no mass transmission on these qira'at. So you can't take all the qira'at as being Qur'an, right? Some of these qira'at are ahad, they're shadh. They cannot be a Qur'an. It's like the other, and many are ahad. Then this is a possibility, right? Changes like this, additions of letters or movements in the Qur'an. Addition of a single word or two words with the preservation of the meaning. And this is permissible. And this is what happened during the time of the Sahaba when Uthman had to burn the qira'at. Yes, there were additions of words or letters. And we know this because, for example, you have the qira'ah of Ibn Kathir, where he has an extra min, and you have the qira'ah of Nafi', where he has the extra hu, right, in Surah, what's it called? I believe it's Surah Al-Hadid. And I'll present you with the, the scans, inshallah. Additions of an ayah or part of an ayah. Now this is where things get tricky. Can an ayah be added to the Qur'an in a place where it shouldn't be? Sayyid al-Khu'i says, this is one type of tahreef that is permissible. However, this only is permissible if the addition is Qur'an. Meaning that, for example, the Malikis have disagreed with the rest of Ahl Sunnah if the Basmala, or of the Fatiha, is the first ayah in the Qur'an. So, do we call someone who believes in this a kafir? No, we cannot. Because this belief is still Qur'an, it's just a disagreement on how many ayat are in. And there's a lot of Qur'an that has different ayat. Right? Now, distortion by subtraction, and this means verses have been removed. For this, Sayyid al-Khu'i says there's a complete disagreement among the scholars on this, Sunni or Shia, and he claims that there is no removal from the Quran. He believes that this is a fully preserved Quran. The last form of distortion is one that's not accepted by any of the scholars except for the Shawadh, right? Except for minor group, and that is additions to the Quran that are not part of the Quran. And my opinion is this is not permissible at all. And this is also the opinion of Sayyid al-Khu'i. Right? Because in addition to the Quranic text, this would mean that complete distortion in our religion and beliefs and would be completely incorrect. As Sayyid al-Khu'i goes on to say, what is famous among the scholars is that there is no tahreef in the Quran. And he says this in Al-Bayan, page 201, if only Hamid had read Al-Bayan instead of just quoting parts of it. From here, I will present evidence for the preservation which comes from true mass transmission. This is my opinion, right? This is actually how the Quran was preserved. Whether the Uthmanic Quran story is true or not does not influence the preservation of this Quran that we have between our hands. The true preservation of this Quran comes from the people who read it. And this is even the opinion of Ibn Jazri in his book, An-Nashr fi Qira'at al-Ashr. He says that the Quran was preserved through memorization, not with Uthman's book. He says Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put this memorization into the hearts of the ma'soom ummah, or the ummah that is infallible. According to him, it's infallible. I don't really care about that. So going on, the way the Quran actually was transmitted, in my opinion, was all these Sahaba had a version of the Quran, a masahif, or memorized it. Yes? And they passed it on to other people.
1 minute.
And that is what we have, thank you, and that is what we have written today. It had nothing to do with the Mus'haf of Uthman. Rejecting the Mus'haf of Uthman or believing that it's not the one we have today is completely fine, because the Mus'haf of Uthman is something that could be disagreed upon. Even Sunni scholars, for example, and I'll read the opinion of one of them right now, they disagreed on whether this should be called the Mus'haf of Uthman. Give me a second so I can read this final thing, and inshallah you guys can. In Al-Itqan fi Ulum al-Quran, yes, Suyuti, he mentions the opinion of Al-Harith al-Muhabisi, who Dhahabi calls the most famous of scholars, great guy for Ahl Sunnah. المشهور عند الناس أن جامع القرآن عثمان وليس كذلك. And this is not true. The famous opinion among the people is that Uthman gathered the Quran, and this is not true. إنما حمل عثمان الناس على قراءة واحدة. Uthman carried the people on one قراءة. That's all Uthman did, right? And واحدة على اختيار وقع بينه وبين من شهد, upon the opinion or
Your
the
time
agreement
is
that
up,
happened
bro.
between each other.
Time is up.
Yes.
Time.
Alhamdulillah. I will end at that.
Okay, that was the 20-minute introduction. So Hamid and Kakashi, you have both completed your 20-minute introduction, and that went very, very well. There are new people coming to this debate, and this debate is going really well, alhamdulillah. Now, we will be moving on to the 5 minute, 10 round rebuttals. Okay, and now since now this is now Hamid, you're going to be starting the 5 minute,
Yes.
your first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, and you'll be sending your links to Jake and correct
Yeah, yeah,
or
yeah.
whatever.
For the
Yeah.
rebuttal,
Okay. Okay.
it's only
Okay.
five
Okay.
minutes.
Okay.
I don't have that
All right.
kind of
All right.
mess.
Hold on. So let me set up my timer for your 5 minutes. Okay. And Hamid, you may begin your first 5 minutes now.
Yeah, so again, thank you, Kakashi, for your opening statement. Again, the title of the debate, Nadeem read it earlier, it's quite clear. Kakashi, I'm expecting you to show explicit people. Saying explicitly means without a shadow of a doubt that there has been alteration or tahrif in the Quran. What you presented, I mean, again, you have to, Kakashi, what I want you to do, inshallah ta'ala, in the rebuttal rounds, is show us that there is a difference, according to Sunni scholars, there's a difference between the Quran pre the compilation of Uthman and post compilation of Uthman. That is what we have to be discussing. I don't think you've done that, okay? And again, the Hujjiyah of the Quran, Kakashi, that's very important. And again, Sayyid al-Khuwi doesn't seem to believe that the qira'ah, the 10 qira'ah, are actually, mutawatir in that sense. So we have to go over this again, unfortunately, very, very carefully. You said that I misunderstood what he was what Sayyid Al-Khawi was saying. Jake, I'm going to send you a link real quick. Can you just pin this link, Jake? Jazakallah khair. This from the student of Sayyid Al-Khawi, and it's the fourth paragraph. If you see the Arabic, right? He even comments on this fact that Sayyid Al-Khawi is saying that the qara'a are not mutawatir. And he's saying that this is considered a musibah for the Shias, right? He's saying that we cannot do istidlal, we cannot take the Quran for fiqh, right? This is his student Abu al-Hadi al-Fadli. So Kakashi, inshallah, you can read the Arabic. It's right there. It's the fourth paragraph. That's hard to Allah adri kayfa yab'u Sayyid al-Khu'i bain al-hadith, right? He goes and he says that again, just like what Kakashi says, he doesn't believe that these are uh, preserved or mutawatir, the readings. So okay, if the readings were not preserved or memorized properly, what were the early generation of Muslims memorizing then? Well, what he has to answer this, right? Now again, you're quoting Ibn Kathir. When you quote Ibn Kathir's different ta'wil for Surah 5 verse 55, so what you know as Ayat al-Walaya, right? This is not a change in text, rather a change in the meaning, right? Okay, again, we're discussing textual changes. I provided four evidences, inshallah, you'll respond to them. Four evidences where the name Ali is supposedly entering into the Quran, and I explained the motivation behind it, right? So, how much time do I have left, inshallah, Nadim?
Just over 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Jazakallah khair. Perfect. So now we have to go over Kakashi and we have to realize what exactly the debate is. We have to go over explicit again what tahrif is. We need to explain these things very, very clearly. Uh, the Shia scholars seem to be quoting from their own corpus where there's a plethora of hadith that support the idea of tahrif of the Quran. I didn't want to machine gun you with a bunch of different hadiths and different verses. I decided to obviously use my own book, which is the four verses that has Imam Ali supposedly mentioned by name in the Quran. This is something that it was like 2014 or 15 when I wrote this. It's been a while. I haven't looked at the document since, and since the debate, I'm looking at it for the first time now, realizing, Subhanallah, how much one changes over a period of time. Subhanallah. Kakashi, inshallah ta'ala, in your rebuttal round, we can discuss what Sayyid al-Khuwi actually meant when he said this. Does he believe in the Hujjiyah of the Quran? To me, it seems to be very clear he does not, as well as what his student, Abu al-Hadi al-Fadli, is saying as well. You can see the scan for it pinned, inshallah ta'ala. Uh, But now, Kakashi, I have a question for you, inshallah. Do you think that we can just reject the Uthmanic Rasm? If you believe we can reject the Uthmanic Rasm, I would love to hear a response to that. Also, what do you think about what Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi said when he said that if anyone prays with a different qira'ah, their salah, there's other than Hafs, their salah is invalid. Again, Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi is of the opinion that the Hafs qira'ah is the qira'ah of Imam Ali, contradicting what Sayyid ibn Tawus says, where he says the two qira'at are different. Jazakallah khair. Thank you so much.
Okay, Hamid, you still had 20 seconds.
That's fine. I don't want to go over. No need to go
Oh,
overboard. Inshallah.
okay, did you? Okay, okay, that's fine. Okay, so well done, Hamid. That was your first 5 minute.
Yeah,
Uh,
that was round 1 of 10. Yes.
correct. So now I will be so Kakashi, I'm just restarting my time
Okay.
for 5 minutes. Okay, and Kakashi, this will be your turn now for your first 5 minute of the 10 round rebuttal. And I am beginning your time as of right now.
Thank you. So first of all, Brother Hamid asked for explicit evidence of difference before and after the qira'at. We're going to start first with that. Can you post the last link I sent you, please, Brother Nadeem? By the way, nobody heard a response to anything I brought. No response, nothing. Just absolute blabbering from his own book. No evidence of anything. Alhamdulillah, ya akhi. Wallah, yani, as Shia, be proud of yourselves. Go, thank you, brother. In Kitab al-Masahif, تأليف أبي بكر عبد الله بن سليمان بن الأشعث السجستاني, the father of the well-known مؤلف of Sunan Abi Dawud, one of the 6 main books. In his volume 1, he says, حدثنا عبد الله حدثنا أحمد بن منصور بن سيار قال حدثنا قبيسة قال حدثنا سفيان عن أبي إسحاق عن خيمر بن مالك قال عبد الله بن مسعود, yes, the famous Qari of the Quran, the Sahabi, the companion, the scholar. لقد قرأت من في رسول الله, I read from the mouth of رسول الله 70 سورة, 70 سورة, yes, وإن زيد بن ثابت ذو ذؤابتين يلعب مع الصبيان, and Zayd ibn Thabit was still a child playing with children, yes. So why did he say this, by the way? Yes, he said this because he was denying the qira'ah of Zayd ibn Thabit. He asked me, bring me evidence of scholars. This is clear-cut evidence from Ibn Mas'ud himself. Whatever opinion you put on any one of my scholars, whether Sayyid al-Khu'i or even Agha Buzurq al-Tahrani or the al-Muhaddith al-Nuri, please do us all a favor. Put it first on Ibn Mas'ud. Yes, whatever opinion you want that he believed in Tahreef. Because, to be honest, Ibn Mas'ud believed in Tahreef before everyone else. He was there before. Can you put the next link, please? And if he does try to say that this isn't authentic, this is actually mutawatir from Ibn Mas'ud. If you look at the chains of this, the actual person who did tahqiq of this book, the person who authenticated, Dr. Muhibbuddin Abd Subhan Wa'adh, he says on page 188, وَأَمَّا طَرِيقِ ابن شهاب الذي فيه الأمر بغل المصاحف. So Ibn Mas'ud had ordered the companions to keep their masahif because he did not trust the mushaf of Zayd ibn Thabit or the mushaf of Uthman. He's asking me, who were denied qira'at? Ibn Mas'ud, حبيبي. وأما طريق ابن شهاب الذي فيه الأمر بغل المصاحف فإسناده حسن لغير أبا شهاب, لأن أبا شهاب صدوق له أوهام, لكن تابعه عبد الواحد بن زياد على هذه الزيادة الرسم البياني. And he sits and puts the way of chains for all of these. Also, حدثنا عبد الله قال حدثنا عبد الله بن محمد. There is around, for this narration, there's about 20 different chains. Yes, حدثنا عبد, that's just the one from Al-A'mash. From Al-A'mash, there's 4 people that narrate this, just from Al-A'mash, right? حدثنا قال لنا أبو شهاب, so this is قطعي, there's no way to deny this. قال لنا أبو شهاب عن الأعمش عن أبي وائل قال خطبنا ابن مسعود على المنبر ومن يغلل من يأتي بما غل يوم القيامة, right? Whoever preserves, right, from the Quran what he has will bring what he has preserved on the day of judgment. And this is what Ibn Mas'ud said. So غلوا مصاحفكم, keep your masahif, do not take the mushaf of Uthman. right? وكيف يأمرنا أن أقرأ على قراءة زيد? How can they order me to take the قراءة of Zayd ibn Thabit? وقد قرأت في رسول الله بضعا وسبعين سورة. I read in the time of Rasulullah 70 a couple of 70 surah before Zayd ibn Thabit could even do anything. He couldn't even walk. بضعة وسبعين سورة. وأن زيد بن ثابت لا يأتي مع الغلمان and he plays around with children. والله ما نزل من القرآن إلا وأنا أعلم في كل شيء من نزل. ما أحد أعلم بكتاب الله مني. Abdullah Mas'ud claims, I am the most knowledgeable on the Quran. I will not take the Quran from anyone else. وما أنا بخيركم ولو أعلم مكانا تبلغه الإبل أعلم بكتاب الله مني لأتيته. And if I knew a place that anybody could reach that about the book of Allah, I would have went to it. قال أبو وائل فلما نزل عن المنبر, and this is an important part, when he came down from the pulpit, yes, in this narration, when he came down, this is page 186, when he came down from the pulpit, no one dared to tell him no. None of these companions. Either they are cowards to tell him that he's a kafir, right? Or they believed in what he said. Yes? Now,
30 seconds.
whichever one that he wants, he wants. Now, as for the issue of Agha Buzurq al-Tahrani, all Agha Buzurq al-Tahrani was saying that I believe in what the Masahif have today. He doesn't deny the Hujjah of the Quran, nor does he say that the Quran is not Hujjah upon us. So, Akhi, please, the reason I started the way I started is to prove that we have to start from the beginning and then work our way down and see, can the idea of Ahl Sunnah be relied upon? We don't agree with you guys. We believe in the Hujjah of the Quran. We don't believe in your guys' narrative of it. Go ahead, brothers.
Okay, wow. Was like just, yeah, 3 seconds left, but oh well, that was very well done. Okay, so Hamid, your second 5 minutes will begin. Kakashi, you have completed your first five. Uh, I just want to just confirm. I don't want you guys to lose your train of thought. Do you guys want us to notify you guys that you guys have 10 seconds left or something like that? Or
1 minute for me.
1 minute. 1 minute is good.
1 minute?
Yeah.
All right, all right. Because okay, I'm just trying to be
Yeah, I
professional.
know
So,
5 minutes is short. I know 5 minutes is short, and that's why
okay,
you're like we're.
1 minute.
That's fine.
All right. Okay, okay, okay. So, Hamid, now your second 5 minutes. I am going to begin as of right now.
Yeah, okay. So again, Kakashi, please focus. What Muhaddith An-Nuri, again, I'll read for you the quote again. This is an academically published journal, okay? Look what the academics are saying. He's saying the second response to Nuri, centered around this, is dealing with the tradition that was composed by Mahmud bin Abul Qasim al-Mu'arrab al-Tahrani, who lived and taught at the Atabat in Iraq. His book obviously had considerable influence on the debate. For Nuri immediately felt obliged to write a refutation, so that, to the best of my knowledge, never appeared to be in print. He had particularly tried to counteract the conclusion of his critics, drew from reading his book. In a private talk with his student Agha Buzurq Tehrani, he reported to have said to given it the wrong title. It would have been more appropriate to call it Fasl Khitab bi Adam Tahreef al Kitab, because his real aim, as he put it, was to prove that the existing Quran had not undergone any change from Uthman. However, he continues, but be it addition or omission in or other form. Yet at the same time, he emphasized by tahrif, he didn't mean a change or alteration in general, but only the special case of dropping some revealed passages that were preserved by his people. Again, he continues. Moreover, he equated on the word kitab not with the existing Quran, which is quote unquote between the two covers, Bayna Daf'atayn as Suduq says, but with what the revealed divine book actually is, because the existing Quran had remained unchanged since the time it had been since the days of Uthman. Thus, in spite of his collisionary tone, he confirmed and he's convinced that the present Quran was not the real Quran that had been sent to the Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He's quite clear. He's putting his hands up and saying, "Look, I concede. From Uthman till now, there is no tahrif. However, from the Prophet to Uthman, there is tahrif. Allahu Akbar. Uthman can preserve the Quran better than Rasulullah, and according to you, Imam Ali and Imam Hassan was alive at the time, and Imam Hussein was alive at the time as well. This is really, really bad, Kakashi. Clearly, he's saying, okay, from Uthman till now, no tahrif. However, pre-Uthman, yes, of course, it's not the same text. He's clearly saying, and Kakashi, all of your arguments, We're mentioning Abdullah bin Mas'ud. Show me where's Abdullah bin Mas'ud said that this is Tahreef or that the Quran is not preserved. That's not what he's saying. He may have had a difference of opinion. He may have ikhtilaf. He was reading. Again, the Prophet praised him and that he is one of the Huffaz of the Quran. You're basically throwing the entire Rasam, the entire Uthmanic Codex under the rug, and you're saying, yeah, so what? Okay, Kakashi, what is your alternative? What have your Imams done? Do you have a Shi'i chain for the Quran? Which qira'ah do you recite? Again, Sayyid ibn Tawus says that Sayyid ibn Tawus said that the qira'ah of Hafs is not the qira'ah of Imam Ali, which someone like Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi likes to claim. And again, Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi very explicitly and clearly said in his work that he said that if one was to read a prayer in a qira'ah other than Hafs, this prayer is invalid, it's batil. You got to redo your prayer. So if someone recites Maliki Yawmiddin instead of Maliki Yawmiddin, their prayer is batil according to Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi. Again, I don't understand. Again, Kakashi, it's clear, explicit. Hujjah of the Quran. Do you think that Abdullah bin Mas'ud didn't believe that the Quran was a Hujjah? What was he praying with then? What was he reciting when he was reading in Shahr Ramadan? What was he reading then? You don't think he believed that this was a Hujjah? Again, it's Sayyid al-Khuwi who denies the Hujjah of the Quran because the premises are sound. Premise 1, the Quran was revealed in 10 in 10 qira'at. Premise 2, according to Sayyid al-Khuwi, these various qira'at have no hujjah. The conclusion follows. And again, Sayyid al-Khuwi's own student agrees with my understanding of Sayyid al-Khuwi. Kakashi, please focus. I want to hear a response, inshallah ta'ala. Now, Kakashi, explain to me,
1 minute
if
left.
One minute.
inshallah. Jazakallah khair. Again, if it wasn't for the Uthmanic Codex, what Quran would the Muslims have today? How would we be praying? How would we be reciting the words of Allah? What even is the Quran? What is the kalam of Allah? This kalam of Allah that we talk about. What even is it? Kakashi, it's a bad look for 12 Razan if you cannot defend Sayyid al-Khuwi from this. You're saying I'm taking him out of context. I'm showing you Sayyid al-Khuwi's own student agrees with my understanding and my reading of this. And again, Muhaddith al-Nuri clearly believed that from the time of Uthman, there is no tahrif. However, between the time of the Prophet and Uthman, yes, there is tahrif. Kakashi, I expect a response, inshallah. Thank you.
No issue.
Okay, Hamid, you still had 14 seconds left.
Well, if we finish, there's no need to say 14 seconds. Like, we can
Okay.
move on, inshallah.
Oh, just notifying you. Oh, 1 second.
That's fine, that's fine.
No
That's
issue.
fine.
Okay,
So
Sorry.
so
yes.
that's no,
Before
no
you
worries.
start my time, please post the scan I sent. Allah wafak, please.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Just give me a sec here. Okay, so Hamid, you have now completed your second 5 minute of the 10 round rebuttal. Now it's Kakashi's turn, and we are getting, oh wow, 400 plus people. Audience, I hope you all are being entertained by interlocutors are doing an amazing job, and inshallah, I hope it proceeds that way. So Kakashi, I'm now setting your time for 5 minutes, and your time is going to begin as of right now.
Thank you. So poor Hamid Ikhwan, he doesn't even understand the opinion of what's his name of Al-Allama Nuri. He keeps saying Al-Allama Nuri believes in Tahreef from the time of the Prophet to the time of Uthman. Habibi, Al-Allama Nuri in his book. Yes, I don't think you know this. Tell me, how many narrations in your time? How many narrations does Al-Allama Nuri take from the Sunni corpus, and how many does he take from the Shia corpus? So Sunni corpus, I have it here by the way. Shia corpus, and please list them since you've read his book. Apparently, I don't doubt you have. You're quoting it so much. Now in Kitab al-Thari'a, this kind I posted here. فكان شيخنا يقول, so this is literally أبا أبو زرق الطهراني narrating from his own teacher. لا أرضى عمن يطلع فصل الخطاب ويترك النظر إلى تلك الرسالة. So my رسالة, what I wrote about it. والجواب ما معناه أن الاعتراض مبني على المغالطة في لفظ التحريف فإنه ليس مرادي من التحريف والتغيير والتبديل. He says, my belief in تحريف, my opinion on تحريف is not the change in the Quran. بل خصوص الإسقاط لبعض المنزل المحفوظ. He says, but some of the stuff that has been put in the Quran was brought down. Like what? Like for example, the ta'wil, like for example the explanation, right, which comes with the Quran to the Prophet. وليس من مرادي من الكتاب القرآن الموجود بين الدفتين. In my opinion on what has been changed is not what's in the دفتين today. What today is, I believe in its حجية. فإنه باق على حاله. It is stayed upon its way. التي وضع بين الدفتين في عصر عثمان. From what they put in the day of Uthman, in the time of Uthman, right? There's no ziyada in it and no nuqsan from the time of Uthman. However, if you're going to argue that al-Muhaddith al-Nuri is wrong, then akhi, you have to answer to your narrations. Because in your own narrations, the reason for the writing of the Quran to begin with is because you guys were making mistakes in it. This is the opinion of Hudayf ibn al-Yaman, which I just showed you and you didn't even read. Because Hudayf ibn al-Yaman says, from the time of the Prophet to Uthman, there were people reading the Quran wrong. Yes? And then he proceeds to say, that's why he told Uthman to compile the Quran. And then your Prophet Uthman, which by the way, your Prophet didn't even compile the Quran, your Prophet Uthman compiles it. You asked me a good question. You said, how do I know that the Quran we have today, if I don't want the Uthmanic, like you don't accept the Uthmanic codex? It's simple, akhi. Habib, I don't believe the Uthmanic codex is what we have today. That is your narrative. Your narrative that implies that the Quran is an ahad narration that went through one narrative. And I dare you to tell me that your Quran is not an ahad narration without showing it goes to other than Uthman. If you can show that, then there's no point of Uthman. Yes, your Quran is an ahad narration. I believe that the Qurra, the preservers of the Quran, like Ibn al-Jazari says, right, in his book, the real preservers of the Quran is not the written, but the memorizers of it. And you asked me, where's your chain to the Quran? Bro, Habibi, all your Qurra were Shia. A lot of your Qurra were Shia. Abu Ishaq al-Subay'i was a Shi'i. Himran ibn A'yun was a Shi'i. Hamza bin Habib al-Zayyat was a Shi'i. Aban ibn Taghlib was a Shi'i. You weaken him. Himran ibn A'yun was called a Rafidi by your own scholars. Show me a single one of your Qurra that believed that the Sahaba were udul. A single one. Don't come up here and tell me, where's your Qira'at? Baba, your Qurra, you don't even know who they were. They were a bunch of drunkards. If you even read about them. You poor soul have not read about your Quran. You have not. You don't even know. Yes, the majority of your Quran aren't Sunnis. Let's put it that way. And it's not going to help you to say, Wallah, but I have a guy who's authenticated them. They're not on your aqidah. They're not on your belief. Going back to our issue. Again, we issued a challenge to him. Show me one of them that believed that the ashab were udul. Show me one. Where's your chain? Show me that one of the... All the ashab are good. We don't believe that any of the sahab were bad. Show me one of these guys. Anyways, going back to Sayyid al-Khui's claim. Sayyid al-Khui, may Allah preserve him, he says in his own book that he believes in the Quran bayna ad-daffatain. You're claiming he done isqat of the hujjiyah. This shadh guy, yes, that you're quoting, who by the way, just to tell people about the guy Hamid is quoting, Abdul Hadi al-Fadli. Abdul Hadi al-Fadli was praised by some scholars, but at the end of his life, he changed. Yes, he did da'wah that we combine the madhahib and we be one with Sunnis. Hashtag kumbaya. Hamid, don't try to pass this guy off like he has an actual relevant opinion. Sayyid Kamal al-Haydari, in his book, he talks about this issue and he actually agrees with the opinion of Sayyid al-Khu'i. Yes, and he agrees with the preservation of the Quran. So please, Hamid, if you're going to quote the opinions of students, make sure the student is someone reliable, like a Sayyid Ali Sistani. Bring a Sayyid Ali Sistani saying that Sayyid al-Khu'i doesn't believe in the hujjiyah of the Quran. Yes, this is a reliable scholar. We've refuted everything he said. He has not talked about anything we've said. The ahad narration of the Quran. He hasn't talked about your boy Abdullah ibn Mas'ud rejecting the qira'ah. He rejected it, Hamid. Reply to this.
Kakashi.
If I reject the qira'ah, what am I, Hamid?
Time's up, man.
Okay,
Yalla, go ahead.
Kakashi, very well done. That was your second 5 minute, which has been complete. And Hamid, now your third 5 minute of the rebuttal session. I am going to set the time, and your time begins as of right now.
Yeah, Jazakallah khair. So, Bismillah. So, Kakashi, you made a very, very interesting and bold claim. You said that all the narrators of the Quran are Shia. I think you quoted the Hamran, you quoted some other people. Can you show me where these people were Rafidi? Can you prove this to me, inshallah? On your own time, of course. You're claiming that these were Rafida, that they insulted the Sahaba, they insulted the wives, they believe in Imama. Like, okay, just mention Hamran. First of all, show me where Hamran, do you know which Qara'a Hamran appears in? Where was Humran based in? He was based in Kufa. Was Hafs the Qara'a of Kufa? No, Hamza was. Humran appears in the Qara'a of Hamza. Again, and according to Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi, the only acceptable qira'ah is the qira'ah of Hafs. So according to Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi, the qira'ah of Humran, who was a Shi'i scholar, I'll grant you that much. Yes, he was a Shi'i scholar, very, very early as well, companion of the Imams. Yes, okay. However, according to Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi, none of his prayers count. I don't understand. Like, why he's not reciting Hafs and Asim? He's reciting Hamza and Khalaf. Like, Kakashi, did you not think like you'd get called out on this? This is this is laughable, to be honest with you. Also, have not heard a single response to my 4 ayat that I mentioned, where a clear tahrif is being done. The 4 verses that have to do with Imam Ali alayhi salam, in the Quran. Those 4 verses, inshallah ta'ala, we can get to that. That's, I think, crucial. And again, it's not just previous scholars today. You'll find on YouTube even lectures in the English language, Farsi. I'm sure Urdu has some too. This whole this belief that Imam Ali's name is somehow secretly in the Quran, but no one knows it. صدق اللسان عليا, etc. Do not the يبني من هو في أم الكتاب لدي الله علي حكيم. Like we like, again, the cat's out of the bag now. We need to substantiate this. You put a challenge for me. Okay, which qari, which rawi of the Quran believes in Adal Sahaba? I don't know. How about Hafs? How about Asim? Like, let's just stick with the 2 primary ones that we're talking about today. I would agree. I think you would concede that these two, at least, were not Shi'i. We can go, if you really want, Kakashi, we can go to the books of Al-Rajal, Rajal Kishi, Najashi, Qadha. We can see what they say about these individuals, right? We'll see if they even make an appearance, right? I think that'd be interesting. Let's see what they say about them. I don't think your scholars even know who the primary narrators of the Quran are. Furthermore, in the time of Ja'far al-Sadiq and Muhammad al-Baqir, which is considered to be the golden age of Islam, and the transmission of ulum and sciences and hadith, especially for 12 Shias, you're seeing that they're reciting the Quran in a similar way to what we're reciting, aside from those reports which are mutawatir in your books that have to do with Tahreef, but primarily they're reciting the Quran in the same manner which we have today. For the most part, if the Quran was so preserved, and the Imam, according to you, has access to the true Quran, the Mus'haf of Imam Ali alayhi salam, well, why didn't they present it to the people? Imam Ali himself was a caliph at one point in time. Who was he doing taqiyya from at that point when he was caliph? Right? These are all questions. I think, Kakashi, you're literally throwing the entire history of the Quran under the bus. Look, you want to say Abdullah bin Masud had a disagreement with Zayd bin Thabit. Cool. Does that mean he disagrees with the Hajjiyah of the Quran? Does that mean that somehow now that we're saying that he can't pray? No, that's what your scholars are saying, brother. That is what your scholars are saying. As for Abul Hadi al-Fadli, bro, again, he was known for, you can read the whole, if you want, Kakashi, I can send you the full PDF of his book. It's all on this topic. He's basically saying, and he was present. Who understands Sayyid al-Khawi better? Me or you, or you, or Abul Hadi al-Fadli? He is saying, according to Sayyid al-Khawi, that the qira'ah are not mutawatir. You cannot do istidlal off of them. The premises are sound. Look, listen, with all due respect, Kakashi, just like
One
how
minute
we would
left.
not, Jazakallah khair. Just like how no one here, be you a 12er, be you a 12er, Zaydi, Ismaili, Sunni, whatever you may be, we would never go to the Qadianis, the followers of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, in order to learn about hadith sciences. Likewise, Kakashi, can you name me a couple of your scholars that have original works on ulum al-Quran? Let's see let's compare. Should we even go to the Shia to learn about Quranic sciences? Let's see what would happen if we were to do so, insha'Allah ta'ala. Jazakallah khair.
Okay, thank you so much, Hamid. Now I don't mean to, as a moderator, it's my job to just inform you. You still had 16 seconds. Very well done. Thank you so much. So Hamid, you have completed your fifth, 5 minutes of the rebuttal session. Now, Kakashi, you will now begin your third 5 minute of the 10 round rebuttal session. Okay, I'm going to just reset the time. Okay, and your time begins
Thank
now.
you. So first of all, Ikhwan, notice he said, prove to me that Hamran was a Rafidi. That's what proves to me that the guy you told me to take his opinion, just so we know what I'm talking about, because I don't want people to think that I'm speaking out of my own head. Here, let's all listen to what Hamad said. Yes, let's listen to what Hamad said. Give me a second, sorry. Hamad said, by the name of Ibn al-Jazairi. Huh? You didn't even know his name. It's okay. Jazairi? What's his name? What's his full name? I'll message it to you after this. Okay, I'll message you his full name. His full name. So what's his opinion? Go read it for yourself. No. Okay, thank you, Hamid. So read the opinion of Ibn al-Jazri. He said, prove to me that Humran was a Rafidi. of Ibn al-Jazri in غاية النهاية في طبقات القراء. Page 236. Humran ibn A'yun, the brother of Zurar ibn A'yun, who you guys insult all the time, Radwanullahi ta'ala alayh. Humran ibn A'yun, Abu Hamza al-Kufi, مقرئ كبير, أخذ القراءة عرضا عن عبيد بن نضيلة وابن حرب وابن الأسود وابن أبي الأسود أبيه أبي الأسود ويحيى بن وثاب ومحمد الباقر وروى القراءة عنه عرضا حمزة الزيات وكان ثابتا في القراءة يرمى بالرفض. He was a Rafidi, Baba. I asked him a question. He said, Hafs was a Sunni. Baba, I said, you bring me a narration where Hafs, no issue, let's talk about Hafs and Asim. Bring me a narration where Hafs and Asim say all the Sahaba are udud. No issue. All the Sahaba were great people, outstanding people. We take narrations from all of them. Because you claimed that, oh, Kakashi saying all my Qur'an are Shia. I didn't say all of them are. I said a lot of them are. Yes? If I said all, my fault, Hamid. But I said a lot of them are. And you have not presented to us one of the Qurra saying, oh, all the Sahaba were udul. Really great people. Yes? So, forget about that now. Let's go back to the issue of Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. He said Abdullah ibn Mas'ud was not really denying Zayd ibn Thabit's qira'ah. He was just saying that, oh, Zayd ibn Thabit, I know better than you. Can you please post the narration from Sir Alam al-Nubala, Nadeem, please? Yes? If you could stop my time while you do that, please. So I can read this thing.
Oh, there
Thank
you
you.
go.
So, Siyar A'lam al-Nubala, volume 1, page 473. وقال النووي. Yes, this is Nawawi's opinion. We don't care about Hamid's. وقال النووي معناه أن ابن مسعود كان مصحفه يخالف مصحف الجماعة. Ibn Mas'ud's mushaf was different from everybody else's. وكانت مصاحف الصحابة كمصحفه. And the Sahaba that were with him, their mushaf was the same. فأنكر عليه الناس, so people disagreed with him. And they said, why? وأمروا بترك مصحف, and they ordered to leave his mushaf. They didn't want the mushaf of Ibn Mas'ud. وبموافقة مصحف الجمهور, and to agree with the mushaf of Uthman. وطلبوا مصحفه أن يحرقوه, and they ordered for his mushaf to burn so they can burn it. كما فعلوا بغيره. فامتنع, and he refused. وقال لأصحابه, save your مصاحف, غلوا مصاحفكم, اكتموها. If they were the same mushaf, Habibi, and he agreed with it, if he agreed with that mushaf, why would he not want to refute his? Why didn't he accept the other masahif? Why did he not want to give up his? اكتموه ومن يغل ما يأتي بما غل يوم القيامة, يعني فإذا غللتموه جئتم بما بها يوم القيامة وكفى لكم بذلك شرفا. ثم قال على سبيل الإنكار, من هو الذي تأمروني أن أخذ بقراءته? Who do you order for me to take his qira'ah? Who is this kid? He rejected him. If I reject, Hamid, the question to you is, can I reject the qira'ah today? The qira'ah of Zayd ibn Thabit, can I reject the mushaf of Uthman? As a Muslim, can I reject it and say, Zayd's qira'ah is not acceptable? Yes, and the last thing I want to say about Sayyid al-Khu'i, are you saying, Hamid, that if Sayyid al-Khu'i said, the qira'at are not mutawatir, that this means he believes that the Quran is not hujjah? If he says, qira'ah equals not mutawatir, does that mean Quran not hujjah? Write that down, please, so we can answer you in the next round. So please tell us, Hamid, in your round, if someone says the qira'at are not mutawatir, remember, Hamid, you've told me which scholar to take from. Remember all this. If someone says the qira'at are not mutawatir, does this mean that this person doesn't believe in the preservation of the Quran and its hujjiyah? Please, in your time, answer that question. We're going, if I can, how much time do I have?
You have 7 seconds left.
Okay, I'll give him my time. It's okay.
Okay. So that was good. Thank you, Kakashi, very much for that. So, Kakashi, you have now completed the third 5 minute rebuttal sessions. Now, Hamid, this will be your fourth 5 minute of the rebuttal session, and I am going to set your timer for 5 minutes, and your time begins now.
Yeah, so Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Again, Kakashi, Kakashi, you are aware that Abdullah bin Mas'ud is in one of the chains of Al-Asim, right? So it's not like he rejected it. Also, the only aspect of the Quran which he did not like of the Quran of Zayd bin Thabit was at one point of his in his early younger years, you guys you can say, is he didn't believe that Mu'adhatain, right? قُلْ أَعُوذُ بِرَبِّ الْفَلَقِ وَقُلْ أَعُوذُ بِرَبِّ النَّاسِ were part of the Quran or not. This was the debate. However, as for the qira'ah, he had no issue with it. He appears in the chain. Anyways, even on this point, he retracts it toward the end of his life, and he, conforms with the majority of the Muslimin. Secondly, Humran, I can play this game all day with you. Okay, Khosh, you want to claim Humran was a Rafidi? Jayyid. Give me proof that Humran believed in all 12 Imams. I don't think you can, by the way, brother. Like his own brother Zorara doesn't know who the Imam after. This is a different topic. I'm not even going to get into that. You can answer if you want, but that's not the main point. Main point, show me that Humran believed in the 12 Imams as you know them. I don't think he did. I don't think you can substantiate that claim either. If you want to say Humran was a Rafidi, fine. That's fine. Now, as for Hafs, Hafs may have been accused of Tashayyu. However, all that means at that time, if we cannot be anachronistic in these terms, okay? When Hafs is being accused of Tashayyu back then, all it meant was he had bughd or hatred for Muawiyah, or he just simply believed that Ali was greater than Uthman. It's not that deep. He wasn't a 12er Shi'i in the sense that he believed in the Raj'ah and Bada and the 12th Imam. He didn't believe in cursing the Sahaba. That's literally the extent of what we would call historical historical Shi'at of Ali. That's all that it was. It wasn't all this. Kakashi, the 4 verses, please, the 4 verses. This is what I wanted to discuss, inshallah ta'ala. Um, I haven't heard a response to that yet. This is not going well, Kakashi. We need to understand, inshallah ta'ala, right? And again, Kakashi, according to some of your, we can get into this later, inshallah. According to your scholars, the not only are those that believe in Tahreef, those that are from Tahreef, not only are the surahs in different orders, but also within the surah, the ayat appear to be in different order as well. Now, this is very, very problematic. If you want examples of this, you have scholars that believe that what you call ayat tathir, 33:33, إنما يريد الله يذهب عنكم الرجس أهل البيت ويطهركم تطهيرا. This ayah was not supposed to be in the current place it is. Why? Because it disproves your religion. The ayah in its current place is clearly talking about the wives. Right? You have the ayah of what you would call ayat al-Ghadir, al-yawm aklantu lakum dinakum, that today I've completed for your religion. The whole verse in its entirety is talking about fiqh. It's a fiqhi report. Nowhere in this would you consider what's it called? Where we're from this, would you consider this to be about Ghadir? Another ayah that has to do with Ghadir that your scholars do tahrif on. Surah An-Naba, right? Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Am yatasa'ilun an-Naba al-Azim, right? The entire Surah An-Naba, the questioner asked a question. What is the story about this about, okay? First of all, you're claiming that the last ayah revealed was the one I recited earlier. Today I completed for you my religion. Next, the next premise would be like, no, after the Prophet said that, a questioner asked a question. This is about, according to your book, the Tafsir, this is the last, I suppose this is the last ayah. It's like the PS. Yeah, by the way, today is Islam is completed. Oh, PS, this event took place, and I want to make note of this. A questioner asked a question about Ghadir, and Allah punished him, right? Excuse me. That's what you want
One
us to
minute.
believe. That's what your sect wants us to believe. We can come to this, inshallah ta'ala. As for Sayyid al-Khuwi, yes, if he's claimed, you can reject the shad qara'a. Yes, I don't deny that you will find some shad qara'a, some shad readings out there. However, there's a reason why they haven't survived with us today. Okay, the issue is what Sayyid al-Khuwi and what Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi are saying is that you cannot believe in any qira'ah outside of Hafs, because I got it for both of them. The qira'ah of Hafs is the qira'ah of Imam Ali. But according to Ibn Tawus, the qira'ah of Imam Ali is different than the qira'ah of Hafs. It's one giant contradiction. You have scholars that don't know what the qira'ah of Imam Ali is. Some are claiming that it's Hafs. Others are claiming it's not Hafs. Like Kakashi, this is not a good luck for 12er Shiism. Again, is anyone justified in following the ulum al-Quran as taught by the 12er Shia scholars? We went through Sayyid al-Khuwi, we went through Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi, we can go through others, inshallah.
Time, Hamid. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so Hamid, that was your fourth 5 minute of the rebuttal session. Now this will be Kakashi's fourth 5 minute of the rebuttal session, and Kakashi, brother, I will be starting your 5 minutes right now.
أحسنتم بارك الله فيكم. So first of all, والله والله I don't know what to say to myself. I expected someone was smarter than this guy. Anyways, he said, does he know the 12 Imams? He lived during the time of Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq. Why would he have to know the 12 Imams? That's not what the Shia say, Habibi Hamid. You were Shi'i? You were Shi'i from I don't know where probably. Hamid was Shi'i from somewhere. The Shia claim, Habibi Hamid, just to help you out, because this is absolutely ridiculous. The Shia claim that you have to know the Imam of your time. You don't have to know anyone else. And just like you claimed, he was a Rafidi who knew the Imam of his time. And if he dies upon the Imam of his time. Just like the people in Badr don't have to know the 12 Imams. They have to know Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Each one of them has to know this. My little brother can tell you this. Of course, well, what can we say? Ibtalan Allah. So he said, yes, here's another thing that Hamid said. Oh my God, my brain hurts. He said, if you deny that the qira'at are mutawatir, you asqat al-hujjiyah. Ahsant Hamid. So the scholar you gave me, Hamid. So we remember, Hamid, can you unmute just real quick? Who's the scholar you told me to take my qira'at from? My understanding? Ibn al-Jazri. Ahsant Hamid. Ibn al-Jazri said, to believe that all the qira'at are mutawatir is a fasid aqeedah. He says this cannot be proven. Even the qira'at, the 7 cannot be proven that they're all mutawatir. This is not how you prove the qira'at. Instead, Ibn al-Jazri says, ما صح إسناده. This is what Ibn al-Jazri says for a correct qira'ah, which you haven't even read, subhanAllah. You're telling me, this, look at al-Khuy. He believes that, the qira'at are ahad narrations, therefore he doesn't believe in hujjiyah. Okay, let's play with Ibn al-Jazri now. Ibn al-Jazri does not claim that qira'ah has to be mutawatir for it to be correct. Ibn al-Jazri claims that the qira'ah just has to be muwafiqa lil-Mushaf al-Uthmani with a sahih chain, and that it's not shadh. These are the 3 rules he puts. And he says, to believe that the qira'at are mutawatir, the 7 qira'at are mutawatir, this is a fasid aqeedah. Hamid, your aqeedah is fasid according to your own scholars. This is becoming a joke for you. Like, wallah, akhi, do us a favor, go sit in the corner, brother. Then he said, well, what about all these fabrications, these qira'at? Brother Habibi, we don't even know which of the qira'at can be authentic or not. If a Shi'i scholar says that this is a qira'ah, then that's his opinion. Your scholars have denied and accepted qira'at based upon their opinions. And this is the opinion of Ibn al-Jazri, the scholar who you told me to research. Ibn al-Jazri said, how many of my scholars have denied qira'at? A lot of them, and other ones have accepted. So why are you using my scholars and saying, oh, they said Aliyan. They said Aliyan. Bro, Habibi, if you don't even know how to do istidlal, this is becoming a joke for you. Like, brother, are you listening to yourself? Is anybody understanding what this guy is saying? He's just jumping everywhere. Now that we've put him in a corner, he doesn't know where to go. Absolute joke, man. And he's telling me it's looking bad. Habibi, I've kept my definition straight. I asked you about the Mus'haf of Uthman. Can you prove that the Mus'haf of Uthman, the actual book, is mutawatir if it only goes through Uthman? And if it goes through other than Uthman, then it's no longer Mus'haf Uthman. Yes, it's the Mus'haf of the rest of the companions, just like I said. Right? The other companions came, they read upon their students read upon theirs, and that's how people of Kufa and the Shia and the Sunnis, a combination, carried the Quran. Yes, and the Quran is the Quran of the Muslims preserved between the Dafatain. Like Sayyid al-Khu'i says, it is the Quran of the Muslims. If you want to argue about Qira'at, Hamid, the first person you should have to takfir, yes, is your boy Ibn Mas'ud. And if you're refusing to takfir Ibn Mas'ud for rejecting the Qira'ah of Zayd ibn Thabit, and you're saying, oh, Ibn Mas'ud then went back on this opinion. Akhi, bring me an authentic report in your books that Ibn Mas'ud accepted the Mu'awwidhatain. Bring me a single authentic report. You said the qira'ah of Hafs an Asim comes from Ibn Mas'ud. Well, I'm sorry, akhi. Abu Abdul Rahman
One minute.
al-Sulami reject your opinion. Abu Abdul Rahman al-Sulami says himself, I only took the qira'ah from Ali. Akhi, you don't even know the chains of the qira'at. You, please do us all a favor. You don't know the chains of your qira'at. Don't talk about them if you don't know. It's becoming a joke for you, Habibi. Your own boy, Abi Abdul Rahman al-Sulami, in Kitab al-Tabaqat al-Kubra, yes, Ibn Sa'ad, he says, I didn't take a qira'ah from Ibn Mas'ud. Other people claimed he did. That's what proves that your boys did not like the idea that Imam Ali had a qira'ah, which is Hafs an Asim. If anybody rejects qira'at, they should be forgiven for it. It's a mistake. It's their own ijtihad. They've done ijtihad. You happy? If someone rejects the qira'ah, it's ijtihad. Just like your boy Ibn Mas'ud did ijtihad, rejected the qira'ah of Zayd ibn Thabit. And you can't provide a single narration that says he accepted it. I dare you. If you have a single report from any book that's authentic that says he accepted the book of Zayd ibn Thabit, I'll agree with you. We should takfir anyone who believes in this. But if you can't even takfir Ibn Mas'ud, look how two-faced this religion is. They can't even takfir their sahabis.
Your
Okay,
time's up.
Kakashi, that is time. Thank you very much. Okay, so Kakashi, you have now completed your fourth 5 minute of the rebuttal session. So Hamid, this will be your last round,
No,
and
we have 5 more rounds.
no, sorry. Okay, okay, you're right, right. That's correct. So okay, so this is your fifth of the 5 minute, 10 round.
Fifth of the 10, yeah, fifth of the 10 round, yes.
Yes, 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 correct, correct. Okay, and Alhamdulillah, this debate is going amazing, and I hope people in the audience are being entertained. Thank you to the both interlocutors. Hamid, I am now going to begin your 5 minutes right now.
Yeah, so Bismillah. Again, Kakashi, how in reality, how much do these seven qira'at differ in terms of how many words are actually different? We can go into this in the coming rounds, inshallah ta'ala. Again, we have the qira'ah of Shu'bah bin Asim that goes to Ibn Mas'ud, and it contains the two surahs, right? قُلْ أَعُوذُ بِرَبِّ الْفَلَقِ قُلْ أَعُوذُ بِرَبِّ النَّاسِ. Again, it's also found in Hamza. So these are mutawatir and they're sahih. Again, if someone was to reject the mutawatir, not the shad, I'll admit there are some shad readings of the Quran that are not present today. No one denies that there were shad readings, right? Well, no one denies this, Kakashi. Focus on what I'm saying, please, my friend. Again, focus. Again, I can go to what Al-Kafi says, okay? For example, Imam Sadiq alayhi salam was asked about how the Quran was revealed. Imam Sadiq just simply says, recite it as you've learned. Another one, Salim bin Salama says, as part of a longer report, he says, enough of this recitation, recite like the people, the Amma, us Muslims, the Sunnis, and then recite it until the Qa'im, the Mahdi rises. For when the Qa'im rises, he will recite the book of Allah upon its limits and will bring out the codex that Ali himself has transcribed. Both of these, you can find them in Basair and Al-Kafi. So Kakashi, please, let's focus, inshallah. You need to realize, inshallah ta'ala, that you haven't defined what the Shi'i definition of a harf is, how many ahruf and qarat the Shias believe in. In my next round, if you don't answer it, I will tell you your answer, inshallah. I'll bring you what Imam Baqir says, and we'll see what the hadith of Imam Baqir actually stipulates, and the implications, the lawazim of the hadith of Imam Baqir alayhi salam. Right? And again, I believe Imam Baqir is free from everything that you guys have attributed to him. Now, moving on from this, okay, you need to explain, Kakashi, again, regarding Humran. Look, I didn't say, does Humran believe in all 12 Imams? Does he believe in the number 12 in and of itself? Forget the names. Does he believe in the concept of 12 Imams? That's the question I asked you. Obviously, he won't know then. I know even his brother Zorara died without knowing who the next Imam would be after Ja'far al-Sadiq, right? The question though here, Kakashi, is simple, right? Again, you're the one that claims that the Prophet ﷺ was the one that was narrating the 12 Imams freely, and the 12 Imams are mentioned from the time of the Prophet, from the time of Imam Ali, right? You quote Basad Darajat in your debate with Farid. You think that people knew, they had access to the name of the 12 Imams. So yeah, I would suppose if Imam Ali is the one that's talking about the 12 Imams, I would suspect that, I don't know, the Khawas min Shia, people like Zurara, Al A'yan, Hamran, right, Bukair, all Al A'yan, I suppose at least them, right, they would know, right? Okay, if you want to tell me that some random Shi'i like Yahya bin Abu Tawil or Abu Khalid al-Kabali or Jubair bin Mut'am, okay, fine, maybe they might not have known it due to the situation at their time. However, during the time of Ja'far al-Sadiq, when hadiths are being written, being reported, I would expect at least they are familiar with the concept of 12. Again, not today's debate, but we can move on from that, inshallah ta'ala. Uh, for another day, I would love to have that debate with you in the future, inshallah ta'ala. Regardless, though, I'm still waiting. Right, again, explicit is the title, and Nadeem read it in the beginning. Explicit claims that the Quran is muharraf. Explicit claims that the Quran is not a hujjah. And yes, what Sayyid al-Khuwi says, the implication of it would be that because the only way we have the Quran today is via the various qira'at. If Sayyid al-Khuwi wants to throw a question, thank you. If Sayyid al-Khuwi wants to throw a question onto the qira'at, then of course it seems more than plausible that the individuals that according to Sayyid al-Khuwayn, and again this is the opinion of Sayyid al-Khuwayn's own student Abu al-Hadi al-Fadli. What does he say? He says that yes, he agrees with me. Now you can throw him under the bus if you want. Kakashi, in my quick question, do you believe the Quran, the original verse was revealed? Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Qala hada siratu aliyyun mustaqim. I have to ask you directly, I guess, or I could save it for the cross-examination. But this is, we'll see what happens. Inshallah ta'ala, I yield my time. Thank
No issue.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Hamid. You have now completed your fifth 5 minute of the rebuttal session, and just to notify, you did had 17 seconds left, and that was really, really good. Now, Kakashi, you will now be starting your 5 minute of your fifth one,
Thank you.
actually. And I will be now. Just 1 second. I'm just going to reset the time here. Okay, Kakashi, your
Thank you.
time begins as of right now.
Thank you. So first of all, he said Hafs and Hamza, and he ran all over the place. Ibn Mas'ud believes in Mu'awwidatayn. Oh, Habibi, Hamza and Hafs, but they take their qira'at from elsewhere as well. I asked you for a narration that's authentic that says Ibn Mas'ud accepted the Mu'awwidatayn. It's just a single narration. Why is it so hard for you Sunnis to provide what we ask you for? Why is it so difficult? Prove to us that Ibn Mas'ud believed in the Mu'awwidatayn, just like Bukhari claims he didn't, just like Ahmad ibn Hanbal believes he didn't, just like Musannaf ibn Abi Shaybah says he didn't. Prove us wrong, ya akhi. Bring us a single narration of all this tawatur. Musnad al-Humaydi, Bukhari, all this tawatur, yes, that he didn't. Bring a single narration, ya. A single narration. Throw a sahih chain in your books. Not a qira'ah, which is mutawatir from other people as well. And you said qira'at Hafs an Asim is from Ibn Mas'ud. No, it's not. We already proved it's not. And you took it back. Good job. But don't tell people you took it back. Just hide it. Put it somewhere else. Yes. Run it off. And نشر في القراءات العشر. Can you post the last scan I sent you, please? He said, "Oh, but denying the qira'at. This is if you deny tawatur. If you, bro, Habibi, this is النشر في القراءات العشر. Inshallah, brother Nadeem can post the last one I sent. And الجزء الأول, volume 1. The same guy you told me to take from. He says, فكم من قراءة. How many قراءات أنكرها بعض أهل النحو? The people of language denied the قراءات. أو كثير منهم, or a lot of them. ولم يعتبر بها. Right? ولم يعتبر بإنكارها. And people did not accept its denial. Right? بل أجمعت الأمة المقتدى بهم من السلف على قبولها. But the people of the Ummah, they agreed on it. He didn't say anything wrong. He didn't say that these guys were kuffar, like you're trying to appoint the Sayyid al-Khu'i. Yes? You're trying to prove Sayyid al-Khu'i's opinion believes that the Quran now is not usable in terms of, it's not hujjah. But Sayyid al-Khu'i's opinion, clearly, like Sahab al-Nashr, it says it's a valid opinion. These people aren't kuffar. They don't leave Islam. They don't believe that there's no hujjah of the Quran. Akhi, read the scholars you told me to take from. You haven't even read his book. Like, this is a joke. It's a joke for you, akhi. Wallah, it's a joke. By the way, he said, prove to me he believed in 12 imams. He doesn't have to. He has to believe in the imam of his time. How many times have we told you? Like, akhi, you're a Shi'i. You're an ex-Shi'i. Alhamdulillah, you love Shi'ism, akhi. Alhamdulillah, we got rid of you. If this is the level that Shi'ism would reach with you, akhi, please stay over there. Keep him. Throw him. Have him. So he says, do you believe that it came down Aliyan? No, because the Imam al-Kafi says that the names of the Imam alayhi salam are not in the Quran. He affirms this. Yes, and if you guys want the hadith, I can also present it. There's no issue with it. Inshallah, I'll send it to Nadim. I'll send it to Nadim in my other next turn. But no, I don't believe this. The Imam himself says it's not. But if you were to say that anybody who believes the qira'at are off, akhi, like I said, Ibn Mas'ud's a kafir. Yes, you have no evidence Ibn Mas'ud accepted these musahif. He could be reading from his own mushaf. You saying, oh, Ibn Mas'ud accepted when he read the qira'at, no, he could be reading from his own mushaf. And the people that later accepted his qira'at could have added the mu'awwidhatayn. Bring me a single authentic narration that Ibn Mas'ud accepted the mu'awwidhatayn. A single one, ya akhi. Like, why is it so hard to prove your people didn't believe in Tahreef? Why is it so hard? Like, when you tell me, what's the Sayyid al-Khu'i? I tell you right away, Sayyid al-Khu'i says in al-Bayan, the Quran is preserved. Ma bayna daffatayn. What we have today is Quran. Yes? He says the qira'at are ahad. You cannot do istidlal with the qira'at as being mutawatir by themselves. Just like your scholars say. Just like your scholar Ibn Jazri says. And if you want to say that based on this, the Quran, and we've shown evidence, Ibn Jazri doesn't believe it. What's your opinion on Ibn Jazri, by the way? Ibn Jazri says the qira'at, you cannot say all the qira'at, all the 7 qira'at are mutawatir. So, do you believe all the 7 qira'at are mutawatir? Please answer this in your own time. Do you believe they're all mutawatir? And if so, what do we do with Ibn Jazri?
1
Who
minute.
denied the tawatur of the qira'at? What do we do with him? Like, where do we put him? We put him right where Sayyid al-Khu'i. Your scholar, we put him right with Sayyid al-Khu'i. Wherever you want to put Sayyid al-Khu'i, Hamid. Yes? Then he wants me to answer to his own book. Habibi, I'm not here to answer to your own book. I'm here to answer for your books. Your books, you have to answer for them. Yes? And I have to answer to my books, but not your book. I don't care about your book, Habibi. Now, the issue that Hamid is also going away, the other issue that Hamid states, and I saved this one because I like Hamid. I feel bad for him sometimes. So he said, well, he didn't deny the qira'ah of Ibn Mas'ud. I was saving because I want to see how smart he was, if he knew or he didn't know. Like, did Hamid know? I'm going to show something to the Shia they've never seen before. This is Kitab al-Masahif, yes, for Abi Dawood, right, the same book that we did this with the first time. He says in Kitab al-Masahif, he tells Hudayfa, oh Hudayfa,
Okay,
if you,
Kakashi, that is
Time's up, bro.
no
You have
issue,
to
we'll
save
keep
it
it till
till
the next
next time.
round. We'll keep it till,
okay.
don't post it.
Thank you so much. All right, yeah, you guys are doing an amazing job. So Kakashi, that you just completed your 5th 5 minute of the rebuttal session, and Hamid, my friend, you will now begin your 6th 5 minute of the rebuttal session, and I am just now setting up the timer. And my friend, your time begins now.
Okay, so Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Kakashi, in Ibn Jazari's book, the same book you're quoting from An-Nashr, we have the chain of Hamza from Ibn Mas'ud, right? It's on page 165. Also, we have Asim's chain to Ibn Mas'ud. It's in the same book you're citing. If you have the book, on page 155 for that one. And again, it's Shu'bah, Hafs and Asim. You have 2 main rawis from it. You have Hafs and Asim and Shu'bah and Asim. Again, we have Abdullah bin Mas'ud who appears in both chains, and in both chains, قُلْ أَعُوذُ بِرَبِّ الْفَلَقِ and قُلْ أَعُوذُ بِرَبِّ النَّاسِ are present. So again, you're asking for a sahih report. Bro, I'm giving you chains, and you have the book in front of you, yani. I'm surprised at this. I'm honestly surprised by this. Like, you have this in front of you. You're supposed to know this. Again, like this is crazy. This is honestly, subhanallah, this is crazy. And even if we say that he doesn't believe in it, which again I'm not even granting you that. I'm showing you proof of the chain that he has it. Even if, does that mean he believes that it's not part of the Quran? No. Even if, again, I'm not even conceding that point. But again, it's not explicit. Kakashi, please focus. Title of the debate was very clear. Explicitly, not implicitly. You can't make an argument from the lack of evidence. This isn't how it works, Kakashi. Please focus, Kakashi. And again, you're laughing, you're angry. Kakashi, you're quoting, you're telling me that, oh, there's many Shia rawat. Okay, you gave me one, I'll grant you Hamran. But again, he definitely was not a 12er Shi'i in the sense like you know. Again, I don't even think he was familiar with the concept of there being 12 Imams. That's irrelevant to the point though. But we'll discuss that another day, inshallah. But this, again, we have to, like Kakashi, please focus. According to you, how many? I told you, right? I'll tell you. Imam Baqir alayhi salam in Al-Kafi. Again, obviously, I don't believe in this report. He says the Quran was one, sent from the one to the one, and everything else that comes after is confusion from the people. Okay, now you might say, Shi'i might say, MashaAllah, the Quran is only one harf, it's only one qira'at. But what does the end of the hadith say? Everything that comes next is confusion from the people. So, okay, Ya Ma Baqir, how do you explain all these qira'at and ahadith that are going around circulating in your time? People are confused. Again, I quoted it for you earlier. What does Imam Sadiq say? He says to Salim bin Salama, he says, recite like the people recite until the Qa'im rises. For when the Qa'im rises, he will bring the book of God upon its rightful limits, and he will bring out the codex that Ali has transcribed. Where is this codex? I know you're going to say it's with the Mahdi. Okay, cool. I know it's with the Mahdi. But what's different about the codex of Ali that's not in the codex of Uthman, for example? We need to get these solutions sorted. Insha'Allah ta'ala. We need these. These are important. Without understanding this, how is anyone supposed to pray? Again, Sayyid Muhammad Kakashi, you think that those that recite, for example, in a Warsh, their salah in a Warsh, you think that their salah is batil, like what Muhammad Shirazi says? I gave you the quote. I gave you the scan. If you want, I can tell them to pin it again. Muhammad Shirazi clearly says anyone that does not recite in Hafs is considered that the salah is batil. Why? Because according to Muhammad Shirazi, do you agree with Muhammad Shirazi, Kakashi, that uh, that the qira'ah of Hafs is actually the qira'ah of Imam Ali? If you do, then I suppose you have to throw away Ibn Tawus, Sayyid Ibn Tawus, because he clearly contradicts that. Okay, you need to answer these. Like we're going in circles. Kakashi, as for that, I really am looking forward for a source, right? You're saying, oh yeah, we have one hadith where the Imam says that
One minute.
One
yeah,
minute.
Jazakallah khair. You're saying, Kakashi, that there's a Sahih hadith in Al-Kafi or whatever that yeah, the names of the Imams aren't present. Can you provide me that, Kakashi? Because like again, you're saying my book, my book. My book is literally the one I wrote years ago when I was a 12 Shia, right? And again, subhanallah, Kakashi, like we can go through this. I brought many references. Dua Nudba, the du'as of Ahl Bayt. You have Tahthib al-Ahkam. Are you saying I have a whole book for every verse of the four verses? It's like at least 3, 4, 5 pages. Okay, different ayat. I broke down the linguistics. Like it wasn't like a joke. Right? I don't have time to go through my whole book. But again, like if you want, I can email you the PDF and you can give me a proper response and refute it, inshallah ta'ala. I understand it's not fair of me to bring forward a whole book that I wrote years ago and have you refute it now in this debate. That wouldn't be fair of me. But please, Kakashi, let's deal with the arguments. Like, do you reject Dua Nudba now? Like, I don't understand what's happening here. Like, the other
Time's
du'as,
up.
I can.
Time.
Jazakallah khair.
That is time, Hamid. Thank you so much. You have now completed your sixth of the 5 minute rebuttal session. Kakashi, I will be setting the timer for your 5 minutes, and your
Thank you.
time begins now.
No issue. Hamid said something, and I want you all to pay attention because I want to see if Hamid has actually read this book that he told me to read. Ya Allah, Ya Alimun bidhat as-sudur. Hamid, Habibi, the change that you mentioned, Hamza, right, going back to Ibn Mas'ud, in the book that you claim, does he say there is the Mu'awwidhatayn in the Quran? Does he actually narrate the full Quran, or is it just chains? Because if it's just chains, Hamza got the Quran from elsewhere. Hamza also got the Quran from, the Qira'at of Ubay. Yes, for example. He got the Quran from other people. So how do I know that this is Ibn Mas'ud believing in the Mu'awwidhatayn? I have clear-cut proof of him denying. And you even confessed he denied them. Bring me a single narration, going back to Ibn Mas'ud, where he says, I believe. Or show me, because you just lied on the book. You said, in the book, it's there in the book, it's in the book. Show the people, show them that I'm the liar, and you're correct. In the book, show them where the chain says, well, there's a chain, and it says, oh, Ibn Mas'ud believed in the Mu'awwidhatayn. Or it's a full chain of the Quran, with the Quran itself, and then it says, in the book of An-Nashr. Show them. Say, Kakashi didn't read the book. But if you're going to quote me chains, Sahib al-Kitab, Ibn Jazari, quotes a bunch of chains going back to Hamza. Quotes a bunch of them going back to Hafs. A bunch of different chains. Nobody talked to you about tawatur. We're talking about prove that it came from Ibn Mas'ud, that these two ayat came from the Mus'haf of Ibn Mas'ud, that he believed in them. That's all we're asking you. Then we go on. Wallah, this is becoming a joke for me. Wallah, I don't know why I even debate you. Akhi, nobody can understand what you're saying. Yani you keep jumping. Why are you this scared? Why are you this incapable of voicing your opinion on the truth? Stick to a topic and discuss it fully. Stop jumping. Your imams said this and therefore this, and you keep going everywhere. Nobody's understanding you, Habibi. Wallah, I feel bad for them. Nobody's getting you. I've been arguing the same points for the last hour. There's no response. There's no response. What do we say to Ibn Mas'ud? Do you believe the 7 ahruf are mutawatir? We asked you this question. No response. You keep telling us, like, oh, what about this scholar? Or what about this scholar? Bro, Habibi, scholars have opinions. Your scholars had opinions. I showed you they had opinions. The scan I posted right now showed you they have opinions. And your scholars didn't takfir them. They disagreed with them. There's a disagreement. You're going to takfir or you're going to deny based on a disagreement? Who are you? Who are you to say their opinion is wrong or my opinion is right? You're a nobody. So am I. But I'm just bringing what the people say about your scholars and about your companions. Yes? Now, Ikhwan, Hamid has been arguing with us for the last hour that, wallah, you have Hamran, we'll give you he's a Rafidi, but prove to me he believed in 12 Imams. Akhi, no, he didn't believe in 12 Imams. I did tanazul for you. He didn't believe in 12. He believed in Ja'far as-Sadiq and the ones before him. Yes? Prove to me that any of your Qurra believed in Adalat al-Sahaba. Any of them. A narration to them that says, I believe all the Sahaba are Udul, they're really great people, we should take a religion from all of them. Prove it! This main Aqidah by Sunnah. None of them are Sunni. You proved one of them was a Rafidi. Ya akhi, this is an embarrassment for your qira'at. What are you going to do with these qira'at? None of them come from a Sunni. Embarrassing for your madhab, ya akhi. And you want to claim we believe in the Quran's distortion? Wallah. This is a new polemic, inshallah, for you Shias out there. I want to bring in one more polemic, inshallah. How much time do I have, brothers?
Minute and 20 seconds.
No issue. You don't have to tell me when it reaches a minute. I sent brother Nadeem a scan. Can you post it real quick? Yes? The last scan I sent him from Kitab al-Masahif. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes, inshallah.
Right now.
So this narration says, حدثنا عبد الله قال حدثنا الحسن بن مدرك وإسحاق بن إبراهيم بن زيد قال حدثنا يحيى بن حماد قال حدثنا أبو عوانة عن الأعمش عن حبيب بن أبي ثابت عن أبي الشعثاء المحاربي قال حذيفة يقول أهل الكوفة قراءة عبد الله ويقول أهل البصرة قراءة أبي موسى. So Hudayfa is literally telling Ibn Mas'ud, the people are saying the reading of Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, and the other people are saying the qira'ah of Abi Musa. Wallah, he said, I swear, if I go back to Amir al-Mu'mineen, لَأَمَرْتَهُ, he's talking about Amir al-Mu'mineen, Uthman, according to the narrations. Amir al-Mu'mineen, لَأَمَرْتَهُ أَن يُفَرِّقَهَا قال يغرقها عفوا. I would order him to drown your qira'at. Hudayfa denied the qira'at. He denied the qira'at of Ibn Mas'ud. He said, I would drown it. It's not valid. Yes? It's not a valid qira'ah. قال فقال عبد الله أما والله لأن فعلت ليغرقنك الله. Allah will drown you. Shia, learn this polemic, inshallah. Allah will drown you. Prove to me that Hudayfa is not a kafir going to hell, according to Ibn Mas'ud, because he did order it. He ordered his boy to drown the qira'at. Yalla, prove.
Kakashi, that is time. Thank you so much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that was your 6 5-minute rebuttal session. Okay. Now, Hamid, I'm going to just set the time for 5 minutes, and your time begins now, brother.
Yeah, so Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Kakashi, you do realize in the same book which you're quoting from that says that Humran had a raf in him, it also states that he was reciting from the Qara'a of Ibn Mas'ud. Like, you are aware of this. Secondly, I do have, I'm trying to get the, let me just send it to Jake real quick. I do have the reference, right, where it says that very clearly, unequivocally, that Ibn Mas'ud, right, he does believe, that it's an authentic report showing that Ibn Mas'ud retracted his command for the people to hide their Mus'haf. He clearly retracted this. It's in the book. Jake's going to link it now, inshallah ta'ala. Please, let's argue in good faith. Let's have a sincere and serious discussion and dialogue. Kakashi, please focus with me. Again, the 4 verses. I thought 4 verses you would be able to handle it. I didn't think it would be this hard that you can just have a one size fits all refutation for all four verses. Like Kakashi, I mentioned for you the four verses, inshallah. You need to go through them. Okay. وَإِنَّهُ فِي أُمِّ الْكِتَابِ لَدَيْنَا لَعَلِيٌّ حَكِيمٌ. Bro, again, you have to realize this is in Du'a Nudba. Like, you reject Du'a Nudba now? That's fine if you want to. I'm not saying Du'a Nudba is a hujjah or you do aqidah off of it. But the argument would be like this, okay? Clearly, if you want to attribute the Du'a Nudba to the Imams, well then, clearly it's we can see how early Du'a Nudba is, and we can see whether or not the Imams agree with it or not. There are other references for that one, right? So, like, I can go through so many hadith that I have in this book. Somehow I haven't look at this in so long. But you have like all the verses, the four verses I mentioned. قال هذا صراط علي مستقيم. Your scholars come. Ahmed Shirazi, Sheikh Yasser Habib, Ashar Nasir. You guys do Tahreef and say قال هذا صراط علي مستقيم. I don't even have to go to Majlisi. I don't have to go to Ni'matullah Jazairi. Ahmed Shirazi is alive today in Kuwait. Yasser Habib is alive in London. He's in Slough. We know where these people are. Ashar Nasir is somewhere in Canada. Like, we know where these people are. And again, I can send you the lectures for all of them. I can send you like on YouTube. It's public. There are people today on YouTube, be it in English, be it Farsi, Urdu, they are teaching on the minbar of Ahlul Bayt that, yeah, by the way, guys, Imam Ali's name is in the Quran, therefore Imam is true, therefore Shiism is true. Has to be four verses explicitly. Why? And again, the same argument I gave earlier. You know who would really appreciate this? Edip Yüksel and those that believe in like Hamza Abdul Malik and the Quranists that want to believe in numerology. Yeah, by the way, 14 infallibles, four of them named Ali, four named Muhammad. This makes perfect sense. Ali is the nafs. Muhammad is mentioned four times by name in the Quran. Ali is mentioned four times by name in the Quran. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, if that's what you want to base your numerology off of. But again, of course, a Batini religion like Twelverism, of course, it's going to result into doing ta'wil and being Batini like this. Kakashi, I'll do you a favor. Give me your email. I will send you this entire book that I wrote. It's not terribly long. It's just under 100 pages, right? You can, inshallah, deal with it. Kind of, it's like a booklet type, okay? You can deal with it, inshallah. I presented, I think, I was convinced by it, and people in the audience may have remembered. I used to go around talking to other 12ers, trying to convince them about it as well. And now, subhanAllah, it was only a couple months ago that Azhar Nasser did his lecture on the topic. I wonder if I maybe influenced him or not. Back in the day, I used to publicly talk about this stuff. Maybe he saw one of my tweets and got influenced, and that was his motivation for doing his lecture. I know he likes taking motivation from other speakers whenever he gives lectures. I think No'man Ali Khan can, speak more on that. But we need to realize what's happening in the debate, Kakashi. Sayyid al-Khawi denies that the qira'ah are mutawatir. It follows logically from that. If the 10 qira'ah are not mutawatir according to Sayyid al-Khawi, then the Quran itself is now under question. Kakashi, this is not good.
1
Sayyid
minute.
Muhammad Shirazi,
One.
Jazakallah. Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi he very clearly said to anyone, right here, again, I'll read it for you again. Muslims at the time of the great reciters and after them did not did not pay those opinions any heed and were not concerned with them, so that they don't change the Quran. For this reason, we would consider the prayer of those who practice these quote unquote readings. He puts it in quotations. He doesn't believe these are real readings of the Quran. He says their prayers are invalid. Kakashi, okay, Kakashi, direct question to you, inshallah, to answer. Do you do takfir on those that recite the Quran in their prayers and other than Hafs? Let's see, inshallah ta'ala, what the answer would be. Jazakallah.
Does he still have time, by the way?
Okay, yeah.
Before, no, just one sec. Before you start his timer, Hamid, Habibi, this link that you posted, it's a link to النشر في القراءات العشر لابن الجزري. Where's the chain that literally has a narration that
Yeah,
says
I told you, bro.
Ibn
I
Mas'ud?
told you. Yeah, 165, and then one. So for 165 for Hamza, 155 for
Just
Asim.
post it in your
You can't,
PTR.
bro.
Like,
You can't. You
no, akhi,
unfortunately just
just chains doesn't matter. Like your boy still believes in Tahreef. Hamza could have got it from anywhere. Like you're saying
no,
Hamza
because he has
received
the
his
full chain.
recitation.
Kakashi,
Okay,
go to page
okay,
155 and
guys.
All right, this
160.
is
Got
going. Hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah,
This is
yeah.
going into like debating
No
back
Yeah,
and
issue.
forth
yeah.
now.
You guys
No
gotta
issue.
do this
I'm
in
gonna
your
have to
Everybody,
order.
just stay back
everybody could
there.
see you're not presenting it. You just
Okay.
go to this
Yeah,
page.
Kakashi, one
Shut
second.
up.
1 second, bro. If we
Well,
could just mute up here. I want to get back on track. So, Hamid, you did have 16 seconds left, so you're done now. Kakashi, so Hamid, you actually completed your sixth 5 minute of the 10 round rebuttal session. Kakashi, now this will be your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Uh,
Yeah, this will be your seventh now.
okay, it's no issue. I mean,
So I'm going to start your 5 minutes as of right now.
no issue. Thank you. So first of all, like, wallah, I don't know if I should continue taking notes. We asked him, can you prove his mushaf is mutawatir? The actual mushaf, not the qira'at. Can he prove the mushaf itself is mutawatir? It only goes to Uthman, so we didn't hear an answer. We asked him, uh, if what's it called? We asked him for a Sunni qari. No answer. We asked him for a chain that Abdullah ibn Mas'ud didn't believe in the Quran, didn't believe in Tahreef, an actual hadith that says Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, because again, these qurra could have got it from their other qira'at and added it. Right? It could be not the qira'ah of Ibn Mas'ud, it could be the qira'ah of someone else, but this is what they believe the Quran is fully. It could be. It's a possibility. You can't prove otherwise. Yes? You cannot prove otherwise at all. These were all qurra who memorized other chains. You can't prove Abdullah ibn Mas'ud didn't believe in the Tahreef of the Mu'awwidhatayn. You can't prove any of this. Now, he asked me a question. I'll respond to his questions, ya ikhwan. I'll respond to them because we're kind to Hamid. We have to be. We have to be kind to these Sunnis who don't know their own books, don't read Kitab al-Nashr. Habibi Hamid, if someone reads any of the qira'at, I'm in agreement with it. You read the narrations in my books proving that Ahl al-Bayt alayhim salam said you can read like the Amm. Yes? Like the majority of the people read. Not you Sunnis, because you Sunnis didn't even exist in the time of my Imams. Yes? But just to read like the Amm. I have no issue with it. You can read the way you want to read from the qira'at. As long as it's a muthbat qira'ah. A qira'ah that is based upon transmission of narrators, that's fine. I disagree with the scholar's fatwa. He has a fatwa that says it's not permissible. I disagree with it. There's a ton of scholars that have replied to this. Like I said, people like Sayyid al-Khu'i. Sayyid al-Khu'i said it's permissible to read in any qira'ah. He says this in his book. So you keep saying these scholars deny the hujjiyah. We refuted you on the Agha Buzurq al-Tahrani and Muhaddith al-Nuri thing. We refuted you on the issue of Sayyid al-Khu'i. We refuted you on all these things. Akhi, you haven't replied to any of our questions. You haven't posted anything. You haven't posted evidence. Now, I'm going to add another polemic because he couldn't reply to Ibn Mas'ud and him saying he wanted to unalive Hudayfa because Hudayfa wanted to destroy the qira'at. He didn't reply to that. No issue. Let's post another narration. They're not replying. Akhi, let them not reply. Ahl Sunnah. I would have big time doubts if I was you. Al-Itqan fi ulum al-Quran للسيوطي, page 1455. Yes? قال أبو عبيد حدثنا إسماعيل ibn إبراهيم عن أيوب عن نافع عن Ibn Umar. You know how he said, oh, your imams say the Quran is with the Mahdi. Whatever Ibn Umar is saying here, this is what is with the Mahdi. عن نافع عن Ibn Umar. Ibn Umar narrates, قال لا يقولن أحدكم قد أخذت القرآن كله. Nobody should say they have the full Quran. وما يدريه ما كله. What do they know what the full Quran is? قد ذهب منه قرآن كثير. A lot of Quran has left us. ولكن ليقل قد أخذت منه ما ظهر. I took from it what is apparent. Yes, I took from the Quran what is apparent. So there's Quran that's left us. Hamid, answer to Ibn Umar. Whatever you say is missing from the Quran. Because I believe that what's in the Mus'haf of Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam is the tafsir of the Quran. And that what we have today is the full Quran. Yes, or the Zahir wa Batin, just like Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq says in Basair al-Darajat. Since you've read Basair al-Darajat, you're quoting my debate with Farid. In Basair al-Darajat, my Imam says the Quran that is missing is the Batin. Nobody should say they have the Zahir and the Batin because they don't have the Batin. They have the Zahir of the Quran, the apparent. What is between the Daffatain today is Quran. In Basair al-Darajat, I mean, you guys don't read, you just quote pieces, right? قد أخذت منه ما ظهر. That's what Ibn Umar says. We took of it what is apparent. Ibn Umar says what's left of us with the Quran today is only what's apparent of it. A lot of Quran has left us. Answer to Ibn Umar. And by the way, since you believe in 7 ahruf, saying the Shia believe only in one, he's making a polemic. Thank you, brother. Since he's saying the Shia believe only in one, the Shia believe only in one, bro, Habibi, no issue. You have one harf. Show me where the rest of the 7 are. I want to read the rest of the 7. Where are they? Where did Uthman hide them? Inshallah, once you Sunnis find them, we'll read them, inshallah. Barakallah fikum. Well, Brother Hamid, speak, inshallah. That's all we had. He can't reply to anything. What's the point? What am I going to talk about? He doesn't reply. He just keeps going. Tfaddal, brother.
Okay, very well done. Thank you guys. So Kakashi, as a moderator, just letting you know you still had 24 seconds left. So Kakashi, you have completed your seventh 5 minute of the 10 round rebuttal session. Hamid, now this will be your eighth 5 minute, okay? And I am now going to set my timer for your 5 minutes, and your time begins now.
Yeah, so Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Again, Kakashi, I quoted it for you in my opening statement. The difference between Nakhs al-Talawa and Tahreef. Nakhs al-Talawa is what you're quoting from Ibn Umar right now. Please, Kakashi, focus. Kakashi, I told you the difference between Naqs al-Talawa and Tahreef. One of them, the fi'l, is being done by Allah Azza wa Jal, meaning it's intentional. It's from the author of the Quran. And when we say author of the Quran, we don't mean that God literally wrote this book. But we mean it's his speech, right? It's his speech. When Allah Azza wa Jal is doing Naqs al-Talawa, what do we see from this? We see that these are the verses that Ibn Umar is referring to. It's not considered to be tahrif. That's what you're not understanding. And again, if you want, it's like, bro, I don't know why this is so controversial. Sheikh al-Ta'ifa for you, Sheikh al-Tusi, he agrees with this. He says, yes, there has been naqs al-talawa. We can go, I can give you examples of this as well. Like, this isn't controversial, Kakashi. The similar reports that are in the Sunni corpus are also in the Shia corpus. Guys, Kakashi, I really hope that you, in the cross-examination, just heads up, I want you to engage with me on the points that on my own book, right? I know it's not fair for me to write a book and expect for you to refute all of it, but inshallah ta'ala, like I think this would be beneficial for at least the audience to see exactly what's going on, right? So again, the ayah, chapter 15, verse 41, قال هذا صراط علي مستقيم. Bro, like I'm surprised this is your cope. I gave a much more convincing. Again, I was trying to prove it's true, of course, right? But again, like you should probably see what Al Kafi says, right? In Al Sul Al Kafi, you have it narrated, right? Khulaini is authenticating this. Hadith 1140, right? And again, Sheikh Muhammad Sarwar, he's the translator of Al Kafi. He says in the Holy Quran, this path which leads to me is straight. Ali, he's saying that the word Ali is supposed to have the two dots under it, not alayya, which means upon me or to me. The Imam alayhi salam explained this. So again, not only is Khulaini saying it, the translator of Kafi, Sheikh Muhammad Sarwar, he's at least honest enough to accurately translate what he himself believes and what Khulaini believes. It's very clear. Like I'll get you the Taqalain link for this, inshallah. But this is embarrassing, bro. Like you want to say, oh yeah, okay, you told us earlier. Oh, the hadith and copy says the imam says the name is not there. Okay, cool. Khulaini is saying here the imam is there and is quoting for you. He says, yeah, Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq alayhi salam said, by the words of Allah the Mighty and Majestic in 1541, he said, this is the path of Ali straight. He said, by Allah he is Ali. By Allah he is the scale and the straight path. He's saying, let's see. قال هو والله علي عليه السلام هو والله الميزان والصراط المستقيم. Again, it's very clear. The hadith, again, again, you have to respond to the hadith. How about the story about Umar ibn Khattab asking the Prophet, you keep saying, Ali anta minni min manzilta Harun min Musa. This is Umar engaging in a rational argument according to you. According to your books, Umar is saying, wow, O Prophet, you're so silly, O Prophet. Right? This is how your hadith paint Umar. You guys are saying Umar, he's saying, oh Prophet, you're so silly. You're comparing Ali to you're doing an analogy between you and Ali like Moses and Aaron. However, guess what, Prophet? We see your name in the Quran, we see Musa in the Quran, we see Harun in the Quran. Why don't we see Ali in the Quran? What does your Prophet respond with? Your Prophet responds by cursing Umar in your hadith, of course, and saying, you're reading the same verse. قال يقول هذا صراط علي مستقيم. How is this not tahrif, guys? The verse
1
today,
minute.
15, thank you. The verse today says, Sarata alayya mustaqim. The path upon me is straight. Again, Kakashi, how is this not tahrif? Do you accept this is at least tahrif? Like, which qira'ah has this? Okay, which qira'ah has this reading? that you can legitimately, which of the Sahaba preceded Khulaini in saying this? This is my question for Kakashi, inshallah ta'ala. This is like, bro, when I was Shia, I wasn't that dumb, right? We have a whole book about 100 pages on this topic, right? And again, it was quite convincing to me back then, and I did run this argument on other 12ers, and they were convinced by it as well. Until today, your scholars, Arabic, English, Farsi, Urdu, they're giving lectures on this topic, claiming that the same four verses I mentioned, also mentioned Imam Ali's name in it as well. Don't fight me. Go fight your own scholars. Thank you. Oh, he has a phone call now. Anyways, thank you so much.
Okay.
No, it's fine. Post the link, please, Nadim.
Fine.
Just to clarify real
Okay.
quick,
Uh,
Hamid, Nadim is going to post a link. Is this the narration you were talking about from Al-Kafi? Just verify it, please, when Nadim posts.
yes. Okay.
Just so I know, because you haven't presented anything right now. I mean, honestly, at this point, I'm the only one
Well, I have
presenting
my
evidence, and
books
you're
in front of
presenting.
me.
But
That's why I
yeah,
have my
no issue,
different books
no
in
issue.
front of me.
Please, Nadim, it's the who believes in. It's not the link to the room. It's the link to the
yeah. Oh,
Tahreef.
sorry. 1 second.
Please.
Mm.
The
Yes.
last link. The last
Which
link.
hadith?
Yes.
Right.
Which hadith is it? I'll tell you if it's the one or not.
Okay, it's volume 1 of Al-Kafi.
No, bro. That is which
What
like
volume?
read it.
No, it's the
Read
hadith
it.
you brought. Saratun alayya mustaqim.
Okay. Okay.
Is
Yes.
this
The
one,
one in volume
Kakashi?
1 or volume 8?
No, the one is volume one.
Okay, volume 1. Yeah, post the volume 1, the before the one I showed you.
Oh, okay. Okay. 1 second. Just 1 second.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
This is volume 8, the other one.
No, the one I quoted is as Usul al-Kafi volume one.
Okay.
Okay. 1 second. I'm just pinning it. Okay. I
Yeah.
got sausage fingers, so please
You're
forgive
good.
me.
This is the hadith, right? Number
Okay.
1, volume 1, book 4, chapter 108, yes?
Okay. So Kakashi, 1 second. I just need to. Okay. So this was Hamid. You've completed
Yes.
that session. So
Yes, that's the
now.
one. Ahsant
Yeah.
Hamid. This narration is weak according to Muhammad
So
Baqir
yeah,
al-Majlisi.
Kakashi, 1 second. I haven't started your time yet.
Start my
So
Yeah.
timer, please.
I'm going to
Okay.
now
Give him
start
give him 440.
2, 3,
Yes,
4,
give me
5,
4:45. I
7.
don't really care how much time I have, bro. To be honest
Okay,
with you,
so
you could give me 2 minutes and I'll do better than he
yeah,
does in 20.
okay, so Kakashi, this is your
Alright.
eighth now, your eighth 5 minute of the rebuttal session, and I'm going to begin your 5 minutes as of right now.
Thank you. So first of all, we've been answering all his questions. We've been going Sayyid al-Khu'i, what's it called? We've been going through. I'm walking around now because there's no point for me. Aghabu Zurq al-Tahrani, who claims himself there's no Tahreef. He wrote a book refuting Tahreef because he told me, give me a book about the Shia from the Shia about the Ulum al-Quran. He wrote a book refuting Al-Kalbasi wrote a book about the Quran. All our scholars have written books refuting Tahrif. Sayyid Kamal al-Haidari wrote books refuting Tahrif. All these people wrote books. Yes, just talking about the Quran, trying to understand it, and proving the Hujjiyah of the Quran actually. They believe in the Hujjiyah. Now, the title of our debate is Proving the Hujjiyah of the Quran. I went through the way the Sunnis gather the Quran, and we asked Hamid a very simple question. We asked him, how can we prove that the Quran is mutawatir? This is, what round? What round is this, Nadim? The eighth round?
Correct.
The eighth round, we asked him, prove to us it's mutawatir when it only goes through Uthman. The eighth round, prove tawatur of this mushaf, not the qira'at, prove the tawatur of the mushaf. This is the eighth round, ya akhwan. Wallah, yani, this is getting tiring. He thought he could debate me. Well, I might as well have debated some random kid off the street. It would have done better. We asked him for a Sunni qari. Hasn't provided one. Instead, he goes to, your prophet insulted Umar. Yes, Habibi, my prophet wiped the floor with Umar multiple times. Yes, this I do not deny. Because he knew what type of guy Umar was. Of course, I mean, I don't care if you don't believe in it, but I have it in my books. So, I really don't care. What else? He asked me, he told me this is naqs tilawa. The hadith of Ibn Umar is naqs tilawa. Who told you? Ibn Umar told you it's naqs tilawa? When he says a lot of the Quran has left us? No issue, Hamid. The one with Imam Ali contains the naqs of the tilawa. Like, we're going to fabricate on people. We might as well just fabricate on everyone then and just say our opinion. We asked him for a chain that proves that Ibn Mas'ud believed in the Mu'awwidatayn. No answer. We asked him for evidence, or if we asked him, what his opinion of Ibn Mas'ud threatening to unalive Hudayfa if he combines the qira'at. Not threatening to unalive him, He threatened that Allah will drown him. He threatened Hudayfa that Allah will drown you if you drown these qira'at. Then Hudayfa drowned them. He told Uthman to burn them all. Yes? So what's the ruling on Hudayfa? Is Ibn Mas'ud truthful or is Ibn Mas'ud a liar and Hudayfa is truthful? What do you do now? All these questions, no responses. We're still waiting for Hamid. Hamid, should I give you another one to answer Habibi or should I be easy on you? Which one do you want? What do you want, Hamid?
It's your
Like,
time.
okay, no issue. So let's give him another one. let's give him another one to answer for because he couldn't answer for the first 20 questions. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Here is Ummana Aisha. We move on to Ummana Aisha. So, this is Sunan Sa'id ibn Mansur. I'm gonna send this to you. Please post it, brother Nadim. To be honest, because he's not answering, I have so much information, but it's not getting answered. He's telling me, I'll send you in the back channel. Akhi, send me the qira'ah of Ibn Mas'ud that I asked for from the beginning in the back channel, Habibi. Not your book, which nobody cares about reading. So, he said that your scholars denied qira'at. Akhi, your mother Aisha, she denied ayat. She denied them. They were read upon her and she denied them. In Sunan Sa'id ibn Mansur, حدثني سعيد قال ثنى أبو معاوية قال ثنى هشام بن عروة عن أبيه قال سألت عائشة عن لحن في القرآن. I asked her about a mistake in the Quran. إن الذين آمنوا والذين هادوا والصابئون, yes, والمقيمون الصلاة والمؤتون الزكاة to إن هذان لساحران فقالت يا ابن أختي هذا عمل الكتاب. The writers of the Quran made a mistake. Yes, this is according to Aisha. She's saying, ولك Hamid, ولك المؤمنين, المؤمنين هاي. Why do you guys insult المؤمنين? Why do you attribute this belief to her? Yes, this chain, I dare anyone to weaken it, by the way. حدثنا سعيد قال is صحيح according to the Suyuti, according to شرط الشيخين. Yes, and inshallah Hamid can talk about this narration. We do need a reply for this because المؤمنين is denying three to four verses in the Quran. Big problem. Go ahead, Hamid.
Okay, Kakashi. Okay, you still had 14 seconds, but very well done. That was the 8th round. Yes, correct. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm just trying to keep track here. So Hamid, this will be your 9th 5-minute 10 of the 10 round rebuttal session, and I am going to start your time as if right. Actually, firstly, Jake, do you have a guy named Nassar blocked in your block list? I'm getting messages that they want to join the debate, but they can't. They don't see the room. Jake?
You can message me the person's profile and I'll check in the meantime.
Uh, Sincerely apologize, my interlocutors, but audience, they want to join in and are not able to see the room. Apparently, there's been a blockage, so, okay. Ya Allah, share profile, copy, man. It's this brother here, brother Nassar. Do you have him blocked?
No,
No? Okay.
doesn't say it.
Okay, anyhow, that's fine. So, anyhow, we're resuming back to the debate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this will be the ninth. All right, the ninth round. All right, so Hamid, I'm resetting the time. I'm resetting the time for you, and for 5 minutes, and your time begins now.
Okay, so Bismillah. Kakashi wants to keep going back to Nuri al-Tabrasi. Here's what Nuri al-Tabrasi says. Let me read it for you guys, inshallah ta'ala. So, Nuri al-Tabrasi, he says that, one second, he says that the hadith concerning Tahreef of the Quran, are more than 2,000. And many scholars have said that these are hadith are from the Mustad'af. such as Sheikh al-Mufid, Muhaqqaq al-Damad, Majlisi, and others. The fact that Sheikh Abu Ja'far al-Tusi also mentioned clearly in his book At-Tibyan that there are many, that these ahadith are many. Most of the scholars do say that these ahadith are mutawatir. He says, quote, he's quoting Tusi now. He says, quote, know well that these hadith are narrated from the reliable books which are depended upon by our scholars in establishing the Sharia laws and by the prophetic traditions. The denial of Tahreef from Murtada is rebutted by one of the Shia scholars in India in his book Darba al-Haydariyah, volume 2, page 81. He says, the truth is that Sayyid Alam al-Huda al-Murtada was not infallible in the sense that following him becomes necessary. If it is proven that he said that the Quran is not complete in the general sense, then it is not incumbent upon us to follow him, and there's no goodness in it. Nuri quotes from Ni'matullah Jazairi, the author of Al-Anwar al-Nu'maniyah. He says, indeed, the scholars were unanimous on the correctness of the famous hadith, rather mutawatir, indicating clearly that the occurrence of tahrif of the Quran did in fact take place. Now, again, Kakashi, I asked you earlier, do you realize that Ni'matullah Jazairi believes that, forget the different surahs being in different orders. Okay, fine. That's fine. That's one thing. However, Ni'matullah Jazairi believes that verses are being put in the middle of verses that should not have belonged there. Example I gave earlier, Ayat al-Tathir, which talks about the wives, but because your sect doesn't like the wives, you guys have to say, oh, look, this ayah, this part of the verse, إِنَّمَا يُرِيدُ اللَّهُ يُذْهِبَ عَنكُمْ رِجْسَ أَهْلِ الْبَيْتِ, this doesn't belong here, it belongs somewhere else. Where does it belong? Allahu A'lam. Right? Again, النبي أولى بالمؤمنين وأنفسهم. What is the verse? What is the next phrase of the verse say? وأزواجهم أمهاتهم. Right? So the Prophet is awla of the believers, and the wives are their mothers. So how you guys believe that there are verses in the Quran that are not supposed they're supposed to be part of the Quran? However, the arrangement of the Quran is what you disagree with. Why? Because the Quran refutes you. The Quran is not with you. The Quran is against you. And again, the Quran will be the biggest excuse me, the Quran will be the biggest hujjah against you on Qiyamah. Now, again, these hadiths about Abdullah bin Mas'ud, I can give you the chain, okay? Like I told you the page 155 and page 165. Clearly, it shows that Abdullah bin Mas'ud is narrating from Asim and from Shu'bah, and the Mu'adatain are present in his Mus'haf. He repented from that. He retracted that opinion. Like, again, I'm surprised we're going in circles. Clearly, again, I don't understand that the qira'ah are clearly mutawatir, right? There's no doubt in that. Anyone that doubts that today would consider it to be a kafir by ijma, because these are mutawatir until today. I don't understand where you're getting these from. That, oh, I'm quoting you the sources. I'm telling you what page numbers to look at. I don't think you're actually doing your homework, Kakashi. Good on you. You have the book in front of you. Go to the pages I'm telling you, page 155 and page 165. It's very, very clear. And again, your scholars are the ones that are saying there's 2,000 hadith that support the book, the belief of Tahreef of the Quran. Your ad'iyah, the anudba, all these evidences that I quoted earlier, they all mention that there is Tahreef taking place here. Your hadith made that you guys concocted a whole fictitious debate between Umar and the Prophet, right? Where the Prophet is telling Umar, yeah, you're right, Ali is like Harun is Musa. And guess what? The four of us were all in the Quran together. Ali, Harun, Musa, Rasulullah, they're all mentioned in the Quran according to you. And then this is so you have to, if you want to deny these hadith, Kakashi, you'd also have to negate some of your ad'iyah. Tahdib al-Ahkam, Shaykh al-Tusi mentions the dua that you guys read on Eid al-Qadir from Imam Sadiq, where he mentions that Imam Ali's name is in the Quran. Like, that's fine. If you want to reject the ad'iyah, cool, good on you. But I will just ask you to reconsider the argument for 12 Shiism then. Isn't one of your main arguments that, oh, look, we have these beautiful du'as, we have all these beautiful, attractive points that attract people to Islam, that attract people to Shiism? Look how beautiful and spiritual dua nutbah is. You recite it after dua, after Salatul
Your
Fajr every
time's up,
That's
Friday.
bro.
time.
One
That
Okay.
second.
time. Thank you so much, Hamid. So you have completed your ninth round of the 10-round 5-minute rebuttal session. So now, Kakashi, you will be doing your ninth 5-minute of the 10-round rebuttal session. And I am going to reset my timer to 5 minutes, and your time begins now.
Thank you, Barakallah Feek. So, first of all, أخي حبيبي روحي قلبي أنت. Brother, did you just say that if anybody denies one of the qira'at is mutawatir, he's a kafir? It's a yes or no question. I think I just heard you say this. Yes? If anybody denies one of the qira'at, he's a kafir. I think everybody heard him say this. I mean, I don't know, Brother Nadim or anyone else heard him say. He said this. Ibn Jazri, again, we're going to go back to Ibn Jazri, the scholar you told me to take from. Ibn Jazri says, you can't say the qira'at are all mutawatir. Even the qira'at is sab'ah. We take what is authentic chain-wise to them. Then he goes back to Agha Abu Zurq al-Tahrani. Baba, if you guys notice, in the beginning of the debate, I asked him, and this is when he shut up about it. I asked him, how many ahadith in his book did he take from Shia books? How many ahadith did he take from Sunni books? Yes? He goes back to the issue of Agha Abu Zurq and his teacher. How many? When Nur al-Tabrasi was writing, how many ahadith did he take from Sunni and Shia corpus? I'll answer you because he doesn't know, he's never read the book. The majority of the ahadith that this man, Nur al-Tabrasi, takes from is the Sunni corpus. Your corpus is the reason he believes in Tahreef. If he did. Your corpus! He took 900 out of your corpus. 900 out of the 1,100 he states in his book, 1,000 to 200. He took 900 out of your corpus. Yani, what else do we want me to do? You don't even know this basic level of information because you've never opened up his book. You've never opened up his book. You don't even care. Well, why should we care? Secondly, he keeps doing this emotional argument. Oh, you have to deny the dua. Bro, who told you ad'iyah reached us to sahih chains or that we build our aqeedah from the ad'iyah? Who told you this? Who told you this is how we build our beliefs? Who lied to you, Hamid? Like when you were Shia, did someone walk up to you and tell you, Hamid, this dua, dua kumail, you have to build your aqeedah from it? Nobody told you this. Ad'iyah are a way to reach Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yes? A dua is a way to reach Allah. It's very simple. You don't have to believe in it. You don't have to accept it. It's not wajib, it's not obligatory upon you, except if it has a sahih chain, that it comes from the Imam. Then, we're going to go back through the list again. Is the Mus'haf of Uthman mutawatir? How is it mutawatir? Because it only goes through Uthman. Does it have another chain? Did anybody else agree to it? Yes. Did anybody else take the book and write it? No. It only goes through Uthman? Good. We asked him again, give us a qari' who is Sunni, who believed in Adalat al-Sahaba. There is no qari' who is Sunni. We asked him for a chain back to Ibn Mas'ud saying that I did tawbah. He just said he did tawbah, for God's sake. Ibn Mas'ud did tawbah. But akhi, show it. Call Kakashi a liar in front of everyone. Show everyone that you're such a great debater and you can prove evidence instead of saying, there's a chain here and a chain there. There's a chain for everything, Habib. There's a chain for everything. Me talking to you is a chain. Yes, I'm learning from you, nothing. That's a chain to nothing. Yes, chain. The Sahaba who takfired each other. Ibn Mas'ud and not takfir, sorry. Ibn Mas'ud says that Hudayfa should be drowned by Allah if he asks for the gathering of the Quran. Where is Hudayfa drowned now, according to Ibn Mas'ud, or is Ibn Mas'ud a liar? Naqs al-Tilawa of Ibn Umar, where he says the Quran is missing. Nothing. Aisha, in this narration, denies 4 ayat. What's your hukum on her? What's the hukum? You say, it's more worthy. Forget my scholar who's been refuted by Al-Khomeini, Al-Khamenei. Everyone has refuted Nuruddin. Everybody has refuted, what's his name? Al-Tabrasi. Yes? Forget him. Forget these Al-Anwar al-Nu'maniyya. Forget these people, yes? Answer me. Aisha, who lived with the Prophet. She lived with him. She denied your qira'at. She denied your Quran. What's the hukum on her? What do we do with him? Forget all these scholars. Ni'matullah Jazairi. Yes? Forget him. Answer me about your mother Aisha, ya akhi. If you want to takfir these people, if you want to call these people not believers in the Quran's hujjiyah, it's more worthy to takfir Aisha. But these people won't takfir Aisha. Because Aisha is their Lord and Savior. Without Aisha, how can we have the insults to the Prophet that we have today? And he says, we hate the wives of the Prophet. Akhi, we don't narrate about the wives of the Prophet that they took showers. Please respect yourself. We love the wives of the Prophet. The good of them, of course. على كل الأحوال تفضل Brother Nadim.
Okay. All right. So 6 seconds left. Very well done, Kakashi. Now, Brother Hamid. Brother Hamid, so finally, this will be your last round, the 10th round of the 5 minute, 10 round rebuttal session. Okay. I am actually going to be resetting my timer for 5 minutes. And Brother Hamid, you may begin now.
Yeah, so Bismillah, this is my final round of rebuttals, inshallah. Again, he's asking me to refute that Abdullah bin Mas'ud actually believed in the Mu'azatain. Again, here's more references for it. The Quran and the Qur'an are mutawatir till today. Now, okay, I suppose Jake put that one up early. Real quick, I'll comment on the link that Jake put up, just because it's fine, no issue. Brother Muhammad Rafat is currently in the audience section. We have screenshots of him believing that Imam Ali was mentioned by name in the Quran twice. Maybe this guy should have read my book. If he read my book, he would have realized that the scholars believe it's 4 times. And again, the reason why they say it's 4 times is for the reason I mentioned earlier. You have 4 of the Imams from Ahlul Bayt named Ali, 4 named Muhammad. There's a 4 times in the Quran. Muhammad is there. So it's symmetry, right? So yes, according to Muhammad Rafid, the Imam Ali is mentioned by name in the Quran twice. Now again, is this kufr? You did that. I let you be the decider on that. Anyways, back to Abdullah bin Mas'ud, and you can see the screenshot. It's there for everyone. Maybe Muhammad Rafi, you can give me your email. I'll send you my old book, and you can learn your religion from me, inshallah ta'ala. The religion I left and put behind me, alhamdulillah. Now, quoting from Al-Daylami, Sheikh Ali Muttaqi, his gigantic hadith collection, there's a very interesting narration here. He says, narrated from Ibn Mas'ud, excessively recite the 2 surahs. Allah will make you reach the higher ranks in the hereafter. They are the Mu'azzatain, Al-Falaq wa Nas. Okay, this is found in Kanzul Amal, a book that Shias love quoting. Now, again, you're telling me, oh, since when do we do aqidah from these ad'iyah? Brother, do you remember the uproar that took place when people took out Hadith al-Kisa from Mafatih al-Jinan? Not Hadith al-Kisa, the Salama version, the fabricated Jabir bin Abdullah al-Ansari and Fatima the Zahra bint Rasulullah version, the one that says, Inni ma khalaqtu an sama'an mabniya wala ardan madhiya wala qawmar munira illa akhir. This is the version that they wanted to take out of it because it's such a clear fabrication, right? There was a massive uproar. Why do you think people got upset whenever we tell them the truth that Ziyat Ashura is weak? Ziyat Ashura is weak. You have Ziyat Jam al Kabira is weak. You guys do aqidah off of these. And again, your scholars do istidlal and aqidah from this adiyah. Right? You have Zaman al Ghaiba, for example, that Suduq mentions in Kamal ad-Din. These adiyah survive they do 2 purposes. One, they're meant to attract people towards 12 Shiism, and 2, they're supposed to say, look, we can learn our religion from this. Because again, if you guys were honest, you guys would say, yeah, these du'as don't come from Ahlul Bayt. However, you guys believe that your du'as do come from Ahlul Bayt. Du'a al-iftitah. Again, you guys are doing aqidah of du'a al-iftitah. You guys take all these du'as from this. Again, you can gaslight me all you want and say, oh, look, Hamid's not a scholar. Okay, how about Mujaddid al-Shirazi? Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi, who wrote 1,400 books. Are you going to say he's not a scholar? By the way, he owns the Guinness Book World Record for the most books authored by a single man. He wrote 1,400 volumes of books. Are you going to tell me that this is some nobody, some scrub now? What is this, bro? Again, have you read his book, Min Fiqh Zahra? What do you think, bro? Again, in Min Fiqh Zahra, he's doing istidlal he's doing istidlal of Hadith al-Kisa. What is these arguments, bro? Have you gone through? You know who your scholars are? SubhanAllah, I feel like I'm debating. I feel like the Ghali again, and I feel like I'm talking to a Muqassir. I'm taking him to school now. Yeah, your scholars agreed more with when I was a 12er. I would say I was a better 12er than you were. I was a more consistent 12er than you. We can go to Muhammad Shirazi. We can deal with Ni'matullah Jazairi. We can go to Aqab al. They all agreed. 2,000 hadiths. 2,000 hadiths are on this. Now, again, where do you think your belief in Wilayat Takwiniya comes from? Dua ilahi adlan billah, Ya Muhammad, Ya Ali, Ya Muhammad, ikfiyani فإنكما كافية وانصري فإنكما ناصران, Ya Mawlana, Ya Sahib Zaman. Where do you guys think you get this aqidah from? You won't find Wilayat Takwiniya in Al-Kafi, for example, brother. Not at least from a strong chain. You get Wilayat Takwiniya from Hadith al-Kisa. You get Wilayat Takwiniya from the ad'iyah of the Imams. Now you can come and tell me, oh, Hamid, these are all weak. It's whatever, it's fabrication. Don't tell me that, brother. Go tell Muhammad Shirazi. Go to the grave of Muhammad Shirazi in Qom and tell him. Go talk to this grave and tell him, yeah, you were wrong. How could you be so stupid, Muhammad Shirazi? A'udhu billah. Like, this is what this guy wants us to believe. And anyways, I yield my time. Jazakallah.
Akhi, respect yourself. Don't call a scholar stupid, please, if you don't mind. Please. I know you're
According to
angry right
you, he
now.
was
Please.
stupid.
Bro,
Okay.
please,
So
Akhi,
that
respect
is
yourself.
fine. Yeah. So
He's put
let's
in a
keep.
hard... Ikhwan Shia, please, don't attack Hamid. He's put in a hard situation right now. It's going rough
No,
for him.
nobody should attack anybody. We're having a clean and a professional debate. I mean, let's not use any kind of profanity or some kind of slurgle language to any revered personalities or i.e. scholars. So, Hamid, uh, you have completed your full 10 rounds now. Kakashi, this is also your last uh, 10th round of the 10-round rebuttal session of 5 minutes. And I will be, and there's some links. Okay. Firstly, let me post this link. Oh, because, yeah, 1 second. Copy. 1 second here. Ya Allah. Uh-huh. Okay, and so Kakashi, so this is your last round as well, and I am going to begin your 5 minutes right now.
Thank you. So, Ikhwan, as you can see, subhanAllah, the Sunnis, if anybody's watching this replay, I apologize. Because I didn't mean for it to be just a bunch of nonsense from him and me. I'm presenting a bunch of evidences. We're not seeing any replies. Well, I didn't mean it like this. I thought he was actually going to refute what I brought, or at least try. But at this point, we're not even trying. So he brought Kanz al-Ummal, al-Muttaq al-Hindi, to refute that Ibn Mas'ud believed in Tahreef. We ask him, brother Habibi, where's the chain? Where's the chain? You guys are Ahlul Isnad. Telling me an hour, your scholars are idiots, your scholars are idiots, your scholars are stupid. Bro, Habibi, we know you're going through a rough time, Hamid, but you didn't present the chain, really, and that's what we asked you for. A hadith, post it, brother. Post it up here so we all see it. Send it. And then we can all see the hadith that you're talking about instead of just lying to these people. Like Sunnis do lie all the time and tell them, yes, Ibn Mas'ud believed in everything. Ibn Mas'ud was a great qari. Ya Jama'ah, please believe us. Ibn Mas'ud didn't believe in Tahreef. And then you have scholars, like these, these Hanafis who actually said, no, don't. If you believe in Tahreef of the Umutayn, it's fine. You're not a kafir. If you're a scholar, it's fine. If you're a Ammi and you believe in Tahreef, you're a kafir. This is what your scholars, the Hanafis, used to say. Because why? They knew that this was a big issue for them. That the Mu'awwidhatayn aren't part of the Quran is a big problem. Ibn Mas'ud didn't solve it. Yes? Ibn Mas'ud made it worse. So he said, you reject du'as. Habibi, I'm not rejecting du'as. I'm just saying this du'a does not have a sahih chain for me to build the aqeedah over. Unlike this hadith that has a sahih chain, that where a companion asks Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq, where in the Quran does it have your name? He doesn't tell him, oh yeah, it's in the Quran. No, he says, this is the meaning of this verse, this is what this is talking about. Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq replies like this. He doesn't say, our names are in the Quran. Why? Because the names of the Imam alayhi salam are not in the Quran that's written today. They can come from the meaning. I have no issue with this. If you believe that the meaning of a verse is the name of an Imam, just like Shaykh al-Mufid believed. The Shaykh al-Mufid believed in the entire preservation of the Quran, so did the Shaykh al-Tusi, so did the Sharif al-Murtada, so did all these, so did the Sharif al-Radi. All these scholars believed, all our classical scholars believe preservation of the Quran. Quoting a Safavid era scholar whose opinion is very shad won't help you, Hamid. It's not going to help you here. Here, we are in the realm of discussing the distortions in the Quran. Whose books do they come from? Yes? And can we prove that all the qira'at are mutawatir, for example? And does denying a qira'ah mean you're a kafir? You haven't answered any of these, akhi. You've said who denies a qira'ah means he's a kafir. Akhi Habibi, your boy Ibn Jazri denies qira'at. He says that denying that the Sorry, I got a call. Um, Again, I don't know what else to go through. He said, "Have you read Fiqh Zahra?" Akhi, wallah, you're taking this discussion far away. You've left your mother Aisha. Wallah, you've left her. Instead of defending her because you say we Shias do ta'an of her, defend her from your own books. When Aisha was asked about these four ayat through a sahih chain, she rejected them. Yeah. What do I do with my mother Aisha here? If I become Sunni, yes, if I leave Shi'ism, forget about Shi'ism existing, yes, the Shias don't exist. You guys claim anybody who believes in the qira'at not being mutawatir is a kafir. No issue. Aisha, she's denying verses we have today in the Quran. She's saying this is a mistake of the writers. Akhi, through a slight chin, what do I do with her? What do I say if I become Sunni? If I'm a Sunni today, what do I say? I told you my opinion on the preservation of the Quran. But you want to continue to say your scholars said this and your scholars said that. Akhi, scholars can be wrong. Well, they didn't believe, they don't live there. Just like Ibn Uthaymeen says, if you don't know if something is coming from the Prophet, a qira'ah or the Quran, then you can't be takfired for it. Ibn Uthaymeen, your scholar, says this. Ibn Uthaymeen. So who are you to takfir my scholars or say they're wrong? Who are you? You're a nobody. With all due respect to you. I mean, I'm a nobody. I'm not takfiring anyone though. You're the one that's like, is this person kafir? This person's a kafir. Everyone's a kafir.
One.
Bro, akhi. Okay, no, but everyone's a kafir, but the first kafir is your mother Aisha. Everyone's a kafir. But the first kafirah is your mother Aisha. You could say that. Go for it, akhi. I believe in the preservation of the Quran. So do the majority of the Shia scholars. I didn't even want to debate on this topic usually, but now that you guys have asked me for it, I'm going to end it. No Sunni's going to dare raise his head again after this. They've seen what's happened to you. They've seen the embarrassment. Yes, they can't even defend their mother. They can't defend Ibn Mas'ud. They can't defend Abdullah ibn Umar. They can't defend. Ya akhi, what's left? There's Ubay ibn Ka'b. You want me to end his life? You want me to not make him indefensible anymore? What do you guys want? It's done for you guys. Go home, pack your stuff. It's done. This Quran that you guys are, we have the chains of the Quran. You can't even bring a single qari that was Sunni. Embarrassment. Embarrassment. Absolute disgrace.
Fine. Thank you so much to the both interlocutors for completing the 10 rounds. That was amazing and that was entertaining. I hope the audience were very much entertained. We're getting lots of audience. Before we get into the 20-minute cross-examination, Jake, I'm sorry I'm going to have to ask you this again. There's a brother in the name of Muslim Theist. He wishes to come in, and it
Yeah,
seems that
just
you're.
message me the profile.
I don't have their profile. If you could check in your settings in the block list, does it say Muslim Theist? And you have brother Kaleem Qassam as well. He's an Ismaili brother. He wishes to come and join and listen. I'm getting lots of messages that they
You're
are
gonna
having.
have to you have to send it to me, or you're gonna have to wait because I'm gonna have to scroll through the block list.
Okay. Okay. Here's the profile. One second.
Jake, I sent you Abraham's.
Oh, is that another guy who can't
No,
speak?
that's the Muslim theist. Sorry.
Okay. How about this?
The
How about
Muslim.
this, Jake? How about this, Jake? How about if I just move you down and the brothers they can notify them that you're down. They can come in and then I'm gonna bring you back up. Jake, you there?
That's fine.
All right. Cool. Cool. Okay, so Jake is in the audience. Please notify the brothers who wish to join the debate. Please tell them to join now and
Wait,
do not leave the room because
Nadim, how's my voice? Sorry, how's my voice?
I can hear you loud and clear, brother.
Okay, good, good, good. Because I had to put my head.
Okay. Can if those guys who wanted to join in, can I somehow just get a thumbs up or probably message me that yeah, we're all good to go? Okay. Is Muslim theist in the room? Okay, Ibrahim is here. Hamid, that was one of your guys. Can somebody notify Muslim Theist because I do not see him? And Kaleem Qassam as well. Yeah, we should have discussed this beforehand. Okay.
You guys are quick with the block button, man. Y'all need to chill out. I don't have a lot of people.
Yeah, I don't. I just got like a couple of just one or two people, but yeah, this is like a lot. Okay. Uh, okay. Okay, so now, yeah, we're getting more and more people in. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm going to bring Jake back up because we need to resume back this debate. It pains me that I'm holding this for too long. All right. Okay, so Bismillah. I'm going to bring Jake back up. I think that was sufficient time for people to join in. So those who have joined, please do not leave the room, otherwise you won't be able to come back in if Jake is blocking you.
We're holding you hostage this week. You think of it that
Okay, all right. So Jake, I'm making you mod. Yes, I'm sure. All right. So now, everybody, now this is going to be the 20-minute cross-examination from between Hamid and Kakashi. Hamid from Ahl Sunnah and Kakashi from the Shia. So, Hamid, you're going to be starting?
I go first for 20 minutes, inshallah.
All right, so 20 minutes, 20 minutes. Okay.
And so how much time do I have to answer though, Hamid? We didn't
So
discuss.
I'll give you 10 seconds to answer the question. If I feel like you're not answering the question directly, I'll interrupt
No
you.
issue. No issue.
Oh, so
Likewise for me. I think 10 seconds. 10
okay.
seconds. So remain off mute though. But
Yeah,
Kakashi, I
yeah,
learned
of
last
course.
time. Do you have headphones? I think there's no feedback as long as we're both
Yeah,
talking like
you
this.
don't. There's no feedback. You don't hear any. Do you guys hear any
I'm.
echo?
Is there? Are we good?
Yeah, I don't hear anything. You're good.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
you're
Nadeem,
good.
you're
Okay,
good.
so yeah, no,
Okay.
it's all good. So I'm just trying to, make it clear. 20 minutes, and Kakashi has 10 seconds to answer your questions.
He has 10 seconds to answer it. If I feel like he's not answering, I'll interrupt him and tell him, "Hey, you're not answering the question."
No issue.
Okay, 10 seconds. Answer session. Okay. I'm just making sure everything
Yeah, so
is perfect.
I'll give him like a 10-second buffer zone to begin to answer if I feel like he's waffling or not answering the question.
Okay.
Um,
So
yeah,
then same thing for then so Kakashi, then same thing for Hamid, and he would have
yeah.
10 seconds to answer your questions?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. All right. So, Hamid, I'm going to start the time to 20 minutes. And, all right. Your 20 minutes are going to begin right now.
Okay, so Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Kakashi, can you tell me how many ahraf and qira'at do the Shias believe in?
One harf, one qira'ah.
Oh, okay, so everything else that exists today, what is this?
Everything else that exists today is the reading of the people.
Okay, and is this considered to be Tahreef?
No.
Okay,
Not for me.
explain how this. Okay,
No issue. You
explain
asked
how
me a
this works
question.
then.
Do you want me to answer it or like?
Yeah, how does this work? Yeah,
No
how does
issue.
this work?
No issue, Habib. So the reason that it's not tahrif is because the Imam alayhi salam told us to recite like they do. So if it was tahrif, the Imam said no. People making mistakes is not tahrif. If someone comes and says, for example, I read it this way, and someone else reads it a different way, this is not tahrif. This is just ways
Which
of reading.
qira'ah do the Shias believe in?
I accept them
You
all.
mentioned one.
I
No,
accept
but
them all.
which one? Which one specifically?
I accept them all. All 7 qira'at are accepted by me.
Okay, again, Muhammad Shirazi says you cannot pray with them. Which one do you accept? Do you agree or disagree with Muhammad Shirazi that says you can only pray in Hafs?
I disagree with him because the Imam
Okay.
alayhi salam tells us that you can read the qira'ah of the Amma, and this is permissible also in prayer. By the way, the Malikis also believed that you couldn't read the Basmala in prayer. So if you want to takfir Muhammad Shirazi, you'd have to takfir the Malikis.
Muhammad Shirazi, not Muhammad Rida. Anyways, again, Kakashi, which one of the qira'ah do you believe is from the Ahl Bayt?
Which one? They're all from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Just
Oh,
people
okay,
who
so they're
recited
all.
them.
They're all from the Prophet. They're all from the Prophet. Yet only one is acceptable.
No, it's not about one being acceptable. You're not understanding. There's only one correct one that the Quran came down on. The Quran came down as one. Yes, it didn't come down in multiple. Unless you want to say
Okay.
that, we're missing Quran now. Would you say that?
Which one is the correct one then, Kakashi?
I accept them all. I already told you this.
No, but again, you're saying
People
okay.
just misread things. And the way they
Okay.
read them is the way we have it written today. It's not
Are they all?
necessary.
Sorry, just real quick. These various qara and ahraf that we have today, are they all authentic from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam?
Are they all authentic from the Prophet ﷺ? I would believe yes, because of the tawatur of the Quran. They're not all
Oh, okay,
authentic on
good.
themselves. I wouldn't say they're all authentic on themselves, but I would say that these people did their best to narrate from the companions how the Prophet read the Quran.
You said that you only believe in one. Did I misquote you, or do you actually still hold that there's only one?
One what?
One harf qira'ah.
I
One of
believe in
each.
one harf, yes.
And one qira'ah as well, yes?
I believe that the Quran came down on one harf and one qira'ah. One way to read,
Okay.
one way to recite.
Did the Prophet ever utter all these various teachings, or is this from the people, according to you?
No, the Prophet ﷺ read the Quran the same way that he wanted people to read it. However, the Prophet ﷺ, in your books, for example, in Musnad Ahmad, he tells people it's okay if you switch around words. He tells this to Ubay ibn Ka'b when he says, "ما لم تختم آية
So
عذاب
which of
بآية
the 10
رحمة."
qira'at, which of the 10 qira'at is the qira'ah of the one that the Quran originally came down in?
The qira'ah, none. They're all combinations. It's just people's mistakes. I would say the most
So,
authentic. One sec, ya akhi.
uh-huh.
I would say the most authentic would be the qira'ah of Hafs an Asim, because the Hafs an Asim qira'ah came through the Kufans who were with Imam Ali alayhi salam. That's all I would say.
Okay,
And
so
that's the
the
major
Quran,
one today. That's the one we all use today, by the way.
the Quran we have today, sorry, the Quran that was revealed to the Prophet, right? It's scattered, it's lost, right?
The Quran that was revealed to the Prophet is lost. What we have between the Dafatain is the Quran. However, what is lost is its ta'wil and tafsir, just like Sayyid al-Khou'i says,
No,
just like
the qira'ah and ahraf are also lost.
the qira'ah and ahruf are also lost. No, I would say that we have some of them. What
Okay,
did she
so
say?
you're
So
saying, you're,
do you believe we have all the qira'ah? Or the ahruf,
yes, I
sorry?
do.
You believe
Yeah.
we have all the ahruf?
We can get, you can, this isn't your time to ask me a question. You can
Okay, no,
ask me that on your own time. Yeah.
mm-hmm.
So if it's the people's mistakes, we don't have a single recitation that is mistake free.
Out of the people? No, not necessarily. It doesn't have to be that way. I mean, we're basing it off the memorization of the people. And I don't believe people are ma'soom other than my imams. People can make mistakes in reciting a
Okay.
verse.
Okay. Can you show me a pre-Safavid scholar that says the Quran of Hafs and Asim is the more popular one? Or is the best one to read? The best qira'ah?
I don't have to. That's my
What do you
opinion.
mean you don't have to? So,
I said my
So you
opinion
don't,
is that it is, and remember, I cited for my opinion evidence, which is the people that
okay.
narrated were people close to Amir al-Mu'mineen.
Okay. Again. Pre-Safavid scholar, what qira'ah was Mufid or Saduq or Murtada, Sharif al-Murtada? What were they reading?
I don't know, ask them. Okay, why do I have to know this?
Oh my God! So your Qadama are contradicting your later scholars. This is good. This is good.
No,
This
why?
is
One
nice.
sec. Based on what are they contradicting? I said I didn't know. I didn't say they're contradicting. Don't put words in
No,
my mouth.
because no, that's fine. But you're telling me the only
Okay, if
acceptable.
you don't know how to
Okay,
cross-examine,
let
don't
me explain.
cross-examine.
I know how to
Don't
cross-examine. If
strawman.
I quote, it's not strawmanning. I quoted for you in the debate earlier. Ibn Tawus clearly says that Hafs an Asim contradicts the qira'ah of Imam Ali. Do you agree? Because you just told me now that the Hafs is the best one because it comes from Kufans who
No,
are
I
Shia
disagree
Ali.
with Ibn Tawus on this. I would say that the qira'ah of Hafs an Asim is more closer than Imam Ali. Would it have differences, which I think Ibn Tawus means?
He's
Would it?
saying it's
Okay, ya akhi, one
contradicting.
sec, ya akhi, Habib, can I please
Hmm.
show me where he says it contradicts?
I've posted the link. I can get it for you again.
Okay, show the people, ya akhi. If he says
Yeah, that's fine.
if he says that there are, what's it called? There are small differences. Yeah, there's no
Yeah.
issue with this because again, we're relying on the transmission of people. People can make mistakes. Yes,
Yeah.
just like your own scholars have said, this is the ijtihad of the Sahaba. Now, you guys believe the ijtihad of the Sahaba is ma'soom because you guys believe the Ummah is ma'sooma, and we'll get into that. Don't worry about it.
Okay. For the Ibn Tawus quote, that's the one that I have the full book. I have the link to the PDF, but I can send you the full quote later, inshallah ta'ala. Okay. So according to you, the Quran has been transmitted with mistakes, and yes.
With the harakat and ahruf, yes. What's the issue with this?
Oh, okay. So it's not just harakat and ahruf; it's also tashkil. So the dots as well, yes.
The dots can have a problem, yes.
Yeah. So instead of ya'lamun, it could have been ta'lamun, correct?
Yeah, what's the issue with this though? It
Okay.
could be
So
a harf according to you.
yeah, sirat aliyun mustaqim could also be plausible now, yes.
It's very unlikely, but sure, you want to believe in it yourself. I don't.
I used to believe in it. I'm happy. At least maybe my brand of Shiism was the problem, right? I wrote
Yeah,
a
I
whole
mean,
bloody
yeah,
book
your
on the
brand
topic.
of Shi'ism was the problem because it doesn't exist.
Sure.
It's just yours.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Do you think that that when someone prays in a different qira'ah from Hafs, are they committing a sin?
No, they're trying to pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They're working based upon the ijtihad. This is not a sin.
Okay. So again, you're contradicting what Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi says. Yes.
Yes, I disagree with him. I'm not
You
contradicting.
have.
I disagree with
Okay.
his opinion. He's a scholar.
Okay.
I'm not
Why
rejecting
isn't
the opinion of an imam.
if you believe that the Quran was revealed in one, right? When you believe that the Quran was revealed in one harf and one qira'ah, why didn't the imams bring out the clear one?
No issue. So you're asking me to know al-ghaybiyat. Why didn't the Prophet gather the Quran? Like,
We believe.
this is a
Okay.
question. How am I going to know? The Prophet didn't gather the
Okay.
Quran in your books.
You can ask
Why
me.
did
You
the
can
imams?
ask. Yeah. Okay. Do you believe the Prophet gathered the Quran in your books?
In my books, yeah, the Prophet gathered the Quran.
Okay. Where's the Prophet's Quran?
The Prophet's Quran with the ta'wil is with Imam al-Hujjah.
Oh. Okay. Nice. So
However,
unrefuted.
what we have today from the Quran is the Quran that is actual Quran, which we recite.
Okay. Was Muhammad Rafid wrong when he said that Imam Ali is mentioned by name in the Quran twice?
Allah, if someone watching these replays, they're gonna laugh at me for debating you, Allah.
Bro, I mean, it's a serious question.
Yeah,
I've had
no
this.
issue.
I've been
I
sitting.
disagree. I disagree with Al-Allama Muhammad Rafid, who's better than Aisha reading a Quran. Go ahead.
Okay, we don't need to insult the Sahaba and the
I didn't
wise.
insult. I'm just saying the obvious.
That's
Aisha
fine.
denied
Move
4
on,
ayat.
guys.
Muhammad
Okay,
Rafid.
move on.
Muhammad Rafid is
Move.
just saying hadith.
Okay, listen. Okay, no problem. Okay, we need to understand from this. Okay, going forward now. Okay, how do you deal with the 2000? Muhaddith al-Nuri quotes 2000 hadith. He says there's 2000 hadith that support the belief of Tahreef of the Quran. How do you deal with this?
Okay, no issue. So Muhaddith al-Nuri, if you read his book, he states that 9,000, yes, of the ones he wrote in his book,
900.
900, sorry, of the ones he wrote in his book are actually from the Sunni side. So, okay, if you're asking me how to deal with it, then you should ask your side how to deal with it first.
So 900 of the ones are from Sunni. However, he admits in Shi'i Turath, in the Shia Turath, there's 2,000 reports.
Where does he admit in the Shia Turath there's 2,000?
I gave you the reference earlier.
No, read it. There's everything. Ibn Mas'ud didn't believe in Tahreef. Your Muhaddith al-Nuri says they're all from Shia Turath. Akhi, Habibi, read it. Read it in Arabic for me to understand what he's saying.
I can get you the reference for it again, okay? But he said all the hadith, including those that towards Tahreef, number more than 2,000 hadith, and many scholars have said these hadith are mutawatir now.
Why didn't he mention them in his book? He only mentioned 900 from the Sunnis.
Because they're so well known and they're preserved in the 12 sources, he doesn't feel the need to. You can ask me these questions. You can ask me these questions on your own time. Listen, okay. So Kakashi. Okay, again, question for you. Do you believe that Athena was Zaytun is Hassan and Hussein is a legitimate ta'wil of the Quran? Is this what we're missing from the Quran of Imam Ali?
I don't know. What's the importance of this question?
Yeah, because according to you, we're missing the Quran, and it's so important, right? And I look at the Hadith corpus, and I'm seeing Athena was Zaytun, Hassan and Hussein. I don't know. I think we can all live our lives just as well without knowing the fact that Athena was Zaytun, Hassan and Hussein.
I honestly don't know. Like, sure, it could be authentic. What's the issue with it?
So this is when you guys say, "Oh, the ta'wil is missing," this is all that's missing. I think we'll be fine without it. Yeah, that's fine. Alhamdulillah.
That's all that's missing. No, we're not saying that's all that's missing. We're saying it's missing. Like, it's not written. This is the ta'wil of this verse. Like the Prophet you would agree the Prophet received the ayat with the ta'wil, yes?
Yeah, the Prophet himself knows the ta'wil. He was there when they were being revealed. Yes.
I mean, no, Allah gave it to him with the Quran.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm just saying. I want to see what you
Okay,
agree with.
question. Yeah, question. You can ask me on your own time. Question. Would you say that the belief of Tahreef of the Quran is a position which is quite well entertained amongst the Shias around the world who frequent Clubhouse in general?
I don't know about the opinion of Clubhouse. You can ask me about my opinion.
Okay, what is your opinion?
That the Quran is preserved. ما بين الدفتين هو Quran. We can read it.
Do
We
you do
can recite it.
takfir? Do you do
We can do
takfir on
a'mal of
Ni'mat
it.
Allah Jazairi, Fayyid Kashani, Aqab Zor Tehrani, Muhaddith Nuri?
Akhi, if I had to takfir them, then I'd have to consider Aisha kafir according to your books. So,
No, we don't. Because
but wait, by the way,
again,
Al-Fayd al-Kashani refutes Tahreef. Don't say he does.
we can get to Fayyid Kashani later. That's fine, inshallah.
No, I mean, but you're lying on him. Akhi, don't lie on Al-Fayd
Move
al-Kashani.
on,
He
move
says in
on,
his own
move on.
book there's no
Okay, fine.
Tahreef. So you got
Okay.
caught and now you're coping about
Consider,
it. Don't say that.
okay. I retract Fayyid Kashani. It doesn't matter. You have so many others I can quote from that's Fayyid Kashani is irrelevant. Okay, I'm trying to understand now. Were the verses that were originally in the Quran were there originally verses in the Quran that should have been present but they're not there today?
No. Every verse in the Quran is the verse that every verse in the Quran is present correctly, and
Is it
just
in
the
the right
reading.
place?
I believe it's in the right place. Go for it.
You believe it's in the right place. Okay, so what do you
Yes.
say about your scholars then that say they're not that there are verses that are not in the right place?
I would say their opinion is just like Al-Qadi Iyad in your books. It's all ijtihad.
Okay, so you think it's all done. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean, it is
What
all dhanni because you can't takfir them. Can you takfir them?
moving on? You can ask me that on your own time. Okay. Nuri quotes that the Shias are in agreement on Tahreef. Okay, again, I would argue that there are more reports on Tahreef than there are on the birth of your Imam, of the current Imam. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I would disagree.
Okay,
But
we
what
can.
type of tahrif though? What type of tahrif are you talking? I mentioned six. You didn't even talk about the six I mentioned, which is the interpretation of Al-Khuli. What type of tahrif are you talking
Yeah,
about?
that's fine. Any type of Tahrif. Any type of Tahrif is
Well,
we
not every
reject.
type of tahrif is kufr, even according to your
Yeah.
scholars. If I believe
Okay.
in tahrif al-ma'na, is it kufr? Or is it
Yeah.
bad? It's kufr?
Okay.
It's
So
kufr.
listen,
To believe
you can
tahrif
ask me.
al-ma'na.
You can ask me on your own time. You can ask me on your own time.
Allah, this is new
Dude, like
Sunnism.
that's fine. Okay, we're talking obviously lafzi. That's why the
Okay,
title is
lafzi,
textual.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Lafzi, I would
Yeah.
disagree. There's not that amount of tahrif. In fact, Al-Mufid, Ridwanullahi ta'ala alayhi, he says these are ahad narrations that you can't build a aqidah of against the Quran. Even our earlier classical scholars refuted this idea. So who am I to say no?
Okay, so again, that's Mufid's opinion. Why is it that we see this massive shift from pre-Safavid to post-Safavid Shia scholars, where they wholesale start believing in Tahrif of the Quran?
From wholesale start believing? No, this is not true. There are scholars among the Safavids that didn't believe in tahrif al-Quran.
Yeah, those are the minority. I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're saying this is a wholesale shift. No, it's
Yeah,
not.
wholesale from pre-Safavid.
There's some,
Kakashi, listen to
yeah,
me
I know.
carefully.
Go ahead, Habibi.
Pre-Safavid to post-Safavid. There is a wholesale
Yeah,
movement.
why do I care about this whole shift? The issue at hand is whether they believe in the hujjiyah of the Quran. Al-Allam al-Majlisi in Bihar al-Anwar, he says, I believe in the hujjiyah of the Quran. In fact, he states that the Quran itself is hujjah, every single ayah in it is hujjah. So you're debating me on this, on whether they believe in this.
Okay. Yeah, he might believe it's hujjah. Does he believe it's actually tanzil min Allah? Is it actually what was revealed to Rasulullah via Jibril alayhi salam?
Yeah, he believes this was revealed to Allah. How can he believe it's hujjah? One sec. How can he believe it's hujjah if he doesn't believe it's from God? Where does he believe it's from? Satan?
Because the same
5
hadith that
minutes.
you were quoting the same hadith that you were quoting earlier and I was quoting earlier as well, that says that says read between the whatever is common in your area, for example. He's just doing istilal based on those hadith.
Sorry, I didn't understand your question if you're asking one.
Okay, again, why do you think if the Quran is one, why do you think that you guys have to cope by saying yeah, all of them are hujjah, when you don't believe that they're all hujjah?
Okay, first of all, it's not coping. Yes,
It is.
You want to answer for me?
You can answer.
You want to answer the question for me? No issue, thank you. So first of all, it's not coping because I believe that the Quran, whether you recite it badly, whether you have a correct recitation, yes, this does not affect what you're trying to do, which is ibadah. You made a ton of mistakes today in the Quran. in the recitations that we heard from you, you made a ton of mistakes. Do I say that Hamid's niyyah is bad? Oh, Hamid's wrong. Hamid has to be refuted? No, Hamid made
You
a
can
mistake.
correct my Arabic
And this,
later. You
yeah,
can
akhi,
correct my
yeah,
Arabic
akhi, I'm
later,
not
inshallah.
correcting Arabic. I'm explaining,
That's
brother
fine.
Habibi.
That's
So
fine.
if
Jazakallah khair.
there's a
Again,
haraka, if there's a haraka
okay,
that's not
question.
correct, I'm answering
Yeah,
you, akhi,
that's
let me
fine.
finish. So if there's a
Oh my
haraka that's not correct, for example, or for example in qira'at nafi', there's an extra hu. This is just talking about the meaning of this verse, like how it's supposed to go, right? It's not affecting the change. And this is the opinion of
If
Sayyid Qutb.
all
This is not changing the Quran.
question. If all recitations have mistakes in them, how can mistakes that are not be wahi be considered a hujjah according to you?
No issue. So the idea is this Quran is preserved through non-additions. This is just additions of meaning. And additions of meaning, it doesn't matter. You're preserving the meaning still. What is trying to be
Okay,
said through
okay,
the ayah. Can I
question.
please finish,
So
ya akhi? Please, ya
you
akhi.
did.
So
I got the answer. I got the answer.
akhi,
Moving on.
like no issue, bro. I mean, you want to cut me off? Go for it, bro. I
Yeah,
mean, it's not
because
gonna help
again,
you.
this is my time, inshallah. So again, in the third ayah I mentioned, Surah 19, Surah Maryam, verse 50. فلما اعتر لهم وما يعبدون من دون الله وحبلنا له إسحاق ويعقوب وكلا جعلنا نبيا ووهبنا لهم من رحمتك وجعلناهم لهم لسانا صدقا عليا. Again, if you want to take this translation, is it the truthful tongue Ali or is it the Most High?
No,
Who
I
is the
believe it's
truthful
Most
tongue?
High. The Imams alayhim salam in the hadith I have posted were asked, is the name of Imam Ali in the Quran? And they didn't say yes. Or is the
Okay,
name of Ali in the Quran?
this is one of the verses I used and one of the verses Muhammad Rafid used as well. Again,
I mean, he
they're
can
saying
use it, akhi. You keep saying
but
Muhammad Rafid. Like, brother, I think Muhammad Rafid, if you brought him up right now, he'd say my opinion's also valid. These are opinions, akhi. Like, nobody's going to takfir anyone over these. If you want to takfir, and I'll wipe the floor with every single one of your scholars. I'll make you takfir all of them.
Tafsir al-Qumi makes it very clear that this is about the truthfulness of Imam Ali's tongue. Do you not believe Imam Ali's tongue is truthful?
Akhi, Tafsir al-Qummi is not at the level of Al-Kafi.
You're
Al-Kafi
right.
is here. The tongue of Imam Ali is truthful in our books and in your books because Rasulullah says, the opinion of Ali is my opinion and whoever goes against Ali goes against me. This is in Mustadrak al-Hakim.
So in theory, you have no issue with it.
In theory, of course we don't have an issue with it, but it's not true.
Okay,
What
you're saying
would the issue be with it? One sec, Hamid.
Yeah, okay.
What would the issue
So
be
it's
with
possible.
it? What's the issue
Yeah,
with
so
it?
I'll answer. So you can ask me on your own time. So it's possible that that this is actually in reference to Imam Ali. His name is mentioned in the Quran today. That's nice. Okay, alhamdulillah. Question for you, Kakashi.
By the way,
Moving
that's not what I
forward.
said. I said there's no
Yeah.
issue with it if it were true, but I don't believe it's true. Stop strawmanning, bro. Like, Allah, you
It's
don't
not
have
a
to
straw
strawman.
man.
If you can't beat
Okay.
me, strawman, yani, what is this?
It's not moving on. According to Sayyid al-Khuwi, the tafsir is greater than al-Kafi. Kulaini reports from Riq Rawat according to al-Khuwi. However, tafsir al-Qummi does not.
I understood nothing of that. If anybody understood, translate.
Oh my God. According to Sayyid al-Khuwi, the tafsir is greater than al-Kafi because Kulaini reports from Riq Rawat. However, tafsir al-Qummi does not.
The tafsir of, according to who?
Al-Khuwi.
Okay, Al-Khu'i doesn't say everything in Tafsir al-Qummi is authentic.
You're right, but he says in terms of epistemic weight, he gives more precedence to al-Qummi than Kafi.
So what are you arguing? Like, you're saying
That
he
you
said
cannot-
this is
you cannot-
better.
yeah,
He says this
yeah.
is better, but I have an authentic narration here. This narration is probably weak. So and by the way, I can weaken it if I want to because al-Kafi is actually fully authentic, while this book not fully authentic through chain, of course, the narration, but actually a book brought to us
Kakashi.
correctly through a correct way. But Al-Qummi is not. Al-Qummi is a book that's been entered into, and not all of Tafsir Al-Qummi is true. Some of it might be true, yes. Whatever is true in other books.
Yeah, Kakashi. Again, Al-Kafi has many reports, but Sadar has many reports
That's the
that
time,
say,
bro.
oh,
That's time.
that's fine. That's fine.
That was
Okay.
okay. So Hamid, your 20 minutes have been completed for the cross. Now, Kakashi, I will be setting the time for you for 20 minutes. And your time begins now.
Okay. So first of all, Hamid, are all the ahruf correct?
All the
all the
ones that
ahruf
we have
Quran?
all the ones that we have today are mutawatir and they're preserved. Yes.
So you would disagree with Ibn Jazri when he says they're not, and that this is a fasid aqidah.
He's saying that the ones that are ahad are not, they're shad.
He clearly says in his book that you cannot claim that these qira'at are all correct, that they're all afan mutawatir.
He's saying all the ones in total are not like this. However, the ones we have today that are preserved with us today that are mutawatir, he says those are the ones that we take from.
He says that the ones that are with us today, the 7 and the 10, cannot be proved to be mutawatir, and this is a fasid aqeedah. Do you want me to
That's
show
his
it to you?
Yeah,
That's
show
his
me where
opinion.
it says that.
No
Yeah,
issue.
show me where it says that.
No
Let's
issue.
see if you
Akhi.
can translate him correctly.
No issue أخي. I mean, to be honest with you, there's okay. وإذا اشترطنا التواتر في كل حرف من حروف الخلاف what's it called تنافى كثير من أحرف الخلاف التابعة عن هؤلاء الأئمة السبعة. Says the أحرف from the أئمة السبعة would what? Would deteriorate. تنافت. Right? وغيرهم ولقد كنت قبل أجنح إلى هذا القول ثم ظهر فساده. It's apparent that this is fasid to believe. Your aqidah is fasida according to this guy. I don't know what to do with myself now. Like you told me to go to him, you didn't even read his book. Joke, man.
No, I have.
Anyways, you've read his book, you didn't read this part. Anyways,
okay.
Going back to the issue at hand. Hamid, so do you believe all the qira'at are sorry, do you believe we have all the ahruf today?
Yes, I do. I believe they're preserved in the Uthmanic Codex.
No issue. If one of your scholars believed that we don't have all the ahruf, would this be tahreef?
Depends on what he means and how he's understanding it. We can't do takfir based on that. The main important for tahreef is whether or not they believe in the hujjiyah of the Quran.
The main component of tahreef is belief. So I can deny,
No, the main issue is believing in the hujjiyah of the Quran. That's where takfir comes in. Listen to me accurately.
No issue. Believing in hujjiyah. So when you say that at-Tabrasi, which one of my scholars do you want to takfir? Na'matullah Jazairi?
Sure.
Okay. Show me where Na'matullah Jazairi says word for word it's not hujjah. This Quran is not hujjah.
Okay. Again, you should have. Okay, that's fine. I can get that for you. But again, the main point is he's saying that these are not. It's not from Allah because he's saying it's not from Allah. Again, they're all conceding.
But you're just reaching a conclusion. He's not saying.
No, let me explain. Let me answer. He's saying from now to Uthman that's been preserved. However, from Uthman to the Prophet, it's been muharraf. And again, back to the example you gave, that's just a mistaken opinion. Okay, he wouldn't go around saying that the people purposely distorted the Quran like you do because you believe only one harf and one qira'ah.
So I didn't understand anything you just said because you just blabbered. I told you that during Uthman's time and before Uthman's time, there is tahreef according to your guys. Wouldn't you say so? According to Hudayfa. Hudayfa says they were reading it wrong.
That doesn't mean, again, okay.
So if I'm reading it wrong, it's right.
No. Do you know what the difference is between naqsa tilawa?
Bro, akhi, habibi, it doesn't matter what it's naqsa tilawa. They're reading it wrong.
No, it does.
No, it doesn't. What, like, Habibi, you're arguing for abrogation. There's no abrogation here.
Yep.
He's saying they're reading it wrong. Wrong. Like,
you have to prove.
This is a joke.
This is a joke. I know this is a joke. You're laughing the entire time. You have to prove to me that he's saying that there's tahrif in the Quran explicitly, as the title of the debate was.
So you want the word tahrif. So you want the word tahrif. So your issue is just the word tahrif. Nothing else.
You cannot. I told you, it cannot be implicit. It cannot be implicit, and it cannot be the lawazim. We would negate the lazim of it, but you have to show it. It's explicit, clear.
So again, if your issue is the word tahrif, akhi, then you'd fall into a ton of problems because just the word tahrif has about 20,000 different meanings. You know this, right?
You're the one that says that every recitation today has mistakes in it, not me.
I'm the one that says every recitation today has mistakes in it. Okay, so what if I brought you someone who says the same thing? Is he a kafir?
That every recitation has mistakes in it?
Yes.
None of the. So who says this?
No, you gotta give me the answer for is he a kafir or not.
Bring the evidence and we'll see who it is.
No, so you takfir based on who it is?
Let's hear the quote. Let's hear the quote and bring the full quote, not the.
Bro, no, Habibi, is he a kafir or not? That's the question. It's not. Bring me a quote. Your takfir is based on who the person is.
Kakashi, show me the quote. Bring the quote. Let's hear the quote.
Bro, Habibi, is he a kafir? Yes or no? Is he a kafir? Yes or no?
Based on the claim that's being made, we would do takfir.
He's not answering. Well, if I was a Sunni, I'd hide myself right now. What is this, bro?
You have to
see their double
the
standards.
Claim.
Hamid, go on mute. I got enough.
It's you.
I got enough. Go on mute. We see how.
He needs to listen.
Don't call me. I didn't ask you a question. We see how they have double standards. For who they want, it's kufr. But for who they don't want, it's not kufr. If it's my mother
We have
Aisha,
to
it's
we
not. Ya akhi,
takfir
Habibi,
based
one
on the
sec. I didn't
claim.
ask you
This
to
isn't a
speak.
question.
I didn't ask
Yeah,
you to
this
speak.
isn't a question.
I'm not talking.
You have to
It's my time. I can do whatever I want in it.
It's
I'm
his
asking
time.
you questions. I'm commenting on them. So whoever we want, it's takfir. Whoever we don't want, it's not takfir. So I got a question now. In Fath al-Bari, بشرح صحيح البخاري, الجزء الخامس عشر, page 81. القاضي عياض when asked وقال القاضي عياض في شرح حديث حذيفة أن النبي قرأ في صلاته في الليل بسورة النساء قبل آل عمران. That the Prophet صلى الله عليه وآله read سورة النساء before آل عمران in صلاة الليل. وهو كذلك في مصحف أبي بن كعب. This is how it is in مصحف أبي بن كعب. سورة آل عمران is before سورة النساء. Yes. وفيه حجة لمن يقول أن ترتيب السور اجتهاد وليس بتوقيف من النبي. This is a حجة. القاضي عياض says this is a حجة for those who believe that the ترتيب is just اجتهاد الصحابة. It's
Within
their
the
own.
surahs, yes. Within the surahs, yes. However, the ayat within the surahs are preserved and they're in the right place,
Okay,
not
so
the
you're saying
ayat.
so you're saying the surah can be in different places.
Yeah, I already answered that in the whole
Hamid,
debate. I said
don't
that.
get
That's
angry.
fine.
Calm down.
I'm not
Calm
angry.
down. Okay,
I'm
just one
very
sec.
calm.
Okay, Habibi. So the question to you is, if there's a change in the surah, because I believe there could
No,
be
that's not
changes.
tahreef. Yeah, that's not tahreef.
So if
Brother,
the
you
surah are put
you
in a
believe
different
that?
place, one sec. So changing the surah, distorting the surah from place to place is not tahreef.
No, because with the main point of tahreef is the
So you
ayat
believe that
within.
all these
Let me
qara'in can be
answer.
wrong.
Within the surah.
Subhanallah.
Within the surah, as long as the ayat are preserved, that's the major thing. And again, according to you, according to Sistani, Surah Al-Fil and Surah Al-Quraysh were supposed to be one big surah. That's why if you want to recite Surah Al-Fil in Salah, according to Sistani, you have to recite Surah Al-Quraysh right after it as well.
So do you believe this is tahrif?
No, because again, this example in and of
So
itself,
this isn't
no.
tahrif. So when we tell you that they don't have to be, the surah don't have to be exactly like the Prophet brought them, you tell us no, they have to be. But when you say it, it's fine. No issue, akhi. I'm good with your answer. Now I
Because
got a question
again,
about a hadith.
Kakashi.
I got a
Oh
question
my
about a
God.
hadith.
Okay,
Please,
sure.
one sec. In Sunan Sa'id ibn Mansur, we all see your guys' double standard. In Sunan Sa'id ibn
Straw
Mansur, I
man.
asked you about a narration. No, it's not a straw man, it's a fact. So Sunan Sa'id ibn Mansur, what's it called? I asked you about a narration. It says حدثنا سعيد قال حدثنا أبو معاوية قال حدثنا هشام بن عروة عن أبيه قال سألت عائشة عن لحن بالقرآن. So I asked her about a mistake in the Quran, and he continues. فقالت يا ابن أختي هذا عمل الكتاب. This is the mistake of the writers. Yes, the writers made a mistake in these ayat. What's the hukm of Aisha here? Is this tahrif or not?
Again, just real quick, just to address the straw man, your greatest mufassir at Tabatabai, he says that the order,
Moderators, he's not answering. He's just jumping to a different place. Right now.
Hamid,
because you didn't let me finish.
I answered
She
all
was
your
straw
questions. I
manning
didn't jump.
earlier. No,
guys,
again,
guys. So
you,
the thing is that just to make things in order, Muhammad, this is Kakashi's time.
that's fine. That's fine.
So the thing is
Okay.
that he's going to be asked. So he's going to take it the way how he wants it. If he's going to ask you, then it needs to be answered.
Kakashi, no, that's not considered tahrif. It's not that she's believing that it has anything to do with the like, there's nothing wrong here. She's not denying the hujjiyah. She's not saying this is not from Allah. This is just naqs al-talawa. Again, you don't understand the difference.
أخي, there's no نقص تلاوة here. إن الذين آمنوا والذين هادوا والصابئون. This is what we have today. Yes, this is what we have in the original mushaf. أخي. So the question is, Aisha here, when she's asked, is this what is this, right, about this mistake? She says يا ابن أختي هذا من عمل الكتاب. If it's from عمل الكتاب, it's not from Allah. أخطأوا في الكتاب. She said they made a mistake in the kitab. Yes?
Someone's, repeat the question. Someone's calling me. Sorry.
So no issue. So again, how much time do I have, Nadim?
You have 10 minutes.
Perfect. It's still a lot of time. That's great. So she's asked the question that these three ayat, right? There's a mistake in them, and she says this is the work. By the way, three ayat are the way we have them today. Just so we ever know, this is the way that are in the Quran today. She's asked about this, and he says, and she says about this. She said this is a mistake from the writers. They made a mistake in this. أخطأوا في الكتاب.
Bring the grading from the scholars, please, for this. Substantiate your claim.
No issue. قال السيوطي هذا حديث صحيح على شرط الصحيحين. And this is the hadith, by the way. This is the hadith. This is حدثنا سعيد قال حدثنا أبو معاوية قال حدثنا هشام بن عروة عن أبي. All these people are found in Sahih al-Bukhari. They're all حسب ثقات البخاري. In fact, Hisham ibn Urwa narrates about 500 narrations in Bukhari. And Tuba', Abu Muawiyah Tuba', he's not the only one narrating this from Hisham ibn Urwa. There's other thiqa narrators, for example, like, what's his name? There's other thiqa, like Ali ibn Mishar. He also narrates it, and he's thiqa. So, from Abu Muawiyah. So, akhi, forget the chain. What do we say about Aisha here?
No, the chain is important. Bringing Suyuti for grading is like me bringing Rebuttal al-Jazairi for grading for you guys. That's the comparison. Yep, laugh. That's a good comparison.
طيب you weaken it. طيب you weaken it. يلا you weaken it.
Yep. Yeah, so we don't.
Weaken it. طيب يلا weaken it. Bring me, who's weak in this narration?
Yep.
Just bring me who's weak. Who's weak? Like, who do you want to weaken? Abu Muawiyah, do you know how much he narrates in Bukhari?
Again, we don't have, okay, Suyuti himself is mustahil.
Suyuti is what?
Mustahil.
Mustahil? What? Do you know
Mustahil.
Mustahil?
Yeah.
متساهل? You mean متساهل?
Kakashi, you want to ask me?
يا أخي, I'm asking you, this narration, weaken anyone? Can you weaken anyone?
We don't try. Okay, so what does Al-Albani say on this hadith? Bring me the grading of Al-Albani on this hadith.
Okay, so Albani says, the answer,
I care what Al-Albani says on this hadith.
Wait, so you take the opinion of Albani instead of being objective?
Yes.
Wow,
Again,
there's no objectivity in Sunnis.
Okay, that's fine. This is, again, it's a comparable to me bringing Rebuttal al-Jazairi for you.
Bro, Akhi, I'm not bringing you a grading. I brought you to reject him. I said no issue. Weaken it.
Brother, we'll see what Al-Albani says on this.
So you don't have an answer right now.
It's khabar al-ahad. It's khabar al-ahad anyways,
who cares if it's khabar ahad? Your boy, the guy who you told me to take his lesson of tawatur, he argues you can use khabar ahad.
This is khabar ahad. We don't accept
who cares?
ahad.
Wait, Albani, one sec. You don't accept khabar ahad. Albani, one sec. Albani.
Kakashi, for
okay, one sec. Albani
ahad.
argues that aqidah, forget Quran, more important, aqidah can be taken from khabar ahad. Your beliefs can be taken from khabar ahad. Who are you, bro?
Yeah, aqa'id is different. Aqa'id is different than Quran.
Based on what, your opinion? Based on what, your opinion?
What the ulama say, Quran is only from mutawatir.
Okay, so Ibn al-Jazri, when he argues in his book that you can take khabar al-ahad, you told me to take his opinion. Now you're going back on it,
Where does he say that you can take khabar ahad in Quran? He says tawatur only.
Say wallah, he says only tawatur.
Bring the evidence.
Say wallah, don't lie to the people, say wallah. If you believe it's 100%, say wallah.
Bro, wallah, he says that it's only we take Quran for Quran, not hadith.
Okay, اسكت, let me prove him. قل قراءة وافقت العربية ولو بوجه ووافقت أحد المصاحف العثمانية ولو احتمالا وصح سندها فهي القراءة الصحيحة التي لا يجوز ردها ولا يحل إنكارها. He never mentions tawatur. He says you can't reject anything that is صحيح الإسناد.
That's for hadith, not Quran.
He says كل قراءة لك قراءة. Allah, this is your debater. This is your debater. This is who you want me to debate. ولك جاهل, it says كل قراءة.
Kakashi, calm down.
ووجب على الناس, it's obligatory to believe it. And then he argues not just that. And then he says, I was hoping you would catch that if it goes against the Mus'haf al-Uthmani. But you didn't even catch that because you don't even know your scholar. You don't even know the scholar you told me to read.
Kakashi, if it goes against the Uthmanic Codex, of course it's not mutawatir. It's shad. Do you understand what shad and what ahad are?
Are you done?
Yes,
see now, because I said it, you went for it. Now let me wreck you on that too. In his same book, An-Nashr fi Qira'at al-Ashr, he says, if it's acceptable, the chain, yes, and it's read, and it agrees with the Arabic, this narration would be accepted. It's just not regarded as a qira'ah. He says this in al-Qira'at al-Nashr. But I gave you it and then I smacked you with it. Like, akhi, I want to teach every single Sunni a lesson. Never challenge a Shia, you're going to end up like this guy. A joke for everyone. Everyone's going to laugh at you. Fine. I'm not going to leave a single guy except he's going to laugh at you. I took you where I wanted you and then I wrecked you on it too. Like, subhanallah, ya akhi. Like, subhanallah. Inna Allah ma'a as-sabirin. Inna Allah ma'a as-sabirin. Ewa Allah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows. In tafsir al-qira'at al-sab', now moving on. In tafsir al-qira'at al-sab' لأبي عمرو عثمان بن سعيد الداني. Yes, he says on page 34. He's a mutaqaddim. متواتر مقبول. He says يقرأ به ويستدل به. Anything that's متواتر from the قراءات يقرأ به ويستدل به. فكل قراءة وافقت العربية ولو بوجه ووافقت أحد المصاحف العثمانية, which by the way this is even the ruling of Ibn Jazri because he agreed you don't even need تواتر, right? ولو احتمالا وصح سندها فهذه هي القراءة الصحيحة التي لا يجوز ردها. He says وأما ما صح نقله من قراءة الأحاد وصح وجهه في العربية عائشة وخالف لفظه خط القرآن, if it disagrees with the خط of the Quran, disagrees with the Uthmanic Codex, فهذا يقبل ولا يكره به. It's accepted. So Aisha's opinion is accepted. Now give me the حكم عن أمك عائشة. What's the حكم?
خبر أحد.
Look, he said it's accepted. He didn't say it's mutawatir. He said it's accepted. Who are you, bro? Your own scholars saying this Quran is accepted. Who are you?
Kakashi, calm down. Khabar ahad. For the Quran, you need tawatur. Like, why is that so confusing?
I'm gonna read it slowly. How much time do I have, Nadim?
You have 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Can we add like 3 minutes? Let's cheat, bro. ما صح نقله عن قراءة الآحاد. Yes. Repeat after me, Hamid. Do you know what this means? ما صح نقله من قراءة الآحاد. What is authentically narrated from a what?
Kakashi, is this a quiz on my Arabic? Or are you trying to debate me on the
I'm asking you a question. It doesn't matter. ما صح نقله من قراءة الآحاد. What is authentically narrated from what?
That which is correctly transmitted.
No. That is what is correctly transmitted from what?
From singular reports.
From singular qira'as. Don't say reports. From singular what?
Okay. From singular reports it says. What is the word in
Arabic? ما صح نقله من قراءات الآحاد.
Okay.
From a singular what? قراءة. وصح وجهه في العربية. And it agrees with the Arabic language. وخالف لفظه خط القرآن خط المصحف. And what does وخالف لفظه خط المصحف mean?
So it's saying it's in agreement with the Quran.
No. وخالف لفظه.
Oh, so it's in contradiction, or it's
a contradiction with the خط of the Uthmanic with the Uthmanic rasm. فهذا يقبل. What does فهذا يقبل mean?
So this would be هذا يقبل. Let's see. How would you turn the يقبل?
Accepted. وهذا يقبل.
Yeah, it's accepted. Yeah, it's accepted. Okay.
يقبل, and you do not recite it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So Aisha's narration, it's accepted. We just don't recite it. So Aisha believed that 4 ayah. I want to explain to people. Aisha believed that 4 ayah, and I want every Shia to use this because I'll tell you what happens here. And I'm gonna be now. I'm gonna bring out to Hamid the kepsa that I had waiting for him. Yes, the owner of this book, the owner of what's it called? Not the owner of the book. The Sharih of Sunan Sa'id ibn Mansur, the guy who explains the narration of Sunan Sa'id ibn Mansur. Yes, the guy who explains this narration. He says. سنده ظاهره الصحة. He says this chain is authentic. ومتنه منكر. The matn is unacceptable. Now he explains why. وليس الخطأ فيه من أبي معاوية. He says أبي معاوية is not wrong here. لأنه قد توبع فيحتمل أن يكون الخطأ من هشام بن عروة. This guy.
نقص التلاوة.
One sec.
Yes, نقص التلاوة.
What نقص التلاوة? Like اسكت, you don't even know what I'm reading. أخي, you don't even know Arabic. Just sit down. He says فيحتمل أن يكون الخطأ. I'm literally feeding you this. You should be ashamed. فيحتمل أن يكون الخطأ من هشام بن عروة. The mistake is from Hisham ibn Urwa. Let's play this game. Hisham ibn Urwa could have made a mistake in any single one of his narrations that he narrates from Aisha. I want to ask Hamid, do you know how many narrations Hisham ibn Urwa narrates from Aisha?
No, off the top of my head, how many?
He narrates, in Bukhari alone, this man narrates around 400 narrations from Aisha. Every single one of these narrations, because you guys are double-faced, wallah qasaman bi Allah, all the Sunnis, every single one of their scholars is a liar. Every single one! He can't tell the truth because he knows his religion would die. Every single one of these narrations, the 400 in Bukhari, you gotta throw them in the garbage. Every one of them could be a mistake from Aisha. Every single one. This is the level that they've reached in Islam. They've ruined all of Islam for everyone. Instead of accepting what is the truth, what is in front of their eyes, and calling it a mistake, what they do is, they say, no, our mother Aisha preserved Quran, Ibn Mas'ud preserved Quran, and then they wreck their entire corpus and they're all contradictory. All of them, even this guy that I just debated. He didn't even know how to respond. Yes? Now, Ikhwan, just to end this. Their corpus has been annihilated. Their view of the Quran has been annihilated.
Time's up, man.
Inshallah, going to conclusions. Go ahead.
That is time. Thank you so much. Oh, that went well, far more than I expected. Alhamdulillah. The 20-minute cross-examination is now complete. Now, it's sad for me to say we were having so much fun, but we're going to have to jump to the conclusions. Wrapping it up. So, since Hamid, you went first, uh, Kakashi will go last. Okay, so Hamid, the conclusions are 15 minutes. I
Yep.
will be setting the 15-minute timer for you. Oh, wrong way. Okay. And your time begins now.
Yeah, so Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Again, this guy was not able to differentiate between Nasakh al-Talawa and Tahreef, which again I explained from from the very beginning. Now again, the majority of his scholars, they're quoting 2,000 reports of hadith that are present in his books. Again, I quoted Sheikh Ahmed bin Zain al-Din al-Ahsai, or also known as Sheikh al-Awhad, the founder of the Shaykhi school. According to his followers, he's like the Bab of the Imam. He's on par with Salman al-Farsi. He says, when it comes to commenting on what Saduq says on al-I'tiqadat, he says, Bain Daf'atain, he says that the main point is that the truthful one has lied when it comes to this. According to Sheikh Ahmed bin Sheikh al-Ahsa'i, he's saying that there has been tahrif of the Quran. Kakashi has been telling us all day, yeah, we only believe in one harf and only one qira'ah. But when we asked him which one is it, he said, I don't know. It's scattered, it's mixed match, it's jumbled mumbled. We don't know exactly which one it is. Whereas for Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah, we accept all the different qira'at. We believe they're all tawatur. They're all memorized from the Muslims. People till today, we have people who are memorized as Huffaz of the Quran, and we can date all of it back, trace them with change of narrators, going back to see who believes in what. I showed, subhanAllah, that I, subhanAllah, wrote a book proving Tahreef when I was a 12-year Shia. When I discussed the 4 verses until today, it was only like Eid al-Qadr was only a couple months ago. Azhar Nasr gave his entire lecture on Imam Ali's name being in the Quran. People on this app seem to be convinced that Imam Ali's name is probably in the Quran. Your du'as, all your books, every source, be it an aqaid book, a hadith book, tafsir work, du'a, everything seems to be centered around the fact that they all are in agreement that, yeah, the names of Ahlul Bayt, specifically Imam Ali, is mentioned in the Quran. So that, again, in order to prove your sect of Imamah, there are other verses I could have mentioned as well. However, I didn't want to be unfair and bring up too many verses. I decided these 4 would suffice, and we've seen his one-size-fits-all type refutation, and he thinks that doesn't. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Kakashi. SubhanAllah, like, I'm surprised he didn't even do a better job arguing for this. This guy, I would, Kakashi, give me your email. I'll send you this book. Maybe you can see whether or not you can. I want you to write a proper refutation to my book, inshallah ta'ala. Again, your claim is that there's only one harf and one qira'ah, and it's with the imam. Until today, none of the imams have taught anything different from it. And again, this isn't an argument, but I just want to demonstrate to you the level of inconsistencies that we have within the 12-year corpus. You can find this hadith in Al-Burhan fi Tafsir al-Quran. إني تارك فيكم الثقلين كتاب الله وعلي بن أبي طالب وعلي أفضل لكم من كتاب الله لأنه مترجم لكم عن كتاب الله. Verily, I'm leaving behind for you 2 weighty things: the Book of God and Ali is better for you than the Book of God because he is the interpreter of the Book of God upon you. The Shias always talk about thaqalain, thaqalain, thaqalain. In my first debate, I think I dealt with the 12th Imam as one of the thaqals, and I demonstrated how Shia scholars until today, like Muhammad Shirazi, like Sayyid al-Khawi, they don't believe in the various qira'ah and ahruf. The Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi very clearly says the different readings are a modern phenomenon. He denies their historic basis. He says that these arose from opinions of a particular group. Muslims at that time of the great reciters and after them did not pay those opinions any heed and were not concerned with them as to the change of the the Quran. For this reason, we would consider the prayers of anyone who practices these quote-unquote readings to be invalid, according to Muhammad Shirazi's followers in Egypt, who would probably be reciting under Warsh. They would not be there to redo all their prayers. This is a musibah. I showed you what Sayyid al-Khawi says. He denies that the 10 qira'at are mutawatir. And again, the syllogism I presented is still valid and it holds true. Premise 1, the Quran has been revealed through these 10 qira'ah. Premise 2, according to Sayyid al-Khawi, the qira'ah have no hujjah. Conclusion, the Quran is not hujjah. I brought for you Sayyid al-Khawi's own student, Abu al-Hadi al-Fadli. He agrees with me and he says this is basically a musibah. How come Sayyid al-Khawi doesn't believe in the hujjah of the Quran? This is ridiculous. I was hoping to get a response to this. No response was given during the entire thing. Again, Mirza Nuri Tabrasi, if we want to quote it again, he says from now until, again, this is in Wa'agha Buzurg Tahrani, he's reported to have said that he had given it the wrong title. It would have been more appropriate to call it Fasl al-Khitab bi Adam al-Tahreef al-Kitab, because the real aim, as he put it, was to prove that the existing Quran had not undergone any change from Uthman till now, be it addition or omission or any of the form. Yet at the same time, he emphasized that by Tahreef, he didn't mean change or alteration in general, but only the special case of dropping some revealed passages that were preserved by his people. Again, his Tahreef. Because again, he's equivocating now on what the word kitab is. Again, he's not saying that the Quran is the divine book. He believes that the book we have today has been corrupted by Uthman and the Sahaba, radiallahu anhum. According to him, there's from Uthman till now it's been preserved, but from the Prophet to Uthman, there's been tahrif. He did not even address this. Again, this has not been a good look. I'm really hoping, inshallah ta'ala, he will realize that according to him, they keep using baqalain this, baqalain that. According to their own scholars, the Quran has no hujjah. They believe in one qira'ah, one harf. Which one? I don't know. The Imam has it. When does the Imam come back? I don't know. Allah knows. But that'll happen. I don't know. They don't know. So again, how can any Shi'i have with any certainty that their prayers are correct? And again, to be fair to them, they do have hadith that say from their Imams that you can recite with anything, with any of the qira'ah. Just recite as the people do. However, they don't believe this is true. And again, their Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi, he says that no, you can only recite with hafs. This is not good. This is not a good look for them. Okay? I really wish Kakashi would have dealt with this. He did not provide an adequate response to the 4 verses that mention Imam Ali by name, according to many, many sources that I provided in my book. Well, I just mentioned some of them. I'll email them and you can provide me a refutation to that book, inshallah ta'ala. How much time do I have left? Sorry. Nadeem, how much time is left? I want to see how much time I have to make this point. Okay. I'll continue, inshallah ta'ala. Just like how I mentioned earlier, just like how we wouldn't go to the Qadianis, the followers of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, for when it comes to understanding the ulum al-hadith, likewise, we should not go to the Likewise, we should not go to the Shias for understanding ulum al-Quran. SubhanAllah, I even have to quote from it. I have with me the book Introduction to the Sciences of the Quran by Sheikh Muhammad Hadi Ma'arifat. Again, he's a Shi'i scholar. The majority of this work is literally just copy paste from Sunnis. They don't have any unique or authentic ulum al-Quran from themselves. All they have is copy paste whatever they can borrow from us. Now, this is a problem. I hope Mr. Kakashi would realize what he's done for himself in this debate. He hasn't even proven this. This is, subhanAllah, like, again, he conflates between nasakh al-tilawa and tahreef. He doesn't understand the differences between the two. Every hadith he's mentioned, this is exactly what he has to do. Now, again, they don't have a single recitation today that's free of errors. According to them, the Quran is not preserved and therefore forfeited. The most he can say is from the time of Uthman until today is preserved. However, between the time of the Prophet and Uthman, there has definitely been distortion of the Quran. I really hope that Kakashi and all 12 Shias will return back to their fitrah and realize that this sect sect is promoting the innovation of believing in Tahreef of the Quran. Why do they resort to this? Because their core belief of Imam is not present in the Quran. They need to find a way to cope and justify this belief. So from now on, whenever Sunnis, whenever a Shi'i comes to you and tries to justify the belief of Imam from the Quran, just say, what do you mean? You guys don't even believe that the Quran is preserved. You believe in one reading, one harf, one qira'ah. You don't have even, you admit it. He's honest. He says, yeah, we don't have access to it. It's with the Imam. This is crazy. How is anyone justified in believing in this sect? You guys claim taqalain this, taqalain that. Just look at how the scholars of Mr. Kakashi's sect, how they recite the Quran. You can see how much level of it and importance they give to them. Okay, this is exactly what they want us to believe in. This is why after 26 years, I can proudly say, Alhamdulillah, I put my Shiism behind me. I went from authoring books trying to prove Tahreef to other 12ers to rejecting Tahreef and becoming a Sunni. I believe I returned to my fitrah. I invite all the 12er Shias, everyone listening, anyone that has any questions about the Quran, you can recite, you can go back and you can do a study ulum al-Quran. You will see even from a 12er source, the most comprehensive book from a 12er source is Sheikh Muhammad Hadi Ma'arifat's book. He's quoting from Sunnis himself. Like, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the Quran is preserved through Ahl Sunnah wa Jama'ah. The Shias want to claim that, oh, look, we believe in the Quran, this with the Quran, that the Quran was preserved through Sunnis. Again, he wants to say, oh, Humran, Bukhair, these are Rawat. Yeah, they recite Hamza. They're not in Hafs. Again, he needs to prove this. Again, and according to your scholars today, only the Hafs Qira'ah is acceptable for Salah, like what Muhammad Shirazi says. Again, if he wants to reject Muhammad Shirazi, that's fine. This is exactly what Mr. Kakashi's sect wants us to believe. They want us to believe in this thing called Imama. Does Imam have any objective reality in the Quran today? No. They want us to believe in the Batini tafsir of the Quran, where Tina wa Zaytun is Hassan wal Hussein, where Baqiyatullah khairan lakum in kuntum mu'minin is a reference to Imam Mahdi. This is exactly what they want us to believe. I'm speaking from my heart right now as someone that used to be a 12er Shi'i and used to hold into all these deviant beliefs, that I'm happy at least Mr. Kakashi may not explicitly say this. All the implications of this do point to the fact that yes, he does believe in Tahreef. When asked about the 4 verses of the Quran, Sheikh Yasir Habib, Azhar Nasir, Ahmed Shirazi, these are just to name a few. These aren't some shad guys. These guys have thousands of followers in the Shi'i world, across the world, in various languages. Their programs are translated Arabic, Farsi, English, Urdu. They have fans all across the world in the Shi'i world. These guys are giving lectures using the same 4 Quranic verses I used to provide evidence that, yeah, you know what? This makes sense. It's rational. There's 4 out of the 14 members of Ahlul Bayt, 4 of them are named Muhammad. 4 of them are named Ali. In the Quran, the name Muhammad is mentioned 4 times. They had to fabricate all this stuff in order to prove their religion to be true. Again, I don't think we've heard an adequate response. His fits all cope in order to say, oh yeah, there's one hadith that says, yeah, you know what? This is not true. I'm telling you, all the du'as quote from this. Your scholars, like Muhammad Shirazi, does istidlal in aqidah. How does you think he justifies wilayah taqwiniyah, the belief in wilayah taqwiniyah? He justifies it from hadith al-Kisa, which is again the most fabricated. Anyone that wants to have a laugh, go to hadith al-Kisa that's in Mafatih al-Jinan by Abbas al-Qummi and read what it says. You can see exactly what these guys want us to believe in that book. And again, in Min Fiqh Zahra, Muhammad Shirazi is clearly doing istidlal off of it. I don't understand how. And if you want to if you want to learn the Quran, come to Ahl Sunnah wa Jama'ah. If you want to learn about the Sahaba and those closest to the Prophet, come to Ahl Sunnah wa Jama'ah. If you want to go to a sect where the Sahaba are cursed 24/7, then you can go to the Shias. If you want to go to a sect that forces you to believe in Tahreef of the Quran, go to the Shias. If you want to have 2,000 reports in your Hadith corpus that talk about Tahreef of the Quran, go to the Shias. These guys have no methodology in order to tell us which one is the correct qira'ah and harf. They only believe in one Which one we don't know. The Imam is gonna come back and he's supposedly gonna teach it to us. Well, I suppose until then, no one is justified according to them in reciting or memorizing the Quran because they don't believe it's from God. They believe it's from Uthman. Again, they will admit that from Uthman till now, there has been no distortion. However, from the Prophet to Uthman, yep, there's been distortion. Now, this is what he wants to do, and this is what their sect teaches. This is why Ni'matullah Jazairi, this is why Majlisi, this is why Muhaddath al-Nuri, this is why Agha Buzraq Tehrani, they all believe in Tahreef of the Quran. I think I've demonstrated fairly level of a confidence here today for everyone to witness that yes, according to the mainstream 12er Shias, not today but classically at least, they don't know the whole thing. Muhammad Shirazi says that the Ahruf and Qara'a issue is a new phenomenon. He's unaware of the history of it. How can he claim that no, that this is new? He hasn't looked into the ulum al-Quran in order to substantiate that claim, and he believes that the Hafs Qara'a is linked with Imam Ali. I showed that Ibn Tawus negates that. No, it's in contradiction with that. Now, I don't understand how anyone can still hear everything I'm saying and still believe that the 12er Shias are upon the Quran. Whatever the Quran is a negation of 12er Shiism. That's a debate for another day, though. Can the Shias justify their beliefs from the Quran? I would love to have that debate another day, inshallah ta'ala. And we
That
can.
is time.
Okay, inshallah. No worries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hamid, for your conclusion and your ending remarks. Now it will be 15 minutes for Kakashi for your
Akhi, can you send the
closing.
last thing that I sent you, please? This one is not working.
Okay, one
I
second.
sent you before you start my time, just post it, please.
Okay. The last one that you sent me, the link?
Yeah, the last link I sent you.
Okay.
I'll send you other links if I need to, but that's the last one of them.
Okay, let's see if this one works.
Thank you, Akhi.
Okay. All right. How's that?
Yeah, it's great, perfect. Now it's working.
Okay.
4987.
So Kakashi, your conclusion statement, 15 minutes. I'm setting the timer, and your time begins now.
Thank you. So, first of all, Ikhwan, I want to remind you that Hamid read to me the title of the debate, and then halfway through the debate, he completely forgot it. The title is Have Shia or Sunni scholars / Sahaba explicitly declared textual distortions in the Quran? Now, he quoted al-Muhaqqiq al-Nuri. Even by your definition, al-Muhaqqiq al-Nuri would be actually agreeing with you that the Quran is preserved, seeing that he quotes the opinion of Hudayf ibn al-Yaman when he says he came to Uthman at the time when the people of Sham and the people of Iraq were waging war to conquer Armenia and Azerbaijan. Uthman was afraid of the people of Sham and Iraq, differences in the recitation of the Quran. So he said to Uthman, O chief of the believers, save this nation before they differ about the Quran as Jews and Christians did before. So Nuri, he's actually right. There's distortions happening. And Hudayfa sees this. So he goes back and tells Uthman to gather it. Now, whether I agree with Nuri in his opinion on, that the Quran of Uthman is the correct one, I relinquish that. That's a whole different topic. I believe in the preservation in the Quran, that it's completely preserved today, and that there is no distortions within it. However, these people that claim that they know the Shia opinion, and the Shia, they believe in Tahreef, yes, and he quotes you 3 to 4 scholars. If I'm correct, he quoted around 3 to 4 scholars. Now, let's read the Shia that don't believe in Tahreef. Yes? Here's the book of Al-Allama Kamal al-Haydari, who wrote a book titled Siyanat al-Quran min al-Tahreef. These people like to quote Kamal al-Haydari when he's giving a lecture, and they cut up parts and they say, this is what Kamal al-Haydari believes. He's against Shi'ism, but they don't look at the 4 parts. Kamal al-Haydari says on page 12 of this book, the people who don't believe it, Shahadat A'lam al-Madrasa, Shahadat A'lam Madrasat Ahl al-Bayt. The greatest scholars of Ahl al-Bayt that the Quran is preserved. Al-Shaykh al-Saduq says that it's preserved. Al-Sharif al-Murtada says it's preserved. Al-Shaykh al-Tusi says it's preserved. Al-Shaykh al-Tabrasi says it's preserved. And he lists his opinion. Going on, Sheikh Kashif al-Ghita says it's preserved. Al-Fayd al-Kashani says it's preserved. Who, by the way, Hamid tried to lie on. Al-Sayyid al-Sharif al-Murtada says it's preserved. Al-Sayyid al-Sharif al-Radi says it's preserved. Al-Sheikh al-Mufid, Ridwanullahi ta'ala alayh, says it's preserved. Al-Razi says it's preserved. Abu al-Futuh al-Razi. Qutb al-Din al-Rawandi says it's preserved. Ibn Shahar Ashub al-Mazindarani says it's preserved. Ibn Idris al-Hilli says it's preserved. Al-Sayyid Ibn Tawus says it's preserved. Abu Mansur al-Hasan bin Yusuf bin al-Mutahhar al-Hilli says it's preserved. Al-Muqdad al-Sayrawi says it's al-Saywari says it's preserved. Al-Sheikh Ali Abd al-Ali al-Karaki al-Amili says it's preserved. Al-Muhaqqiq al-Mawla Ahmad al-Ardabili says it's preserved. Al-Shahid al-Sayyid Fadi Nurullah al-Tustari he says it's preserved. Sheikh al-Islam Muhammad bin Hussein al-Harith al-Shahir bi Baha al-Din says it's preserved. Al-Amili says it's preserved. Al-Fadil Al-Tuni says it's preserved. Al-Sheikh Muhammad bin Hassan al-Hur al-Amli says it's preserved. Al-Sayyid Muhsin al-A'raji says it's preserved. All these scholars, yes, say the Quran is preserved in Shiaism. And Hamid couldn't refute a single one of them. Hamid quoted a Shadh opinion and he ran with it. And we even had to refute that. Even that, we brought him evidence like people like Aisha and Ibn Mas'ud and Hudayfa and all these people. They all believed in Tahreef. All of them disagreed with the Quran of Uthman. They all refuted it. But what? These Sunnis are too much of cowards to takfir them. They rather insult the Shi'i point of view. Why? Because attacking the Quran, as long as you're attacking the Shia with it, is a way to prove your sect. But we Shias do not do that. We tell the truth as it is. We don't lie, like Hamid tried to do with the hadith of Aisha. Now again, I do want to show you people the hadith of Aisha over again. I sent it to Brother Nadim, and I'll send it again inshallah. Just give me a second. This narration of Aisha in the book of Sunan Sa'id ibn Mansur. I'm going to copy it. And I remember, I hope that people keep it so they see how much of a lying group the Sunnis are. When this scholar tried to weaken this narration, he tried to weaken it from the side of Hisham, and we've proven that Hisham narrates about 400 narrations in Bukhari, and none of them would dare weaken his narrations in Bukhari. But instead, when they see a problematic narration, that is when they play the chain game. Because playing the chain game and trying to weaken narrations and trying to fabricate that this is different, this is abrogation. How can it be abrogations when we have the qira'at today, the ones that Aisha mentioned, and she denied them? How can it be an abrogation? Abrogation of what? Her denying? Denying a qira'ah? What, is she abrogated it? Aisha's a prophet now? We never knew Aisha was a prophet. I mean, if you guys believe it, tell us. I mean, that we debate you at different, we'd have to bring you back to Islam. As for the chain of the Quran, we asked the brother, prove to us that this chain is a Sunni chain. Even the chains of the Quran. Bring us a single one of these narrators that believed in Adat al-Sahaba. Because we know that one of the main core beliefs of Sunni Islam, without it you're not a Sunni, is Adat al-Sahaba. They'll make you leave. If you insult one of the companions, they take you out of Islam. So bring me evidence that these Qurra were Sunnis. He couldn't even prove that. Instead, he actually affirmed what I said, that some of them were Shia. That a lot of them were Shia, because they were Ahl al-Kufa. The Shia were preserving the Quran. Yes? Why did the Shia preserve the Quran? If what he's saying is true, and Ahl al-Bayt alayhim salam, they don't agree with reading the Quran, and we hate the Quran, and we don't want to preserve it, and Islam is not in it, why are the Shia preserving it? Why are the Shias the one preserving your Quran for you? Where are you guys? Why aren't you guys preserving the Quran? Why aren't you guys reading it? Yes? In the book of Al-Khisal, there's an interesting narration I want to read for the people so they know the importance of the Quran for Shia. The narration states, خصال الصدوق رضوان الله تعالى عليه عن ابن الوليد عن الصفار عن البرقي عن إسماعيل بن مهران عن عبيس بن هشام عن غير واحد عن أبي جعفر عليه السلام قال قرأ القرآن ثلاثة أنواع الرجال يعني ثلاثة رجل. So he says the Qurra of the Quran are three. A man who memorized the Quran so he takes it to be merchandise, attracts by it the rulers to himself, and gains by its prominence over the masses. A man who memorized the Quran so he preserves its letters but neglects its bounds and treats it the way one does drinking a cup. May Allah not increase such ones from among the bearers of the Quran. And a man who memorized the Quran so he applies the ointment of the Quran over the ailment of his heart. He keeps awake at his nights, thirstens by his days, stands with it in his places of prostration, and abandons for it his bed wrap. the memorizer of the Quran, yes? Because of them does Allah the Almighty and Most Powerful avert tribulations. Because of them does Allah Almighty and Majestic grant victory over enemies. And because of them, these Qurra, the memorizers of the Quran, and because of them does Allah Mighty and Majestic send down rain from the sky. For I swear by Allah, such ones among the Qurra of the Quran are rarer than the red sulfur. Yes, this is Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam and their opinion on the qira'at and how they see people who are reading, who are trying their best to preserve the Quran. Instead, we have people using the Quran, people utilizing it to prove their sect that is not provable through the Quran, but rather proved through throwing doubts and attacking things that don't make any sense. And when questioned on their position, they snivel around, trying to avoid answers and not understanding anything from their own sources, from their own scholars. When Brother Hamid approached me, I asked him a very important question. I asked him, what scholar would you want me to take his opinion on the Quran from? Little did he know that I knew Ibn Jazri's works better than him. Little did he know this. And I think if he did know this, he wouldn't have picked Ibn Jazri, who he didn't even know how to pronounce his name. Why would I follow someone to Sunniism when Sunniism is you? Why would I follow Sunniism when Sunniism is an example of you? Someone who doesn't read, a pathetic human being. Someone who has proven to us that he cannot prove his companions preserved the Quran. Rather, he can only attack Shia scholars for opinions they had, and they weren't even with the Prophet. Scholars like Ibn Taymiyyah have said, we forgive the scholars of our time for rejecting ayat or ahruf. We forgive them. Yes, we don't takfir them. But Hamad here wants to come and takfir the Shia if they say we don't believe a movement on a letter is right. We don't believe that every single movement in the Quran is correct. There might be mistakes. He wants to takfir us for this. He wants to insult. But when it comes to his scholars, he won't takfir them. When it comes to his Sahaba, he won't takfir them. So what are you talking about? If I believe that the Quran is between the Dafatain, as Sayyid al-Khu'i, Hafidhahullah, says in his book Al-Bayan, he says the Quran is what's between these two walls. We worship Allah with it and we respect it. What right do you have to takfir me? By your own istintaj, by your own conclusions, that I've done asqat of the Hujjiyah, your conclusion is not sufficient for me. Takfir your own scholars first. You're a nobody, with all due respect to you. Your book holds no weight. In fact, we can even tell from your understanding of Shi'ism that you didn't even read Al-Kafi. For example, that you didn't know that the Imam was asked about the names and he said the names are not in the Quran. He didn't answer that the names were in the Quran of Ahlul Bayt. Rather, they are in the ta'wil of the Quran. They are in the understanding and interpretation. And even there is narrations that say that the sifat of the Imam are in the Quran. But of course, what would we expect from a guy who tells people, I'm an ex-Shi'i, follow me, I know, and he doesn't even read the scholars' opinions of his own books. And I want to end with another hadith that proves the importance of the Quran to the Shia. In معجم الأحاديث المعتبرة, الشيخ آصف محسني narrates from الكافي عدة من أصحابنا عن أحمد بن محمد بن خالد عن أبيه عن النضر بن سويد عن يحيى الحلبي. I'm scared that I didn't reply to any of the narrations he brought, but he didn't even bring narrations, the guy. What am I going to do? عن أيوب بن الحر قال سمعت أبا عبد الله عليه السلام يقول كل شيء مردود إلى كتاب الله والسنة. The Imams عليهم السلام, even those du'as he was reciting, because he was saying, du'as, you guys have du'as. The Imam عليه السلام says كل شيء مردود إلى الكتاب والسنة وكل حديث لا يوافق كتاب الله فهو زخرف. And every hadith that goes against the book of Allah, it is a worthless establishment. Yes, there's no basis for it. Every single hadith. So it doesn't matter what you bring. They're all ahad narrations like a Shaykh al-Mufid, and the Quran is the one that stays preserved, eternal. Until the Mahdi comes and he explains it the correct way, the way that people should have understood it. And he fills this land that has been filled with the likes of you, with fujur and fisq and lies. He will fill it with truth. And he will bring to people evidence of the existence of Allah that cannot be stood up against. Just like the Quran says that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala preserves this Quran in the hearts of those true believers. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala preserves the Quran in the hearts of the true believers. People who do not claim that, your scholars are kuffar, but mine, if Aisha or Ibn Mas'ud believes in Tahreef, this is fine. When we asked the brother for evidence that Ibn Mas'ud was not a muharrif of the Quran, was not someone who changed the Quran, he brings us People said he didn't. There's a qira'ah from Ibn Mas'ud. There's a qira'ah that has a chain back to him. But these same qurra have different chains for their book, for their qira'ah. So how do we know they got it from? We don't know. We just have to believe without evidence. And no, we Shia do not believe without evidence. We bring our evidence and then we believe. This is the true path of Ali ibn Abi Talib. قُلْ هَاتُوا بُرْهَانَكُمْ إِن كُنْتُمْ صَادِقِينَ. Bring your evidence if you are truthful, and you didn't bring anything today. All you brought was some opinions of scholars that are not acceptable by other scholars. And when we brought you the same from your scholars, you rejected the one scholar you told me you take from. You rejected him. You said he's wrong. How dare you how dare you even talk against my scholars when you don't even know the opinions of yours? على كل الأحوال, I did want to address another issue as well. The Uthmanic, so people understand, our belief as Shias on the Uthmanic rasm does not affect our belief on the preservation of the Quran. Because the preservation of the Quran is not based on Uthman or the likes of Uthman. When Hamid was asked, is the narration back to Uthman ahad, because he's the only one, he did not answer. The whole time he was waffling. Uthman by himself destroys the tawatur of the Quran. What tawatur? What tawatur? When Uthman is the only one that had it in his possession and he gave it out to 4 other countries. And then they changed it based upon their opinions. What tawatur is there? They worked based on the Mus'haf of Uthman. And if they worked on another Mus'haf, then you've destroyed the idea of the Mus'haf of Uthman. You've wrecked it. It's no longer Mus'haf Uthman. It's the Mus'haf of all the companions. Thank you, brother Muslim, metaphysician. In conclusion, believing that just the Mus'haf of Uthman is what we have today is an ahad narration that cannot be relied upon nor proven. Instead, what it would become is a joke for the Christians and the Jews that we debate and we tell them this Quran is fully authentic. And then we say, oh, but you know what, it went through one guy. In fact, Christians have begun to notice this. And I don't want them to notice this. I don't want them to know that the opinion of some Muslims causes Tahreef. You guys don't care. You don't believe in the Quran even. You don't believe what's in it. But I care about the Quran. I care about its preservation. I care that what people think of the Muslims of today. That we have a Quran, that we recite it and we love it and we share it. All the Muslims. But no, do whatever you guys want. Attack the Tahreef and we'll wipe the floor with you. Don't you worry about it. Bring me the best you have, sweetheart. We're available. We Shias of Ali ibn Abi Talib, our swords are sharp. And we cut, just like we did to this kid today. Alhamdulillah. Go ahead, brother Muslim, if this is the end of the conclusion. My end of...
Thank you so much. That is time.
I recommend we close the room right after this so the replays stay.
Yeah, it's just, this was really amazing, guys, both on interlocutors on stage. Thank you so much for entertaining us and the audience. This was a really huge learning path for all of us. Jake, thank you for being present on the platform. And thank you for your guys' support. The thing is, Kakashi, now, did you and Hamid want people to come up one at a time?
No, there's no Q&A.
There's no need. There's no Q&A.
There's no
Yeah,
Q&A?
for this one.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine. That's
after this
fine.
debate.
All right, then thank you. We'll wrap it up right here. And Jazakallah. Thank you all for joining us, inshallah. And stay tuned for more debates, inshallah.
Thank you both. Thank you, Nadeem. Thank you, Jake.
Hamid.
Thank you, Kakashi. Thank you,
Thank you, Jake,
Kakashi.
also for
Thank you.
moderating.
Thank you,
Thank you,
guys.
guys.
No.